presenting MAGI DESCENT, an urban fantasy epic adventure, Book 6 in the MAGI Saga series. Written by Andrew Dobell, narrated by Vicky Ring. Chapter 1. Prologue, The Visitor. 2,238 years ago, Tartarus, the etheric realm. Lilitu rounded the corner and stopped at the top of the broad stairwell, looking down at the scene below. Samael stood partway down the steps, talking to a curious-looking Magus at the front of the steps. The pair was in deep conversation, and seemed to have been for a while. The Magus stared up at her fellow Archon in wide-eyed wonder, his mind clearly fractured by what he'd endured to get here. Few Magi had ever managed the crossing into the abyss over the millennia, and fewer still returned to tell of it. She wondered what they were about. Tiredness fogged her usually keen mind. Their loathsome father's magic kept them docile and weak, but she'd fed recently on one of their jailers, so she could fight it off for a while yet. As she watched from the shadows, she spotted several figures emerging from the darkness beyond the Magus. Sentinels. Their essentia burned bright in her vision as they approached the strange Magus. They fanned out, creating a wide arc that surrounded their visitor. Samael backed up, alerting the Magus to the Sentinel's approach. He turned.
What? No, you can't do this. You can't stop me. I have traveled too far.
This way, Magus,
the Sentinels urged.
You're coming with us.
No, you cannot take this away from me. Not me. Not the great Shaitan.
Shaitan turned to look back at Samael, but he'd backed away up the stairs. Samael noticed Lilitu in the shadows. His milky, dead eyes met hers, but he didn't acknowledge her, and instead looked back at the Sentinels and Shaitan.
What?
Shaitan raged, looking up at Samael.
No, come back. We have much to discuss.
But when Samael didn't move to help him, Shaitan roared again. His fury bubbled up and lashed out as a wickedly powerful slash of essentia that smashed against Samael. Unprepared, Samael staggered back, and to Lilitu it felt like a sudden wave of energy burst forth from her fellow Archon. She felt the magic on their prison, the magic of their father on dread Tartarus shudder.
What is this?
Lilitu looked up and around at the enchantments as the shudder faded and returned to normal as the Sentinels dragged Shaitan from the building. She was no longer interested in them, though, as she studied the strange effect. Somehow, when Shaitan hurt Samael, it affected the prison's magic. Samael approached, fully recovered.
You seem distracted,
he said.
We need to talk,
Lilitu replied. Chapter 2. Intruder Alert, the Atoll.
Wow, that is incredible, Amanda-san,
Yo exclaimed. She could hear the amazement in his voice. He seemed a little incredulous, but she felt sure he actually believed her. She wouldn't have blamed him if he hadn't, though. The story was certainly an incredible one. I know, it's kind of unbelievable, but I assure you, it's true. Gentle Water, Trevelyan, and Maya will all be able to confirm it.
Oh, I believe you. It's just a lot to take in, you know.
Amanda nodded. I understand, she said. I know it's been like 5 minutes for you. One moment I was standing right there, and then I was gone, only to float from the sky 5 minutes later on my new boat, she said, pointing over to her trimaran-shaped etheric craft floating a distance offshore and looking like a state-of-the-art luxury yacht. That was certainly something of a shock, that's for sure. I had no idea you had such a thing. Well, I didn't when I disappeared, but I do now. And you made it. Yeah, you know, magically, of course. Of course. So, who else doesn't know the truth? Well, it's probably easier to say who does. Gentlewater, Raven, Balor. Balor? Yo interrupted. He knows. He does. And does most of the legacy. So Royston, Maria, Israel, Aaron. Also Maya, Trevelyan, Stephen Bathory, Count Saint Germain. I think that's it. So Liz doesn't know. Also Sean, Vanessa, Howie. That Matt Walker you brought in yesterday. Well, yesterday for me, anyway, he said, shaking his head. How long ago was that for you? Oh, over 1,260 years. I mean, I remember it, but it's a little hazy. It was a long time ago. They were sitting on some rocks on the beach of the atoll, their bare feet resting in a pool that was being fed by the gently lapping sea through the gap in the rocks. The water here was crystal clear in a beautiful shade of azure and green. It was lovely and warm under the baking sun. Amanda was aware that her fair Irish complexion probably made her look like some kind of ghost next to Yo's lovely color. She didn't mind, though. It was nice to finally be back in the world she grew up in, a world she understood, and she was looking forward to finally telling Liz and the others the truth. She smiled to herself, only to have a pulse of Essentia flow into her mind. It was an alert from the Aegis at her brownstone in New York, and for a moment it caught her off guard. She'd not set those magical alerts. That had been done by her younger self. But then they were both the same person, and the younger version of herself had now been whisked away back in time by the Weaver, leaving only her here. She guessed the alerts just automatically switched over, as if they were the same person. She pondered that for a second or so, before coming back around to realizing that the Essentia pulse was an alert. Someone had destroyed the Aegis around her home. She looked at Yo. "What's wrong?" he asked, reading her concerned expression. "Looks like there's an attack happening in New York." She reached out to the controls of the Arcady with her mind and instructed it to move into an orbit above New York. "You ready?" Amanda asked as the etheric craft lifted out of the sea and started to rise into the air, its two outrigger hulls transforming into something more like wings. "Yes, Amanda-san. I take it we're porting into danger." "I would assume so," she answered, feeling sure that it would be the only reason the Aegis would send out such a warning. She'd set the Aegis centuries ago, though, so she couldn't be entirely sure what she'd done. With a working of magic, Amanda ported herself and Yo from the atoll into the entrance hall of her brownstone in Manhattan. Or, at least, she tried to port them both into the lobby. Instead, they found themselves in the alleyway behind her house, outside a hastily erected Aegis. "We're in the alley," Yo remarked. "Someone stopped us from porting into the house," Amanda said as she concentrated and drove a powerful spike of Essentia into the magical shield, cracking it like an egg. Amanda ported them both again through the crack, this time appearing in the entrance hall. She didn't have time to marvel at the unfamiliar but welcome feeling of being back home. Instead, she found herself looking at Nymira, the Nomad Voodoo Queen, who was standing in her front hallway wearing a long, dark cloak of leather and fur. Her dreadlocks cascaded over her shoulders like black mamba snakes as she turned to look at Amanda. She painted a white skull over her face, its contrast against her dark skin giving her a gruesome look. Nymira's piercingly intense eyes regarded Amanda as a smile grew over her face. Amanda glanced down at Liz, who was sitting up against the wall and looking over at Amanda with hope and desperation. With her aegis already pumped full of essentia and her mind split using the multitasking effect, she regarded Nymera with her magic ready. There were 5 other nomads standing behind the Voodoo Queen, and they were all drawing essentia into them.
Ah, there you are. I was just asking this bosun here where you might be. Looks like you arrived just in the nick of time.
Your fight is with me, Amanda said.
Is it?
Nymera asked, turning to face her, revealing the lithe body that had been hidden by the cloak. It was covered in human and animal bones that had been strapped to her figure, while a loincloth made from finger bones hung from her crotch. 2 circular metal pasties did the same over her nipples. It was a bizarre look that made Amanda blink with incredulity. But then, when you were as powerful as Nymera was, few people were going to argue with how you dressed. Amanda took a step forward. It is.
Not going to run away from me this time, then. Not going to have your scion friend save your skinny ass.
Nymera's companions laughed. Nah, I thought I'd just kick your arse myself, if that's okay with you.
Oh, child, how naive of you.
Nymera replied with mirth, much to the amusement of her companions. Amanda had heard enough and unleashed a flurry of magical attacks at the Magus before her. Essentia strikes, mixed with furious blasts of lightning, flew from Amanda as she raised her hands. Amanda smashed Nymera back into the wall, sending a couple of her coven mates sprawling to the floor. Get up, get behind me, Amanda said to Liz, who moved quickly, looking at Amanda in awe. One of Nymera's coven mates, a woman in long robes with braided hair, rushed towards Amanda, essentia lashing out.
You dare to insult the Voodoo Queen?
Amanda hit her with a blast of kinetic energy and essentia that slammed her into the side wall and destroyed her aegis as the woman hit the floor in a heap. Yeah, I dare, Amanda replied. Nymera rose to her feet and launched an attack on Amanda that hit her aegis like a battering ram, but her shield held. A Sentia blast rushed out of Amanda and smashed into the Voodoo Queen's aegis. Nymera was pouring a Sentia into it to bolster her defenses, but Amanda noticed the shield flicker under the assault. She'd heard her. Amanda smiled. Naive, am I?
Tear her apart,
Nymera roared. Gladly, one of them answered. The other 4 Magi Amanda had yet to attack strode forward, magic crackling around their hands and shields. Magic lashed out from them, whipping across Amanda's aegis. It tore a layer of protection from her, but she wasn't worried. She had one of her multitasking minds repairing her aegis the whole time, keeping her defenses running as she targeted the strongest of these fellow nomads and ripped into him with a ferocity that left him wide-eyed with surprise. Her magic lanced into him and reduced his aegis to tatters in moments before she reached through with a kinetic force and smashed his head against the wall, knocking him unconscious. Behind her, Liz had recovered from Nymera's attack.
Want some help?
She asked. Liz threw magic at one of the weaker nomads, bolstering Amanda's attack. Yo shot forward, sprinting at superhuman speed, and attacked another. Raking at the man with his claws, he ripped holes in the man's aegis and slashed the nomad's soft flesh beneath. The remaining coven mate backed off, looking scared as Nymera surged forward once more, throwing another round of magical blasts at Amanda that hit her aegis, damaging it further.
You're mistaken if you think you can win this,
Nymera taunted. Her aegis held as Amanda returned the attack, blasting Nymera again. This time the Nomad's aegis flickered and tore open, no longer able to resist Amanda's attacks. "We'll see," Amanda replied. Magic swept in from two of Nymera's female companions. Amanda turned and blasted them with Essentia strikes, before hitting the woman with the braid with a lightning bolt that flashed between them. She fell to the floor, lifeless. The aegis of the blonde girl resisted Amanda's magic slightly better, but not by much, as Amanda followed it up with a kinetic hit that had her tripping over the man Amanda had knocked out a short time before. Essentia flared to Amanda's right, and Nymera poured it out. "Damn it," Amanda cursed. The blonde threw another dagger of Essentia that dug into Amanda's aegis. She lashed out on instinct, furious at herself for not stopping Nymera from porting away, and slammed the Nomad against the far wall. She dropped lifeless to the floor, her aegis torn to bits. Looking up, Yo stood over his opponent, his claws dripping with blood, and the Nomad he'd fought dead. Nearby, Liz smashed her Essentia-laced fist into the last Nomad's face. The woman dropped to the floor, leaking blood onto Amanda's carpet as Liz caught her breath, her hands crackling with energy. Amanda smiled. Her apprentice had handled herself well. "Holy shit!" Liz gasped between breaths. "That was intense." "Are you okay?" Amanda asked. She could see with her magical sight that Liz was fine physically, apart from a few bruises, but it never hurts to ask. "I'm fine. You?" "Just grand," Amanda replied. "Good," Liz replied and looked up. "You totally kicked her arse, Mandy.
How the bloody hell did you do that?
Ah, well, that's a long story."
She's like an archmagus, right?
Liz asked, referring to Nymera. "Yeah, to be sure. Look, I have a lot to tell you, but not right now. I need to find Nymera and finish this before she goes after anyone else."
"Do you know where she might be, Amanda-san?"
Yo asked. "I have a rough idea, but I'm hoping that one of these pair will know more," she said, talking about the two Nomads that were still alive. Amanda regarded them both. One of them was the girl Liz had fought. The other was the one Amanda had chosen to attack first. He was a bald man with a few tattoos, and he'd undoubtedly been the most powerful of Nymera's crew. Amanda walked over to the man, his aegis long since gone, and reached out with her magic into his unconscious mind. She searched for any knowledge of Nymera's possible whereabouts and followed his lead on which of these places was most likely to be correct. It was somewhere in Haiti from the looks of things, which fit with what Amanda knew of the Voodoo Queen. She also found out what she needed to do to pass through the aegis that protected the place they were porting into. She looked up at her friends and saw Gentle Water walk through from the back of the house. Amanda smiled and stood, before walking over to him and giving him a hug. He looked a little surprised.
"Everything all right, Amanda?"
he asked. Sean also appeared just behind Gentle Water, leaning out of the door from the basement.
"What the hell is... Oh, wow,"
he said on seeing the carnage.
"Are you all right?"
"Oh, everything's grand. Don't worry, I'm fine."
"So, has the younger..."
Gentle Water began. "Yes," Amanda said, not wanting to get into an in-depth conversation right now. "But we can talk about that later. I have someone to deal with first." I'll leave you guys to it, Sean said. You seem to have it under control. Thanks, Sean, Amanda said as he disappeared through the basement door.
I'll help,
Gentlewater said. Amanda nodded. Okay, you take Liz and Yo. I'll bring these Egypts, Amanda said, waving at the bodies on the floor. We're going here, she said, and sent Gentlewater the location of where they were porting. Let's find this Voodoo Queen and deal with her once and for all. She reached out with her mind and wrapped the defeated Nomads up in her magic before bringing her will to bear and porting them and herself down to the island in the Gulf of Mexico. Somewhere in the Middle East.
Look at this. How can they do this? It's barbaric,
Kennedy said, looking at the ruined monument. He'd seen too many of these now, too many victims of religious fervor. These ancient monuments should be preserved, and yet they were, at least for a time, inside the territory of an oppressive theistic nation that didn't like such blasphemous idols in their backyard. So they were destroyed, and the world became less colorful because of it. The rest of his team had similar looks of exasperation on their faces as they explored the site, picking over the debris, trying to find something worth saving. The ground shifted beneath Kennedy, and he froze in place, looking down at the sandstone under his feet. For a moment, nothing happened, and then the ground beneath him gave way. For a moment, he was weightless, and then gravity took hold of him. He left his stomach behind as he fell, skidding down a slope of rock to land awkwardly in the shadows of an underground chamber. Kennedy got up gingerly, checking himself over to make sure nothing was broken.
Kennedy, are you okay?
He looked up to see the faces of his team appear around the edge of the hole he'd fallen through. Bryn, Lilia, and Sandy all looked shocked but relieved to see him alive.
I'm okay. Get a rope. You have to come down here. I think we found something,
he said, peering into the darkness. He couldn't see much, but it was abundantly clear that this chamber was not just a random cave. It was man-made. Chapter 3. Voodoo Hunt, Haiti. Amanda looked around. The room was dark, and there was a single doorway leading out into another poorly lit and sparsely furnished room. They had walls of peeling paint and floors that were covered in dirt and stains. Strange cries and noises echoed through the complex. She knew she was on Haiti, in the city of Port-au-Prince, or rather, beneath it, but other than that, she wasn't sure what this place was. She hunted through the Nomad's head, searching for the best place to port in order to find Nymera, which was apparently here. She looked over at Liz, Yo, and Gentlewater. What do you think?
If any of you even dare to suggest we split up, I'll slap you,
Liz answered. Amanda smiled. I wasn't going to suggest anything of the sort.
Good, because I've seen how that movie ends up for the blonde girl.
If you plucked this place out of that Nomad's head,
Yo said, waving towards the dead or unconscious bodies of the Nomads Amanda had brought with her,
then Nymera can't be far away.
I guess. Amanda frowned. Okay, let's go, she said, and set off, leaving the Nomads on the floor behind them. There were magical signatures all around them, not least of which being the aegis that surrounded whatever complex of rooms they were in. The information she'd gleaned from the Nomad had included the key for the aegis so they could port through it into the complex. Part of that key was to have at least one cleared Nomad with them. Amanda didn't want to have to dispose of the bodies from the fight anyway, so bringing them here seemed like the logical choice. Moving into the bigger room, she saw several more doorways, and none of them gave any clue about where they might lead. However, there was a clear path through the dust and debris that looked like it was in regular use. Plus, it just felt right. Leading the way, Amanda stalked through the room and out into the corridor beyond, nearly walking into someone coming the other way. On instinct, Amanda grabbed him, clamping her hand over his mouth to stifle his yell for help before reaching into his mind with her magic. He wasn't a Magus, that much was clear, and it didn't take long for her to work her magic and knock him out. Falling limp in her arms, she carried him into the room and dumped him in a corner out of the way.
That was close,
Liz commented under her breath. Amanda opened a mental link between them all. Link talk from now on. They all nodded. Sounds good, Yo said through the link. Moving on, Amanda followed her instincts or took the most likely route, but it was a maze of random rooms and corridors, connected without any discernible rhyme or reason. If the enemy couldn't easily find their way around your base, it made an attack less likely to work. Amanda felt she possessed a good sense of direction, though, and was doing her best to keep a rough mental map of which way they had come. A couple of turns later, they found themselves in a corridor lined with doors that had barred windows set into them, and Amanda remembered a similar corridor in Lucian's Columbian mansion. Looking through the first window with some trepidation, Amanda wondered what she might see inside. It was a cell, as she had guessed, but it was empty. There were signs of use, though. Some of the doors further up stood open, and as they advanced, it became apparent that most of them were empty. Of the few that did have an occupant in this corridor, they were all dead.
Do you think there might be more cells somewhere?
Liz asked through the link. I wouldn't be surprised, Amanda answered.
We need to do a sweep of rooms after we find Nymera,
Gentlewater said. Agreed. Amanda nodded. But we need to find Nymera first. She's the priority here. They all agreed and moved on, leaving the cell block behind. Another couple of turns and they found themselves at the entrance to another room, but this one had a lot more furniture and decor, although most of it was not the kind of thing Amanda could see herself using in her own home. Some of it was clearly voodoo paraphernalia, and the rest was just macabre. Amanda understood the idea of memento mori, but keeping real skulls on a shelf amidst bones and jars of formaldehyde stuffed with hands or organs was just strange in the extreme. Nymera might call herself the Voodoo Queen, but Amanda felt sure that she would be disowned by the majority of people who honestly practiced true Haitian voodoo. Nymera's voodoo was a perversion of the faith, used for her own ends to inspire fear and obedience in her followers. Pressing on, Amanda could hear voices in the distance. She reached the short connecting corridor into another large room. Sure enough, she could see Nymera in there talking with two other people, one a dark-skinned woman with a shaved head, the other a fair-skinned man with mousy brown dreadlocks. Amanda stepped out and strode into the room with her friends behind her. The time for stealth had passed. Amanda wanted to end this, once and for all, before Nymera killed anyone else. You can't run from me, Nymera, Amanda said. Nymera looked up from her companions, fury brewing a storm across her face at Amanda's insult and intrusion.
Who's running?
You ported away before we finished our little meeting, Amanda explained. So rude. Nymera looked like she wanted to punch Amanda in the face, but she hesitated. Amanda couldn't help the slight smile pulling at the corners of her mouth. She guessed that Nymera had been caught unaware by her apparently sudden increase in power, and now she wasn't sure what she could or should do. Previous fights had inevitably gone Nymera's way. Amanda had been able to defend herself to a point, but ultimately, Nymera was older, more experienced, and more powerful. The tide had turned, however, and now the Voodoo Queen was nervous. Amanda could see her hesitation, but she also knew that Nymera didn't want to lose face before her followers. She had to remain a strong, effective leader or everything could be lost. Nymera stepped forward.
Then let's finish this, once and for all.
The two nomads with her stepped out sideways, their aegises being pumped with essentia to boost their strength. Pumping essentia into her shield and drawing more of the etheric energy into her body, Amanda conjured an aegis over the room. She wasn't about to make the same mistake twice. Nymera glanced sideways, noticing the effect.
You're trapping us in here,
Liz asked over the link. You can get out if you need to, Amanda answered, having keyed the aegis to herself and her coven mates so they might pass through it. You guys take on Nymera's friends. I'll deal with the Voodoo Queen myself, she said.
As you wish,
Gentle Water said.
Are you sure?
Liz asked.
I mean, I know you beat her at your house, but what if that was a fluke?
Trust me, Amanda replied. She didn't have time to explain. Nymera didn't give her time. Magic flew as Essentia lanced at Amanda and crashed against her shield in a shower of pyrotechnics in her magical sight. Her aegis held, though, as Amanda bolstered her shield. Sneaky, Amanda said. A second later, Amanda unleashed a furious volley of Essentia strikes at Nymera, hammering on the Nomad's repaired aegis. Beside her, Nymera's two allies rushed forward, their magic flying. Gentle Water faced off against the woman while Liz and Yo engaged the man. Amanda continued with her endless magical attacks, sending blast after withering blast of magical energy at the Nomad while mixing in bolts of lightning that strobed bright white light through the darkness of the Haitian garrison. Nymera held her ground. She defended against Amanda's attacks while trying to keep her defenses up and running. But Amanda kept up the pressure, lashing out with every kind of energy attack she could think of. Nymera was forced to spend more time keeping her aegis running, allowing Amanda to focus more on her attacks. You can't win, Amanda warned her, and you're not leaving here. Changing tactics, Nymera stopped attacking Amanda. Instead, she redirected her Essentia strike to hit the aegis that Amanda had created to keep them from porting out. It was nowhere near as strong as Amanda's own personal aegis, and within moments, cracks appeared. Amanda set some of her minds to the job of canceling Nymera's attempts to create an escape route, and successfully stopped her from breaking down the aegis that surrounded the room. Nymera cursed as she did her best to defend herself, scowling at Amanda through the flaring magic that split the air between them. Suddenly, blocks of masonry shot out of the walls and smashed into Amanda and her aegis. Some of them were huge, as one particularly sizable chunk skidded over the stone floor. Amanda leapt over it towards Nymera, landing before her. Amanda landed a couple of solid blows before Nymera managed to deflect a few of them, but she was on her back foot as Amanda pressed her advantage. And then Nymera's aegis fell, cracking like an egg, and then dissolving into nothing as Amanda punched her again and again. Nymera's attempts at defending herself grew more and more feeble as her face grew even more bloodied, until Amanda felt her give up and she dropped to the floor.
You win,
Nymera stated. Amanda looked down at the broken woman and stood tall. This was the monster who had kept this part of the world's Magi community living in fear for hundreds of years. She had little sympathy for Nymera. She was less than human as far as Amanda was concerned. Any last words? Amanda asked.
You can't kill me,
Nymeria taunted her.
You don't have it in you.
We'll see.
I'm sure we will. And no, I have nothing to say to you.
That's grand. I'd hate to drag this out any longer than necessary. Nymeria gave her a look of dismissal. Defiant to the last, I see. So be it. Lightning ripped out from her hands and smashed into the prone figure, lighting up the room for a second before it faded. The blackened form of the former nomad, now missing her head and part of her upper body, lay prone, lifeless, and quite dead. Amanda turned to her friends. The male nomad was dead, killed by Yo's lethal claws, while the woman lay at Gentlewater's feet, battered but alive and unconscious.
I won't kill her,
he said. I understand, Amanda replied. She can stay there, but we need to sweep through the place and see if Nymeria has any other prisoners. Gentlewater nodded as they retreated from the room and started to make their way through the complex. They found living quarters, storage rooms, strange ritual rooms filled with voodoo iconography, and more cells. Most of the prisoners they found were dead, but a small handful were still alive. They'd all been Riven humans so far, and grateful to be set free. It took some searching, but they did finally find a couple of exits out of the subterranean complex into the city above, allowing the Riven humans to leave this nightmare behind. As Amanda watched Yo guide the last group of Riven out, she heard Gentlewater call out. Following the sound, she found a small cell, tucked out of the way, that would have been easy to miss. Amanda stepped up to the doorway to see Gentlewater crouched by the side of a dirty bed. Sitting on the edge of it was a woman with long dark hair whose body glowed in Amanda's etheric sight, marking her as a Magus. The room had been surrounded by a subtle aegis, which Amanda spotted the remains of as she surveyed the room. The woman looked terribly weak. She sat shivering all over, her hands shaking like crazy. She was so thin, she looked malnourished. You found her like this? Amanda asked.
I spot Aegis,
Gentlewater said.
She was inside, asleep. I break Aegis to get her. She drugged, but I take drug from body, so she wake up.
Amanda stepped into the room and crouched down beside Gentlewater. Hi, she said. Are you okay? The girl smiled back at Amanda weakly.
I think so. Where am I?
Haiti, under Port-au-Prince and Nymera's sepulchre.
Nymeria.
Ugh, she groaned. What's the matter? Are you all right? Amanda asked. She nodded.
I'm fine. Everything's a bit foggy. But Nymeria, she attacked us.
Us?
My coven. She killed some of them. Are the others here? Are they okay?
Amanda shook her head. You're the only Magus we found so far, at least, outside of Nymera's coven.
Damn. Who are you?
I'm Amanda. This is Gentlewater. We're here to help. Look, don't worry. Nymera's dead, Amanda explained.
But where's my coven? Did she kill them?
Amanda shrugged. I don't know, but if they were brought here with you, then maybe. Look, let me help you. We'll have you back on your feet in no time. The girl looked at them both, her wide, dark-rimmed, bloodshot eyes darting between them before she nodded in resignation. I won't hurt you, Amanda said, reassuring her.
I know. I feel helpless.
There's only one person to blame for that. Amanda reached out into the local essentia and brought the girl back up to full health, nourishing her body. As she worked her magic, the girl's body started to fill out and take on a better shape as color flushed through her cheeks, and the bags under her eyes filled out and faded away. What's your name? Amanda asked.
Sabine, but some people call me Voodoo.
Hey, ironic, Amanda said, raising her eyebrows. Any idea why she kept you alive?
I have an idea why that might be.
Sabine answered as she sat up a little straighter, looking much healthier now. Go on.
I used to be on the Arcanum before I went through my epiphany and became a Magus. I was trained by them and was on track to be an agent, but that all changed when my magical potential was awakened.
So you joined a coven? Amanda asked.
That's right. I moved back here. Well, not here, not to Haiti. I moved back to New Orleans, where I'd grown up. Victoria helped me find and join a coven there.
So Nymeria wanted the information you had on the Arcanum.
That would be my guess.
How would Nymeria know that about you?
No idea. It wasn't a secret, though. People knew. Someone might have talked.
Voodoo mused. Okay, Amanda said. Well, you're free to go. She made a mental note to go back to one of the unconscious nomads to see if her story checked out.
Yeah, right,
she said sarcastically.
I'm not going back to New Orleans, not after what happened.
So where will you go? Sabine shrugged.
No idea. I might go back to Victoria in D.C., I guess. See if she can help me find another coven.
Even better, Amanda thought. She could find out through Victoria if Sabine's story was true. Look, do you want to come back with us? You can stay at our place for a while at least. We have enough room. Sabine smiled. She was a beautiful girl, Amanda decided. She had lovely tan skin and dark black hair that was looking much more lustrous than when they'd first found her. Now that her body was looking more nourished and less like a bag of bones, she was quite curvy too.
Are you sure?
Sabine asked. Of course, it's not a problem at all. We've nearly finished our sweep, and then we'll be heading back to New York.
Excellent. Thank you,
Sabine replied, grinning. Anastasia directed her etheric craft to come into a low, stable orbit around Earth, and watched on the viewer as the large glowing blue sphere of her home planet settled in below the obsidian fire. The ship's stealth magic would hide it well enough from the ribbon telescopes below, allowing her to leave it here for the duration of her time on Earth. It had been a while since she'd been here, and things had changed for her. She remembered the mission that Yasmin had sent her on, out into the void, and smiled to herself. That had been a long time ago now, and so much had changed. She looked back at the screen before her and scanned the images that she called up, having trawled them from the ribbon internet on Earth below.
What on earth are you looking at?
Anastasia looked up at Skrillex, who stood above her.
Just picking out my outfit.
Really? Are you serious?
Of course,
Anastasia replied.
But you're not seriously considering that, are you?
Why not?
Why not?
Skrillex asked, incredulous.
Have you gone mad? Are you seeing what I'm seeing?
Anastasia smiled to herself. She was enjoying stringing this out.
But of course. Hang on. Let's see what I look like.
Anastasia got up and worked her magic. Essentia whipped around her like a whirlwind, transforming her fitted ship suit into something that approximated the image on the holo.
There, what do you think?
You don't want my honest opinion.
Actually, I do.
Well, the Void Knights will no doubt have something to say about it.
I bet they will. But I'm interested in what your impression of me is now. If you saw me like this for the first time, what would you think of me?
Anastasia asked.
I'd think you was some kind of dumb blonde whore. Even Yasmin would think less of you in that.
Anastasia smiled.
Perfect. That's exactly what I was going for.
Really?
Skrillex asked. Anastasia worked her magic and conjured a reflective surface that hovered in the air beside her. She turned and looked at herself. She ran her fingers through her hair that was held up in long pigtails, and then adjusted the sexy schoolgirl outfit, complete with white shirt tied under her bust, red plaid miniskirt, over-the-knee pop socks, and black-heeled pumps.
Really, I want them to underestimate me. That's the whole point,
Anastasia answered, pleased with her look. She'd stand out, but she didn't mind. That would actually work in her favor, too.
Well, mission accomplished then,
Skrillex commented, with one eyebrow raised. Somewhere in the Middle East.
Where do you think it goes?
Lilia asked. She was shining a light into the darkness beyond Kennedy through a carved archway that led deeper underground. The shaft of light from the hole above them didn't reach the walls of the cavernous room they stood in, but Kennedy's torch picked out a few details. The room must have been 30 meters across, he guessed.
I don't know. I've never come across anything like this before,
Kennedy answered.
What about you, Sandy? No, this is a new one on me, too,
she replied. Sandy was as experienced as he was in exploring ancient sites of archaeological and historical significance in the Middle East, and this find was a new one for both of them.
So you have no idea what this is?
Lilia asked. She looked a little scared, which was understandable. She was the youngest of the team, a graduate, and this was her first time in the field.
Nope,
Kennedy confirmed.
Well, let's not hang around here talking. Let's see what's through door number 1, hey?
Bryn suggested and led the way into the darkness, sweeping his torch around as he went. Kennedy followed, and the two women brought up the rear. Moving through the archway, they walked up at a short corridor before they entered into another chamber. Larger than the first, and decorated with intricate carvings and crude, eroded paintings in a style he'd not seen before, it was an amazing space, but otherwise empty, apart from a single large set of double doors on the far wall. The doors were made from wood and metal and clearly ancient. They also looked to be way ahead of their time.
Incredible,
he said.
This is impossible,
Sandy muttered.
What is this place?
Lilia asked.
No idea,
Kennedy answered.
But there's only one way to find out for sure. We go through door number 2,
Bryn answered. Chapter 4. Home again, Manhattan, New York. A moment's feeling of dislocation, and they were standing in the foyer of her brownstone in New York City. Liz, Yo, Gentle Water, and Sabine, who was still wearing her tattered clothing from her time in captivity in Nymira's sepulchre, stood around her. Sabine looked around and nodded.
Nice place,
she said. Thanks, Amanda replied with a satisfied sigh as she looked around, enjoying being back in her home again. It's good to be back. She noticed that Liz was looking at her with a curious expression.
What's going on?
Liz asked. Amanda smiled. Okay, sure. It's time we had a chat, but I need to bring a few people here as it's a lot for me to go over, and I really don't want to be repeating myself.
I think that would be a good idea,
Liz agreed.
You're acting very strange, and it seems like you've jumped in magical ability. Again.
To be sure.
So, are you going to explain it?
I will. Look, go have a seat in the front room. I'll go find the others, and we can discuss everything. It's going to take some explaining.
Okay, if you say so.
Liz looked confused, but curious.
Do you want me to?
Yo began, pointing into the house with his thumb. No, I'll find the others. You go and sit with Liz. Keep her company. And no spoilers, okay? Yo smiled at her.
Of course, Amanda-san,
he said, and followed Liz into the living room. Gentle Water was standing close to Sabine. He had the beginnings of a smile creeping into the corners of his mouth, as he watched the little back and forth between them.
It's good to have you back, graceful phoenix,
he said softly and quietly, stepping up to her. Amanda took him in her arms and hugged him. It's good to be back and to finally end this deception. Although, I wonder if they'll believe it when I tell them what happened.
You have me and others to back up your story.
I know. Can you look after Sabine? Maybe get her settled in a room or something while I find the others. Gentle Water bowed his head briefly and smiled.
Of course, graceful phoenix. I see who else I find, too.
Sure. Amanda looked over at Sabine, who was standing, looking slightly awkward, wondering what to do. Are you okay? I'm good, thanks, she said. She had a languid southern drawl to her voice that Amanda found appealing. Gentle Water will get you settled, so he will. If you'd like, you can sit on in the little meeting we're having in a few minutes as well, or you can just get some rest in your room if you prefer. We'll get some clothes sorted for you too. Sounds great. Sabine smiled as Gentle Water stepped up to her and guided her towards the stairs. Amanda watched them for a moment before returning her focus to the task at hand. She had no idea where Howie might be, but she knew that Sean, Vanessa, and Matt would be in the basement in Sean's office. Walking down the steps, she entered the basement, which doubled as a garage, complete with her custom Fireblade motorbike. Wow, it had been a long time since she'd ridden that. She walked past it, running her fingers over the leather seat, wanting desperately to just jump on it and go screaming along the highways. Not now, though, she thought to herself. She'd have time for that later. Looking at the far wall, she could see movement on the other side of the frosted glass doors. Walking over, she opened them and went inside. Sean stood behind Vanessa, who was in her usual seat, tapping away at something on her keyboard, while Matt, the newest member of Sean's team, having been here for just one day, sat relaxed in his seat with a sleek, high-tech headset on. The device was glowing with Essentia. He seemed oblivious to her arrival, but Sean and Vanessa both looked up at her and smiled. Sean's fanged, Nosferatu vampire grin looked as freaky as ever. "Good afternoon, Amanda," Sean greeted her. Vanessa nodded from her seat before returning to her work. "I trust you dealt with Nymeria." "We did, yes. In fact, I have someone I'd like you to do a quick bit of research on. We saved a Magus from captivity at Nymera's place. She goes by the name of Sabine, or sometimes Voodoo. Can you do a quick check on her? Make sure she's Arcadian and trustworthy." "Sure thing. Do you know anything else about her?" "She says she was training to become an Arcanum agent until her epiphany, and then Victoria placed her into a coven in New Orleans before it was destroyed by Nymera." "Okay, great," Sean said as he tapped away on his tablet, taking notes as she spoke. Amanda glanced back at Matt, who was still oblivious to her presence with his Essentia-filled VR headset on. "How's he settling in?" she asked. "He's fine. He was a little unsure at first, but we installed his VR rig last night, and he's been testing it ever since. I think he'll be a useful addition to the team. He's made something of a name for himself in the D-Web, which neither of us have ventured into," he said, waving at Vanessa and himself. "Sounds good," Amanda confirmed, looking back at Matt. He'd unwittingly been a part of her life from the very beginning, she thought. He'd helped her mother, Sophia, deliver her on the island of Tourette over 20 years ago after he left college. That had been his first experience with magic, and it had profoundly impacted him to the point that he eventually left his job and his life behind to research it and find out more. "Can we pull him out of there?" she asked. "We could," Sean said, "but it wouldn't be pleasant for him. Why do you ask?" "I need you all upstairs for a meeting. I have a few things I want to discuss with you."
I see. Well, we can either send him a message, or one of us can go in and find him. It's not a mundane VR rig. It's a magical one he got from someone on the D-Web, which gives him full immersion. It can be jarring and sometimes painful to just pull the headset off. Let me send him a message. He'll be out in a few.
Actually, no, don't do that, Amanda said, looking up at Sean. You said one of us could go in there after him.
Certainly. We have another one of these magical rigs here. We've just never used it,
he said, waving at a mass of wires hooked up to a strange device on the desk that was also infused with essentia. I've never been into VR, Amanda admitted.
You want to go in?
Sean asked. Yeah, why not? It'll be fun. How do I find him?
Once you're in, you can run a user search and hyperlink to his area,
Sean said as Amanda sat in the seat next to Matt. All right, I'll try not to be too long. So, do I just put this on? She asked, lifting the headset up.
That's right. And once it's on, I'll log you in. Just let the magic in the device do its thing. Don't resist it.
Okay, Amanda said and lifted the headset onto her head. The device automatically adjusted to her size and hugged her head and ears softly. It was pitch dark inside, apart from a single word, slowly pulsating green that read, "Stand by."
I'm logging you in now,
Sean called out. There was a beep, and suddenly the essentia in the device washed through her as the magic it contained reached into her mind. She had a feeling of dislocation and dizziness for a moment as the feel of the chair she was sitting in faded away and she could no longer hear or sense Sean or the room she'd been in. Instead, she was rushing through strange nothingness filled with glowing code until she suddenly stopped and realized she was standing on something. Looking around, the code was gone, leaving her standing in an utterly featureless darkness, but she could see herself quite clearly. Her body was evenly lit and naked. What the? She said to herself, looking around into the pitch blackness.
Welcome,
said a disembodied female-sounding voice.
Please choose your avatar.
As the voice finished speaking, a mirror image of herself materialized before her. It was slightly disconcerting. So, what do I do? She asked, hoping the voice would help her out.
Choose your avatar. Your rig has a full neural interface, so you may adjust your appearance and outfit just by thinking about it. Or if you prefer, I can bring up the manual controls.
Sure, bring up the controls. That'd be grand. Let's see what this does. Before her, and slightly off to one side, a holographic display of sliders and buttons appeared, each one labeled with the attribute it controlled. She scanned down the list, which included hair length, hair color, hairstyle, and then found the controls for her body. She moved her finger to one for hair length and adjusted the slider, moving it slightly to the right. Her hair steadily lengthened. Whoa, that's cool, she said, smiling. Wow, I could have some fun with this. Scanning down the list, she spotted breast size, with sliders for more detailed control of that part of her body. She laughed. Of course. Scanning the controls, she wondered if, yep, there was a control for gender. She had, in fact, transformed herself with magic into a man in real life a few times, usually for undercover work. She knew how that felt, and had no desire to try it again here. Looking back at her reflection, Amanda decided she was quite happy looking like her usual self. Besides, she wanted Matt to recognize her, but she'd need new clothes of some kind. At the top of the control panel, she noticed another tab for clothing and tapped it. She saw a whole range of presets, from sci-fi power armor to suits of medieval full-plate armor. There was everything from bikinis to cocktail dresses, and so much more in between. She clicked on a few of them to try them out and found that she could then adjust them from their base form, but she wasn't thrilled with the options. On the right of the console, she noticed there was an option for a custom outfit. She clicked it and saw she could insert a mental image into the web. She thought about what she wanted to wear, running through a few ideas in her head. After a moment, she settled on one. Focusing on getting a crystal clear image of it in her mind's eye, Amanda tapped the button that would read her mental image and closed her eyes in the hope that it worked. A second later, it felt like she was wearing something, so she opened her eyes and smiled. She now wore her sheer red dress and shoes that Maria had given her for the ball. She'd worn the outfit a few times and loved it, but there seemed to be so few opportunities to wear it. This seemed like the perfect opportunity to get some more use of it, even if it was just a virtual copy. Plus, given that this place sounded like it was not too far from the world of the Matrix, she liked the idea of being the woman in the red dress. The reference to one of her favorite films amused her, and she wondered who else would get it. She twisted around on the spot to make sure it looked good from all angles, and then added a floating effect to the skirt, causing it to flare out around her, trailing mist and digital red fire. She smiled to herself and clicked Finish at the bottom of the control display. The display faded from view, and a glowing white door appeared. She approached it and stepped through into an open-air plaza filled with people going about their business. Further away, beyond a railing at the edge of the platform, a city stretched off into the distance. But this was no ordinary city. It was a strange, fantastical one that reminded Amanda of some kind of futuristic sprawl, like a bright cyberpunk city. Buildings were stacked on top of one another in a somewhat haphazard way, linked to each other via large catwalks and platforms filled with people. "Wow!" she exclaimed under her breath. All around her were people, most of them human-looking, usually with outlandish costumes, or taking on the appearance of someone from popular culture. She'd already seen Lara Croft, Batman, and Conan the Barbarian. Some of the avatars weren't even human. Several were flying around or floating a foot above the ground. It was like some crazy cosplay city on steroids. Was that Gandalf? Reaching the railing, she spent a little time just looking out over the crazy-looking city above and below her. There were clubs and bars and costume shops. Weapon shops and massage parlors mixed in between cafes and sports emporiums. It was incredible. For a little while, she lost herself, looking around at all the sights and spectacles that surrounded her until she saw a woman stop and a holographic display open before her. She tapped a button on it and suddenly disappeared. Maybe that was hyperlinking, she thought. She needed to find Matt. After all, that's why she was here. For a moment, she wondered how she would get that control panel to appear, but figured it was probably in the same way that changing her appearance had worked moments ago. She focused and willed the display into existence, and sure enough, just like magic, the screen appeared. There were more options now, including a stats list, an item list, an experience counter, but there was also a search function. She concentrated again, and the name Matt Walker appeared in the box. She hit search, but nothing came back. Strange, she thought, only for it to dawn on her that he wouldn't be online under his given name. He'd be using his online name, which was Edge. She entered it, and sure enough, he popped up, as well as countless variations on the same name. Feeling sure she knew which one Matt was, she tapped the name, and a window opened with some information and a few options, one of which was hyperlink to area. Amanda tapped it. The scene around her shifted, and she found herself standing in another dark space like the one she'd first appeared in. A single phrase hung in the air before her. Join lobby. Beneath it were the words, yes and no. Amanda tapped yes, and the scene shifted again. It looked like she was standing outside on some kind of old, disused Air Force base, complete with a crashed, burning plane. All around her were people, either standing talking to each other, running about, or picking up guns and shooting them. The bullets seemed to pass harmlessly through the other people, though. "Bloody hell, what is this?" she whispered, looking around at the faces of the others, trying to spot Matt. As she scanned the area, some of those closest to her turned to look at the new arrival. Several of them wrinkled their noses at her as they looked her up and down. She had to admit, she stood out like a sore thumb. Everyone was wearing either practical or military clothing. For the moment, though, she ignored them and continued to hunt for Matt. On her second scan through the faces around her, she spotted him. He was dressed in dark camouflage gear and held a rifle, which he was looking at and checking over. Amanda smiled and walked over. "Matt, here you are." Matt looked up, clearly surprised to see her. "Amanda, what are you?" "I came to find you in the basement. We have a meeting, but you were online." "Oh, yeah, sorry. Did I miss anything?" "No, not yet. Can you log off?" Yeah, I can. I just joined this lobby, though, and if I leave now, I'll be penalized." "Oh, right. What lobby is this?" "It's a game, kind of like a battle royale, King of the Hill type of thing. It's based on some popular Riven games. The guys that created this one called it Hard Target." "Hard Target? That's right. And you're about to play it?" Matt raised his eyebrows and smiled at her. "So are you." "Excuse me?" "You're in the lobby for the game. We'll be starting in a few minutes." "Oh, shite. I had no idea." "Didn't it warn you that you were joining a lobby?" "Well, yes," Amanda admitted, "but I didn't really know what that meant." "Yeah, it means you're joining a game or a world like this one." "Is it a long game?" she asked, curious as to just what she'd gotten herself into. "No, not really. Usually there's somewhere between 5 and 20 minutes. You're new to the game, though, so I doubt we'll last long." "Thanks for the vote of confidence, Matt," Amanda said, making sure there was some sass in her voice. "What? Oh, sorry. Just telling you how it is." "Yeah, I get that. Feck it, why not? Let's do this. I think I need to change my outfit, though. Not sure this dress is the most practical thing." Somewhere in the Middle East. Between them, the group managed to open one of the enormous wooden doors. Its iron hinges creaked and squealed as it pivoted slowly on the spot. Opening it as far as they could, Kennedy looked to see what was on the other side and saw only darkness. Shining his torch into the inky black, he saw a broad set of stairs descending into the earth. They looked a little worn, but would still be fairly easy to walk down. His teammates were beside him, following his gaze. He had to admit, this was a little unexpected. He'd been excavating ruins and tombs for years, but he'd never seen anything like this before.
So, what do we do?"
Lilia asked. Bryn started down the steps before turning and looking back up at them.
"We go down."
"Are you sure that's wise?"
Lilia asked. She seemed scared, and Kennedy couldn't really blame her for it. This was more than a little bizarre, to say the least. But even if the find was unprecedented, it was still just another tomb.
"Not scared of the dark, are you?"
Sandy asked, following Bryn. Kennedy raised an eyebrow at his friend. That was a little harsh, he thought, but understandable.
"No, it's just we don't know what's down there."
Lily explained. Kennedy looked over at her. "There's only one way to find out, though, isn't there?" he asked, making sure to appear confident before the young graduate.
I guess,
she said. "We're here to do a job, and exploration is a part of that job. Come on, it's just a tomb like all the others. Everything down here is dead," he explained, trying to assuage her fears.
That isn't helping matters,
Lilia protested. Chapter 5. Hard Target, the Dark Web.
True, it's not the best outfit for a game like this, but I do like the dress. Looks good on you.
Thanks, Amanda smiled.
Is it a Matrix reference?
Amanda winked at him.
Thought so.
He answered with a nod and a smile.
All right, bring up your control panel. It'll give you some basic clothing options for the game. Everything else you can pick up during the session itself or get as rewards.
Right, Amanda answered, feeling a little overwhelmed, but she wanted to see what this game was all about, so she concentrated and brought up her control panel. The holographic display hovered before her. It looked different and had the Hard Target logo at the top. There were various options, including one called Appearance. She clicked into it and then into Wearables and saw a range of outfits. There were combat boots, cargo pants, slacks, sneakers, tank tops, jackets, and more. Looking around, she saw others wearing some of these, as well as players wearing items that didn't appear in the list before her. They were probably gained through gameplay. She scrolled back up and picked out some black cargo pants, boots, and a gray vest, and then clicked Apply. Immediately, her clothing flickered, and she was suddenly wearing the items she picked out.
That's better,
Matt said. Thanks, Amanda answered. So, where do I get a gun?
What, like this?
Matt asked, holding up his weapon.
Well, they're all around the lobby, but they're just here to practice with. You don't take them into the game with you. You have to find and pick up your weapons during a match.
Oh, I see. So the aim of the game is to kill everyone else?
Basically. I've registered us as a duo, so we'll be in a game against other duos, okay?
Sure, no bother. You know this game better than me. I'll follow your lead, she said when a timer suddenly appeared in her vision, counting down from 5.
Okay, here we go,
Matt said. 2 seconds later, the scene shifted, and she found herself sitting on a bench, on board what could only be some kind of aircraft. A cargo plane, perhaps. Whatever it was noisy. Matt was next to her, and there must have been over 100 others in the plane with them. The plane bumped through some turbulence that made the backpack she noticed she was wearing jump about on her back. Everyone here had one, and she could see the ripcord hanging from the left strap. It was a parachute. We're going to jump out of here, Amanda asked Matt, a little incredulous. Matt nodded. He was focused on looking out the window behind them, as were most of the other players. She looked out as well to see they were just starting to approach the coast of a large island.
We got a noob.
Amanda looked over to see one of the other players looking at her with a smug grin. He made a gun shape with his hand and pretended to fire it at her. Amanda rolled her eyes. Metal screeched against metal as hydraulics hissed. The ramp at the rear of the plane levered open, while several doors on either side of the main fuselage opened also. Wind ripped through the plane, drowning out all other noise with its roar. They were close to the back of the plane, so she figured Matt would want to jump from the rear ramp. Leaning into her, Matt shouted in her ear to make himself heard.
I'll tell you when it's time to jump.
Amanda nodded and watched him. He was apparently waiting for what he thought was the right time and the right place. As she waited, the plane passed over the edge of the island. and people started to get up and head for the exits, jumping in pairs. After another 30 seconds, Matt grabbed her arm and motioned for her to follow him. She got up and went with him to the rear ramp, where he waited for what she could only assume was the right moment. A few seconds later, Matt pulled on her arm. She took 2 steps and tumbled from the plane. It took her a moment to orientate herself, but she soon spotted Matt off to her left and followed after him. Below them, the vast island could be seen in its entirety, with small villages and towns spread out beneath them. She could see others falling as well. Some of them pulled their chutes early and were making for the edges of the island, while others were heading pretty much straight down, opening their parachutes late to get down as quickly as they could. Matt seemed to be taking the middle ground. She kept an eye on him and noticed that he was waving at her and mimed opening his chute. She grabbed her ripcord and pulled at the same time he did. Her chute unfurled from her backpack and she slowed dramatically. The roar of the wind fell to a stiff breeze rather than the gale it had been. Matt pointed to a collection of houses not too far away and turned towards them. Using the chute's controls, she followed. Before she got too low, she looked around and spotted others landing not too far away at another cluster of buildings. Amanda frowned. They would need to gear up quick. She aimed for a gap between houses and landed smoothly, taking a few steps to slow herself down and come to a stop. She pulled off the backpack and she looked up to see Matt following close behind her. He floated over her head and landed a short distance away. She was impressed with the world that had been created for this game. It was incredibly realistic. If she didn't know she was in a game and just woke up in here, she'd be hard-pressed to know this wasn't real, based on first impressions. She realized that the entire time she'd been in here, she hadn't actually tried to use any magic. She guessed that given these were just images projected into her mind, that her magic wouldn't work in the D-Web, but she tried it anyway, attempting to look into the magical spectrum. But nothing happened.
"Are you all right?" Matt asked.
Yeah, I'm grand. I take it magic doesn't work in here."
"From what I hear, no, it doesn't, but I'm no Magus, so—"
"Well, what you heard is true."
"Awesome,"
Matt answered, seeming a little nervous.
"Look, we need to start looting and find some gear. Otherwise, we're dead."
"Oh, sure. Okay. Where do we go?"
"You check that house. I'll check this one,"
he answered and moved to the house on her right.
"Right you are, young man."
Amanda jogged over to the other one. It was a 2-story box-like building, nothing exciting. She opened the door and moved inside to find an open-plan living space and kitchen. All of it looked like it had seen better days. The paint was peeling, the floor was covered in dirt, and there were bullet holes sprayed all over the walls. No doubt from previous games. Moving further in, she spotted several items on the floor in the kitchen and some more on the table in the living area that looked like they didn't belong. She walked over to find a few boxes of ammunition on the table and a pair of trousers. Amanda raised her eyebrows at the clothing, but didn't pick anything up yet. Looking to her left into the kitchen, she saw a backpack and a coat, but no weaponry. She quickly grabbed the pack and coat, pulling it on over her vest top before placing the backpack on the table and stuffing the ammunition inside. Shouldering it, she saw 2 doors and stairs leading up. She checked through one door and found a small first aid kit in what turned out to be a bathroom. Picking it up, she moved to the other room and opened the door. Inside, she found a pistol on the floor. "Perfect," she said to herself and grabbed it. Pressing the magazine release, she found that it already had a full complement of bullets. and noted that they seemed to be the same type as the ammunition she'd found on the kitchen table. Pleased with her haul so far, she ran up the stairs to find a single large room with boxes and other household items scattered around. Walking around the room, she discovered another gun on the floor. It was an assault rifle and looked like one of the M16 family of guns, although she certainly wasn't an expert. She picked it up and the ammunition that was on the floor beside it, putting the spare bullets into her backpack before ejecting the magazine. The magazine was full, so she pressed it back in, pulling the charging handle, and chambered around. Feeling kitted out, she made her way downstairs, holding the rifle ready. She was partway down when she saw the main door opening. She stopped and aimed, careful to keep her finger off the trigger. After all, she'd hate to accidentally kill her partner. "Matt," she called out, not too loudly. "It's me," he said as he waved his hand through the door, swiftly followed by his head. "Don't shoot." Amanda smiled. "You get anything good?" "Got a shotty," he answered her, holding up a pump-action shotgun. "A few other bits as well. You?" "Yeah, not too bad, actually." She brandished the gun for him to see. "Excellent. Let's go check out the other houses. We'll need to move soon, before the plasma field gets here." "Sorry, the what?" "The plasma. As the game progresses, a circular wall of plasma encircles us and starts to shrink, pushing us all towards one another. The plasma is painful and will kill you if you stay in it too long." "Wow, they thought of everything." "I guess so. You enjoying it?" "So far, though I've not been shot yet, so we'll see." "Yeah, it stings, but it's not too bad." The sound of an engine grew in the distance, getting louder and closer. It brought their conversation to an end as they both heard it. Matt walked to a window. Amanda followed and saw the car, a boxy sedan, pulled up a short distance away. "Think they know we're in here," Amanda whispered. "They might have seen us land, or maybe they're just here to loot. Find some cover. Let's see if they come in." "I thought you said that the plasma would be here soon." "It will, but we have time. We'll have to run or get a vehicle if we can find one." Amanda nodded and looked around the room. There were 2 doors into the building that she could see, and there were a few places she could stand to cover them. She chose to head for the kitchen and ducked behind a wall. Crouching, she readied her weapon. Matt hid behind the side of the sofa, and the room fell silent. She listened and could just make out the sound of voices outside. A minute passed, during which she could hear the occasional movement and voice as the other duo walked around. Moments later, she heard one of them approach the door through which she'd first entered the building. It opened, and there was movement as someone stepped inside. Leaning out, Amanda aimed and squeezed the trigger of her rifle. Matt also fired his shotgun, filling the house with the deafening sound of gunfire. The man staggered and fell as blood, clearly faked by the game, flew off him. "Kill him, and then head outside that way. Let's get the other one," Matt called as he ran to the other door and made his way outside, checking his corners as he went. Amanda rushed over as the man they'd shot got to his hands and knees and started to crawl out of the building. She aimed at him and fired once more. The man dropped to the floor and stopped moving. After another couple of seconds, the body disappeared, leaving behind a small pile of items, including the weapons, ammunition, and another first aid kit. Amanda crouched and picked up the ammo that was compatible with her own guns and the healing items, placing them into the pack she wore, before shouldering her weapon once more and moving through the door, checking all around for the other team member. She was between the 2 houses, and as she looked left, towards the road out front, she saw Matt pass by the alleyway. He nodded at her. Amanda nodded back and moved right, to the back of the buildings. With her gun up and ready, she reached the end of the house and checked both directions. It was clear, so she stepped out. Something moved out of the rear of the other house to her left. Spinning, she fired at it, knowing it wasn't Matt. Her first few shots were wide off their mark, but Amanda pressed in towards the man as he ducked and tried to run for cover. Getting closer, she adjusted her aim and finally caught him in the flank. The man spun like a top and fell to the ground. This one died with the first shots, disappearing after a couple of seconds just as Matt ran out to the back of the house. "Awesome, you got him," he said. "I'm not bad with a gun, don't you know?" "I can see that. You want first dibs?" Matt asked, waving at the pile of loot. "No, you go for it." Amanda looked around. Far beyond the house she had looted, she spotted a strange-looking wall of rippling orange energy, moving ever closer to them over the hills. "That's the plasma," Matt explained. "I figured. Looks like we need to get out of here." Looking around, she saw more houses dotted around the landscape. "Want to jump in the car out front?" Matt asked. Amanda smiled. "I have a better idea," she answered, spotting another vehicle. Matt followed her gaze and then looked back at her. "You sure?" "Of course." Adjusting the strap on her rifle, she slung the gun onto her back as she walked between the houses towards a waiting motorbike. She could see the keys already in the ignition and was looking forward to riding it. It had been a long time since she'd ridden her old Fireblade. She had a hoverbike on the Arcady, a sleek, futuristic-looking machine she used off-world, but there was something about a petrol-powered crotch rocket that just thrilled her. She mounted it and turned the key, starting the machine up easily, making it purr beneath her. "Oh yeah, that's the stuff," she muttered. Matt walked over, admiring the bike. "You look good on that," he said. "Thanks," she answered brightly. "Get on. That plasma is getting closer." "Sure thing." He swung his leg over the machine and wrapped his arm around her body as he pulled out an Uzi 9mm. "Did you just loot that from that guy back there?" "Sure did," he answered, cocking the weapon. "Tasty." Gunning the engine, she pulled away with a wheel spin that kicked up a nice fantail of dirt behind them. "Which way?" Amanda asked. "Doesn't matter. Just keep away from the plasma," he answered. Amanda nodded and rode through the countryside, bouncing over hills and dodging through small thickets of trees and bushes. This was fun, Amanda decided. She didn't have to abide by any rules of the road and could go wherever she liked. She couldn't resist taking a couple of jumps as she went, although the noises Matt was making behind her suggested he wasn't as keen. She could hear the rapid-fire popping of gunfire in the distance as they went, and as they passed by one of the larger groups of trees, bullets came screaming out, missing them by inches. Matt gripped her tighter. She could feel him tense up and move about behind her. "What's up?" she asked. "We've got company. There's a car on our tail." Glancing in her mirror, it took a few seconds for it to come into view as the car pulled in behind them. Dodging around a few rocks, she looked again and saw one of the team members in the vehicle lean out the window. Matt fired on them, while the man leaning out of the car did the same. The shots went wide, the movement of the bike and the car making it nearly impossible for either to hit their target. Amanda weaved the bike back and forth, doing her best to keep from getting hit. She wished she had her magic in here. It would make things so much easier, but then that wouldn't exactly be fair to the other players. She laughed at herself. She was starting to take this so seriously. It was so realistic, though. It was hard not to get caught up in the adventure of it. "Amanda!" Matt called. She looked in the mirror just in time to see the car right on their tail a second before it hit their back wheel. The bike bucked and she lost control. It hit a pothole and was launched into the air, sending Amanda and Matt flying. "Ah, shite," Amanda cursed. Somewhere in the Middle East. Kennedy reached the bottom of the steps and looked up. Lilia wasn't too far behind, silhouetted by a faint glow from beyond the top of the stairs. Those stairs felt like they had been going down forever in the darkness. They were easily a few hundred feet beneath the surface of the earth now, and the temperature was cool but steady. "I'm coming. Just hold on a moment," Lilia said. The monotony of taking step after step seemed to have taken the edge off her trepidation. Kennedy looked around at the room he was in. It was circular with a domed roof that he swept his torchlight over, picking out the remains of murals on the walls and the intricate carvings that covered every surface. Nothing had lived down here in hundreds, if not thousands of years, and he felt sure they were the first ones down here since it had been sealed off. Even if the tomb stopped now, what they had seen and found would take ages to catalog. This find had already been amazing, but it didn't look like it was ending anytime soon. Across the room, Sandy and Bryn stood in a large arched doorway that opened into some kind of space beyond. The pair of them stood shock-still, saying nothing. "Find anything?" Kennedy asked. "Yeah, just get over here," Sandy ordered, her voice halting and breathy as if she were worried she would be heard by someone else. "Sure, what have you found?" he asked as Lilia reached the room and looked around in awe. Kennedy guided her over to where the other two were standing and stopped. Outside this door was a vast cavern that stretched off into hazy darkness. There was a curious ambient light in there that was dim, to the point of not existing at all, but the tiny amount of light that it did create allowed Kennedy to pick out endless buildings stretching off into the distance. It was a city, a vast, underground city that must have sat here untouched for millennia. Most of the stone buildings were small, boxy affairs, houses probably for the people who had lived here, while off in the distance, larger structures reached up above the surrounding houses, some of them incredibly ornate and covered in carvings that decorated their spires. "This is incredible," Kennedy said, his voice a reverential whisper.
Chapter 6.
Telling the Tale, The Dark Web. Amanda landed on the ground with a crunch and rolled like a rag doll before coming to a stop. She looked up as the car that had hit them sped past and skidded to a halt. The fall had hurt, but not as much as it would have in real life, and the pain didn't last. It was fleeting, and she couldn't feel any lasting effects from it. Matt ran for the cover of a couple of nearby trees and the bike that had crashed into the trunk of one of them. Gunfire sounded from behind her as she sprinted towards her teammate. Bullets tore up the ground around her and then suddenly caught her in the shoulder moments before she would have ducked into cover. The hit from the virtual bullet was painful, a little worse than a hit from a paintball gun, but nowhere near as bad as it would have been in real life. The force of the hit knocked her forward onto the ground at Matt's feet. She tried to stand, but found she couldn't. The pain had already faded, and she felt fine. The game was forcing her to crawl. She noticed that her health bar had appeared in her vision, and it was down to a tiny amount and colored a dull red. As far as the game was concerned, she was nearly dead. "Come here," Matt said. "I'll heal you up." Amanda moved closer to Matt, who crouched down and pulled a first aid kit from his pack and touched her with it. A timer graphic popped up in her vision, showing her that Matt was healing her. The guys from the car fired again, their bullets hitting the bike with loud metallic pings. A few more shots slammed into the tree with a dull thud and the sound of splintering wood. Seconds later, the timer hit 0, and she felt the artificial restrictions on her movement disappear. She was healed and free to move about as she liked, but her health was still low. More gunfire slammed into their cover. Amanda ducked as Matt leaned out and fired back. Readying her gun, Amanda shifted into a better position. Popping up, she fired back. She hit the car the other team was using as cover, but that was all. "Any plans?" Amanda asked Matt. "We need to spread out. One of us needs to flank them so we can create a crossfire." "Sounds good," she replied. This was his game, so she wanted to follow his lead. It wasn't anything like real life anyway, so she wondered if her combat experience would be of any practical use at all. Looking around, they were in a small copse of 4 trees that stood separate from a nearby forest off to their left. It would be risky, but if she could make it to the tree line, she'd have some great cover and would be able to get another angle on the players who were attacking them. "I'm going to make a run for the forest," Amanda said. Matt looked at her and then the tree line, no doubt seeing the broad area of open ground between here and there. "All right," he said. "I'll give you some covering fire." He shifted position, getting ready to shoot. "Tell me when." Amanda crouched, picked out her route, and waited for a break in gunfire. When it came, she launched herself from cover and yelled at Matt. "Now!" Focused only on reaching the far tree line, she sprinted hard. Gunfire sounded from both Matt and the car as she ran. She heard the twip of bullets whipping past her and saw the small explosions of dirt as they buried themselves in the ground all around her. She continued to pump her legs as fast as they would go, focusing only on reaching those trees. The meters between her and the first trunks fell away as she ran, until finally, unbelievably, she sprinted into the trees where she skidded to a halt and scrambled to the closest one, ducking behind it. Bullets slammed into the tree from the men at the car with thuds that she could almost feel through the trunk. "Ah, feck you," she gasped, almost laughing. Movement in the bushes up ahead, deeper into the wood, drew her eyes, followed by a brief flash of yellow-orange light in the shadows and then darkness. For a moment there was nothing, only complete blackness. No feeling, no sight, no sound, nothing. And then the world around her exploded with color and noise as she found herself standing in what looked like a bar. "What the feck?" she cursed. It was a large, open-plan space with maybe 50 people all dressed in clothing similar to what she'd seen in the game. Some were standing alone, others were in small groups, and most of them stood watching one of many video screens hanging from the ceiling. Looking up, she saw one directly in front of her. She recognized the view on it right away. She was watching Matt as if the camera was a few meters behind him. He was looking over to where she disappeared into the trees, and he tried to spot her. He suddenly took fire from the tree line as well. "Ah, shite. I died, didn't I?" She asked no one, knowing the answer. Matt ducked back, cursing to himself, although with the music and talking in the bar, it was difficult to make out what he was saying. As she watched, a waiter walked up to her. She glanced over at him. "Tough luck. Maybe you'll do better next time. Can I get you a drink, miss?" No, I'm good, thanks," she said. As fun as this all was, she would be leaving as soon as Matt was out of the game. It had been fun, though, and something very different from what she'd ever done before. Going in there and going through that scenario without the use of her magic had been fascinating. She doubted she'd have much time for it, though. She had so many other things she needed to focus on right now. As she watched, Matt tried to fight back, popping out to let off another burst of gunfire at his enemies, only to be hit by return fire from the team in the woods. He fell, dropping out from behind the tree before pulling himself up into a crouch to retreat to his cover once more. But he was spotted by one of the other players and shot again. The screen went black and switched to another player. Moments later, Matt appeared beside her. "Damn it," he said. "Hey, well done. You did well," Amanda countered. "Nah, I could have done better." "Well, I probably dragged you down, to be fair. That was a whole new experience for me." No, you didn't drag me down. No way." He smiled at her. "So, did you enjoy it?" "I did, to be sure. It was fun. Nothing like real life, of course. But you know, fun." "Yeah, it's very popular right now. I've not won one yet, though. Maybe one day. If you keep practicing, I'm sure you will." Matt smiled at her compliment. "But if it's okay with you," Amanda continued, "I'd quite like to get out of here now. We've kept people waiting long enough." "Of course. Sorry," he said, and called up the small holographic control panel. "I'll log us out of the game." A second later, the scene around them changed, and they were standing outside again on one of the walkways in the strange futuristic city. "Okay, we're out of the game. You can log off at any time." "Great. How do I do that?" she asked. "Call up your display and click the button," he said. Amanda did as he instructed and called up her own display. She spotted the log off button in the bottom right of the panel and clicked it. The scene around her immediately dissolved from view, and she was back in the chair in her basement once more. Amanda reached up and lifted the helmet off her head. "Whoa, that was crazy." "You were a little longer than I thought you might be," Sean said. "Matt got me involved in a game of hard target," she explained. "It was fun." "Children," he muttered, rolling his eyes. "Well, I did the search you asked for, and I spoke with Victoria. She vouched for Voodoo, whose full name is Sabine LeClaire, by the way. The Arcanum also sent word that she's totally trustworthy." "Excellent, thank you." Amanda smiled and turned to Matt. He looked younger in the VR environment. She winked at him, and he smiled at her. "Thanks," Amanda said. "That was fun. Fancy joining me in a game again someday." "I don't see why not," she answered, climbing out of the chair. "But right now, I need to ask you all to come upstairs." "About time," Sean said. "Don't be a grumpy Gus," Amanda commented. "It was worthwhile research. Besides, we weren't in there long." Sean shrugged. She noticed Vanessa elbow him in the ribs gently and give him a look. It was a friendly jab, and Sean was being a little melodramatic about it all. Amanda led them upstairs and wandered back into her front room to find it full of people. In addition to Sean, Vanessa, and Matt, who she walked in with, Liz, Howie, Gentlewater, Maria, Sabine, Zane, Orion, Stephen Loomis, Israel Roth, Maya, Trevelyan, Raven, Yo, and Royston were all there. "Oh, wow," Amanda exclaimed. "I wasn't expecting so many of you," she said, smiling at them all. She noticed that Maria and Sabine were sitting next to each other, talking. Had they known each other before today, she wondered. "Wouldn't miss it for the world," Trevelyan said. "I'm just curious to know what this is all about," Zane said.
"We're here to back you up,"
Gentlewater added. "Okay, well, thank you all for coming," she said.
After what you went through these past few days, if there's any way to help, we will,"
Zane said. Amanda smiled. To him, Orion, Stephen, Liz, and a few others, she had been rescued from the clutches of the Magi Legion only yesterday. They had no idea what she had actually been put through, and how long ago it felt to her since she'd been able to see everyone and speak openly with them. "I just want to say, and I know this will make no sense to you for a little while, at least, but bear with me. I just want to say that it's wonderful to see you all again." She saw a few of those in the know smile back at her, while those with no idea seemed confused. Most everyone had gathered to one side of the room, and there was an empty chair just behind her. She perched herself on the arm of it and wondered how best to tell this story. In the end, she decided not to preface it with any kind of explanation and just to start at the beginning. She began by telling them about when Trevelyan had arrived at her door with a new mission to go to the atoll, before she began to relate the events of her meeting with the Weaver and her travel through time. She hadn't gone too far into it before Liz spoke up.
Is this real? Sorry, but what I mean to say is, you actually went back in time.
Amanda nodded. It is. And there are a few people here who can vouch for me because I met some of them centuries ago. Liz looked up. Several of the Magi around the room were nodding.
"It's true," Israel said. "I've known Amanda, well, this Amanda, the older one, for hundreds of years now. But she'll get to that part, I'm sure."
Amanda smiled. "I will."
"Okay, sorry to interrupt,"
Liz said.
"It's just, well, it's incredible."
"How do you think I felt?" Amanda said with a smile. "I've had to live through it, not knowing if I'd ever see any of you again. I have to say, I had some really dark moments in those first few years." Amanda carried on and related the tale of meeting Yasmin and then Israel and others. She didn't tell them everything and glossed over some of the more tedious or personal parts, but she didn't hold much else back. When the tale involved one of the Magi in attendance, they interjected details of their own, embellishing Amanda's telling of it or clarifying her points. Liz, Howie, Sean, and the others who hadn't known were stunned into silence, their expressions of surprise growing with each detail. She eventually worked through to the more modern part of the story and told them of the time she'd crossed some of their paths, before finally reaching today and her return to the atoll, where she destroyed the time device and rescued Yo. "And that's it. That brings me to today," she said, looking across the faces of her friends.
"I think I speak for everyone who had no idea when I say, wow."
Zane spoke up.
"That's amazing,"
Howie added.
"I can't believe it,"
she heard Liz mutter to Vanessa, who sympathized. The people who'd been in on the secret were smiling and starting to chat with each other, talking about some of the events that had transpired. The reactions of those to whom this was news were a little different. All of them looked shell-shocked to some degree. Zane, Orion, and Stephen were talking among themselves, shaking their heads in disbelief. Sean sat quietly, thinking. Vanessa and Matt were swapping comments, while others just sat there quietly, letting the story sink in. Amanda hoped none of them would think any worse of her for keeping them in the dark. She hoped that they understood her dilemma and why she'd done what she had. She'd explain this as she told her story, mainly during the parts where the Weaver had told her how she had to be very careful not to start a paradox. Still, she couldn't help but feel a little bad about the secrets that she and her small group of confidants had kept from the others. She chose not to walk over and talk to them. Instead, she turned and looked into the fireplace behind her. They would come and talk to her when they were ready. Well done. Amanda looked up to see her daughter, Maya, standing beside her. Hi, thanks, Amanda answered.
No, I mean it. That can't have been easy. Half of the people in this room had no idea about what had been going on. They didn't know the truth that you had been keeping from them. For their own protection, admittedly, but still, I thought you handled it well.
You think? I was a little worried. I wasn't sure how they would react, but I had to tell them. They had to know.
Of course they did. I wouldn't worry. I think you'll find that they all understand.
I hope so. It was all done with the best of intentions.
We know that, Mandy,
Liz said, stepping up to her.
It's a shock, for sure, but you did what you had to do. There's no shame in that, and as soon as you were able, you told us the truth.
I couldn't not.
And for that, we're grateful,
she said. Amanda stood and pulled Liz into an embrace, hugging her close before pulling away. Thank you, Amanda said.
I knew something had changed, though, the way you took the fight to Nymera. You were never capable of that before. I mean, when you were younger.
Amanda smiled. I wondered if you might notice.
Yeah, I noticed, Liz said. So, when do we get to see your ship and this null realm of yours? Also, we need to go for a coffee sometime. I have 1,000 questions to ask you.
Amanda laughed. Of course you do. We'll go tomorrow if you like, but in the meantime, I can take a bunch of you into the null realm right now. I was planning on linking the null realm to the house anyway.
I'd love to see it,
Liz said. Okay, well, I'd best not keep you waiting. Let's see who else wants to come, she said and turned to the room. Maya and Liz parted to allow Amanda to face the small crowd of people again. Thanks for coming. I really appreciate you all being here. For those who have not seen them, I'm taking Liz and whoever else wants to come to my null realm and to my ship. You're all welcome. Just go and stand over there with Liz, she said. Liz nodded and moved over to one side of the room. Howie, Matt, Vanessa, Sean, Zane, Orion, Stephen, Yo, and Sabine all walked over, with Maya and Maria joining them, even though they had both been there before. Royston, Israel, and Trevelyan approached her and embraced her in turn.
Thanks for having me, Trevelyan said. I'll leave you to your guided tour.
Thanks, and my pleasure.
Good to see you again, Royston said. Glad the deception is finally over.
Me too. I'm pleased you came.
Wouldn't have missed it for the world, but I have to get back.
Amanda nodded with a warm smile.
It's been a pleasure, Israel said. I hope the future is a bright one.
Great to see you again, Amanda said.
I'll no doubt be in touch, Israel added.
You need to start thinking about the future and how this will play out with the Council, Trevelyan suggested. It's really only been a day since you escaped the Magi Legion, and I don't see them leaving that issue to die anytime soon. They will still be of the opinion that you are in league with Yasmin. We have a council meeting coming up soon, so you might want to be there. The Legion will be, and they will, no doubt, bring it up then. Even though you told them not to, Royston asked. That won't stop them. They'll see it as an opportunity to undermine me and relieve me of my position on the council.
Let me know when the meeting is, and I'll be there, Amanda said.
I'll do that, Trevelyan said.
As the three men walked off, she noticed Gentle Water and Raven sitting on the sofa, talking. You two staying here? She asked, walking over to them.
Yeah,
Raven said.
It'll get too crowded otherwise.
Gentle Water nodded. Okay, see you later, she said and walked over to the others who were standing in a group close to the doorway leading into the hall. Okay, follow me, she said and led the group up the first flight of stairs. At the top, there was a small landing, and you could turn either left or right towards the bedrooms or the next flight of stairs up. In front of her was a wall, and this is where she wanted to put the portal to the Null Realm. Amanda concentrated and pulled a sentia to her. She enforced her will on reality and conjured a door from the ether before linking it to her Null Realm. It was the work of a few seconds before the magic faded, leaving a brand new physical door set into the wall. Here we are, she said and opened the door, working her magic once more to open the portal. Maya led the way, the portal flaring to life in Amanda's etheric sight as Maya walked through. As each person crossed the threshold, the magic in the Null Realm registered that person as an authorized visitor. From now on, each of them would be allowed through the portal to her Null Realm, unless she changed it again, of course. Amanda followed the last two, Maria and Sabine, through, closing the door behind her. The group stood clustered in the center of the rectangular room, admiring the leather chairs or the Da Vinci sketches on the wall. This is the lobby, and if you'll follow me through here, she said, walking to one of the doors off the lobby and opening it. This is the main part of the Null Realm. I call it Innisfell. Innisfell? Matt asked. As in, the poetic name for Ireland. That's right. You know your history. Matt smiled and walked through into the cottage on the other side. As she followed everyone in, she heard a yelp from further in and realized she hadn't warned anyone about her familiar. She pushed through towards the front, and sure enough, Liz was backing off from her huge, saber-toothed cat, which was relaxing before the fire. He'd looked up to see what was going on, scaring Liz, Stephen, Howie, and Vanessa. It's okay. This is Samhain. He's my familiar. He won't hurt you. He's quite intelligent, she explained. Aren't you, Sam? She said, her voice taking on a slight sing-song quality. She did it on purpose because she knew that Sam hated being talked to like a pet, and she enjoyed needling him about it. She put her hand on the cat's head and ruffled his fur. Sam merely looked at her and cocked his head to one side. Don't look at me like that. These people have come to meet you. Sam looked over at them and then back at Amanda and sighed. Sam didn't talk, as Amanda had always thought that it would just be a little too strange for the cat to speak. But she had gifted him with a degree of intelligence that allowed him to understand anyone when they talked to him. He slumped back down to the floor so he could continue to enjoy the warmth of the fire, which burnt eternally in the fireplace.
So, he's safe to pet?
Liz asked. Oh yeah, to be sure. He'll just walk off if he doesn't like it. Liz approached the huge cat and started to gently stroke him. And for the time being, at least, Sam stayed where he was. Amanda nodded. Well, he seems to like you. Liz smiled at Amanda before returning her attention to Sam. Is that real out there? Matt asked from across the room. Amanda looked over to see him standing by a window, pointing to the landscape beyond. It is, she said. Head outside and have a look. You mean, Matt said, pointing to the nearby door. Amanda nodded and smiled. She watched as he walked over and opened the door. Some of the others followed. I'm just popping outside, she told Liz.
I'll be out in a moment,
her apprentice said with a smile. Amanda walked over to the door and followed the others outside into the lush landscape beyond. The cottage sat atop the crest of a rolling, grass-covered hill, similar to several that surrounded it in a verdant countryside, which looked like some kind of heavenly utopia.
She had created Innisfail as a home for herself, somewhere she could spend her time in peace and quiet, somewhere tranquil, away from the stresses of life on Earth, separate from the conflict that her life outside of here was filled with. The large cottage was the main place she called home in this landscape, but she'd built other places out here too. Around them, the grasses blew lazily in the wind, filled with wildflowers that grew on the hills, providing splashes of color in the sea of green. Above them, the brilliant azure sky seemed huge, shot through with the occasional white cloud. It was pleasantly warm and bright, without any hint of a chill in the air. Her friends walked short distances out over the grassy hill. Some of them sat and enjoyed the view, looking at the lake or the mountains off in the distance. When she'd first made it, the landscape had just been these hills, but over the centuries, she'd added to it, creating a diverse range of biomes, including mountains, lakes, rivers, forests, and more.
"This is incredible,"
Howie said, stepping up next to her. "Thanks," she answered him, smiling.
"I can't quite wrap my head around all this."
"I doubt you're the only one, but that's fine. It's a big change."
"Before you, went on your trip, you and me, we had a thing. I mean, that's a long time ago now for you,"
he said, tripping over his words. She smiled. "I remember," she sighed. "And yes, that was a long time ago, but I've been watching my younger self, so, in some ways, it's all very recent."
"So, where does that leave us?"
"I won't pretend that I haven't changed, because I have. I'm still Amanda, of course. I'm still me, but I have over 1,000 years more life experience now. So I'm not the same woman you knew. I still like you, mind, but I'm not going to be getting into any deep and meaningful relationships."
"I see,"
Howie said. A hint of disappointment was in his voice. "Don't worry, we can still see each other," she smiled at him. "I'm not celibate, you know." Howie laughed.
"I didn't think you would be."
she said, laughing. At least she was living up to his expectations. Over the years, she had several relationships, some of them quite intense, such as the one that led to Maya being born. Others had been more casual, and she'd also intentionally had periods of being alone. For now, she preferred to basically be single, but she wasn't adverse to having some friends with benefits either. She'd been seeing Maria pretty consistently over the centuries, but she'd also had a few other relationships as well. Howie was a lovely guy and someone who was quite special to her. Before she traveled in time, her relationship with him had become sexual, and that had been fun, from what she could remember. Time would tell if this change in her would drive him away or not. "Hi," Matt said, stepping over to them. "This is wonderful and all, but I'd love to see the Arcady." Amanda smiled. "I thought you might." Matt was into his computer games, so she wasn't surprised he would be more interested in her spaceship. "Okay, guys, you can stay here if you like, but I'm heading over to the Arcady if you want to come," she called out. Everyone moved. Some were more eager than others, but Maya and Maria hung back, talking between themselves while following the group. Amanda led them back into the cottage and through to the lobby, where she turned and walked towards another door. Stepping through, she walked out onto the main deck of the Arcady. The interior of the craft had wooden decking and modern carpets. Some of the furniture was built in, while the rest was freestanding. It was all long, sweeping lines and curves of white, very clean and modern. It looked like the inside of a high-class luxury yacht with long, cushion-covered seats and drapes hanging at the windows. Her guests took in the decor for a moment, but it was what was outside the windows that really drew their attention. The Arcady was sitting high above the eastern seaboard of America, in a geosynchronous orbit. Below, the enormous glowing blue marble hung in the blackness of space. Amanda had seen it thousands of times, but even now, as accustomed to it as she was, it was still a wonder to behold. She wandered out onto the rear deck and leaned against the railing, watching her friends move about her ship, staring with wide-eyed wonder at the view. Everyone was smiles and happiness. Seeing their reaction to a revelation of what had been truly happening in her life, and how they were already starting to accept it, felt wonderful. She could not have asked for a better reaction from those closest to her. Maria wandered over with a smile. She was as beautiful now as she'd always been, with her long, wavy, chocolate-colored hair, curvy figure, fitted pencil skirt, and blouse. She had a classical beauty to her that Amanda loved.
I think that went well,
Maria said. I was just thinking that, Amanda agreed, smiling the whole time. So, you know Sabine then?
I do. We've been friends for a while. I was surprised to see her at your house, though.
You can blame Nymira for that.
She said she's very grateful, but I think she seems a little lost with her coven being killed like that. Do you have any plans or suggestions for her?
She can stay with me for now.
You sure?
Why not? From what I know of her, looking at her simply from a skills and ability standpoint, she'd be a great addition to the group.
Your coven, you mean?
That too.
You never really set up your own coven, did you?
I think when I was younger, I just figured I was part of the legacy.
That was a long time ago, though.
It was.
What about now? Your years of keeping away from the Magi are at an end, so maybe it's time to actually formally start a coven of your own. I mean, you've never really been keen on joining or leading the legacy, have you?
No, I haven't. It's just never appealed to me. I don't know. I see what you're saying, though. I'll think about it. Maybe now really was the time to actually start her own coven. She'd resisted joining the legacy over the past century, and had also kept to herself for the most part of the last 1,000 years. But she was back. The threat of a paradox was over, and although she was still allied with the legacy, she was quite sure she didn't want to join them or lead them. She did like having people around her, though, such as Liz and Gentle Water. She'd have to think about it. Somewhere in the Middle East. Outside the domed room, steps led down into the city streets below. This time, there wasn't much of a discussion about whether they should go down them. They had already come this far. To turn back now would be unthinkable. So, Kennedy said nothing and continued on, leading the way. He slipped slightly once on one of the steps that had seen better days, but otherwise made it safely down to the subterranean street below. It was darker down here. The curious ambient light seemed to be coming from above them somewhere, but didn't entirely filter down this far. The ground looked like it had been hewn from the rock, like everything else, but was smooth and basically clean, apart from a few pebbles here and there. The thing that freaked Kennedy out the most, though, was the silence. There seemed to be nothing living down here, or nothing big anyway. There was no wind and no ambient sound other than the occasional drip of water. It made everyone move as quietly as they could, picking their steps carefully and speaking in hushed whispers. Moving to one of the closest buildings, Kennedy stepped into the stone structure and shone his light inside. He could see the remains of furniture, ornaments, cooking utensils, and other detritus of life. On the nearby table, something moved. He shone his light at it and saw a bleached white bug about 4 or 5 inches long. He had no idea what it was, but it quickly sprouted wings and flew off into the shadows, buzzing loudly. Kennedy shivered as he stepped back outside. He was not a fan of bugs.
Anything of interest?
Sandy asked.
Plenty, but this is a big city. Let's keep going.
Chapter 7.
Frustration. The Vatican, Rome. Mary stalked back into her office in the Vatican, feeling more frustrated than ever. They had been so close, and yet so far, and once again, her plans had been spoiled by that witch, Amanda. The rumors about what had happened to Amanda on that island were true. Something had happened to her there, although what exactly that was still unclear. Their discovery of the time device was not coincidental. Mary had seen Amanda on the other side of the portal with her own eyes. She had somehow traveled back in time, back into the past to do something. She had no idea what, but she guessed it was something important. According to the team she'd sent through, Amanda had been waiting for them and had attacked them. Mary stopped by the side of her desk and kicked the trash can across the room. Shaking her head, Mary remembered the way Amanda had incapacitated her entire team in seconds and then teleported them back to Italy. Was she more powerful now? She couldn't be sure, but it did seem that way. Mary dropped down into her seat and slammed her fist onto the top of her desk. What was she going to do? How do you stand up to that kind of power?
May I inquire what our next move will be?
Assunta asked. Mary looked up at the two loyal inquisitors who stood in her office. Assunta and Augusto, her most trusted aides. They stood with their hands behind their backs, the image of professionalism. "I don't know," Mary said, almost yelling at them, and feeling annoyed at Assunta for asking the question. "I have no idea. How do you fight power like that? Amanda is a dangerous person and needs to be dealt with, but she seems..."
"She's strong. Stronger than I thought she would be,"
Assunta added.
"Did she seem more powerful to you?"
Mary asked.
"I spent a long time in New York monitoring Amanda for you, and I have seen her necromancy at work. I would agree that she seems stronger than she used to be. Perhaps she has made a new deal with Satan. Perhaps the Lord of Hell has gifted his favorite daughter with more power so that she might fight us more effectively."
"That does seem to be the case,"
Mary said, slumping back into her seat.
"This event, this thing that happened on the atoll with her that we've heard about, the energy that hit her, maybe that was at the ritual,"
Augusto suggested.
"Maybe that is when she summoned Satan and when he gifted her with more powers. The accounts we have of what happened there say she was struck with an energy of some kind, some sort of pure magic, perhaps from hell itself. And the nuclear explosion, maybe she created that to wipe away the evidence,"
Assunta added.
"I wouldn't put it past her," Mary said. "But the problem still remains. How do we deal with her?"
"She's powerful,"
Assunta mused.
"Very powerful,"
Augusto agreed.
"Taking her on directly is out of the question. We saw what comes from that on the atoll."
Assunta continued, thinking back to the fight.
"She could have killed us." "Why didn't she?"
Augusto asked.
"The motives of these witches are often inscrutable. Second-guessing the servants of Satan is a path to hell itself,"
Mary warned.
"Of course, High Inquisitor,"
Augusto said.
"So, we don't attack her. We attack those around her. Hurt those closest to her,"
Assunta confirmed.
"Maybe she'll make a mistake, or if we can take a hostage, we can hold them for ransom."
"No hostages. We destroy those she loves. These other servants of darkness. We break her spirit, and then we break her."
Mary agreed. a hint of a smile returning to her features. She would destroy the witch if it was the last thing she did. Amanda had been a thorn in her side for too long, but there were ways to deal with people like her. Somewhere in the Middle East, Lilia watched Kennedy step out of the house he just investigated and saw the look of disgust on his face. She didn't know what had caused that look, and she didn't care to find out either. This place was creeping her out, but Kennedy was right. They were explorers, and hunting through ruins is what they did. Besides, they were the experienced ones. She had followed Kennedy Rickard's work for a while, reading about him during her time at university. She knew that getting a placement on his team was a huge opportunity for her, and she didn't want to disappoint him. She'd seen Sandy mentioned in the papers that Kennedy had written, so they'd been colleagues for a long time. Bryn was someone she knew less about. Kennedy had introduced her to him back in the UK, and the little research she'd done told her he was more of an explorer and survivalist, someone who knew the local area well, including the volatile political climate. She wondered if he was armed. This was meant to be a simple scouting trip, to catalog some of the damage that the religious group had done to some of the priceless ancient ruins that lay scattered through the desert. The ruins above them on the surface had been the third site they visited this week. Finding this underground city had been something of a surprise, though. She didn't quite know why she was so worried. Sure, it was dark and creepy, but it was also clearly abandoned and had been for a long time. It was also clear that they were the first ones to come down here since it had been sealed up. She knew it was empty, and yet there was still that lingering fear clawing at the edge of her brain. Chapter 8. The Calm, Fornix, Null Realm. Amanda shook her head, clearing a momentary fog from her mind, and looked down at her hands that were resting on the windowsill. It took her a moment to remember where she was. She looked up through the window, out over the rooftops of the buildings surrounding them. There were domes made from gleaming white marble spread out in all directions. Some were a part of the massive building she was inside of, others belonged to the surrounding structures, but they were all beautifully carved from gorgeous white marble, shot through with gold. It was lovely and warm, and the bright sun shone from the clear blue sky. A flock of colorful, exotic birds wheeled through the air, while long, brightly colored flags waved at her as the wind caught them. She was in Fornix, the Null Realm that Maria controlled. Before her travel back in time, she had never heard of Fornix, and as it turned out, that was deliberate on Maria's part. Looking back, she wondered why she'd never questioned where Maria actually lived. She spent some time at the Legacy House and at Amanda's brownstone, but Amanda had known she wasn't at either of those the whole time, and yet she never questioned it. Thinking back, she had just assumed that Maria moved from lover to lover, staying at theirs before returning to her or to the Legacy. But she couldn't have been more wrong. Fornix was a Null Realm dedicated to pleasure and sensation. Those who hadn't been here, or who disagreed with its ethics, saw it as a brothel or something similar. And while sex was certainly a large part of what happened here, it wasn't the only thing. The realm was designed as a safe place for those interested in experiencing life, pleasure, pain, and sensation to come and do so without judgment and with the support of those more experienced. The central city catered to all tastes, from simple sexual gratification of all kinds to yoga, meditation, safe drug use, mind expansion techniques, astral travel, BDSM, as well as rooms dedicated to debate and discussion. Beyond the walls, a wide array of environments were nearby, and all of them were designed for the use of the realm's visitors. There were mountains for base jumping and winter sports, deserts for dune buggy racing, and forests for mountain biking. The realm had passed from one curator to another through the years, and was one of the few realms that had regular visits from Magi who lived outside of the Sol system. Maria had taken control of Fornix after the previous curator had passed the torch to her around 400 years ago. When not visiting the Legacy or Amanda, Maria could often be found here, either indulging herself in what the realm had to offer or dealing with the day-to-day running of the domain. Amanda had been here often over the past few hundred years, spending time with Maria and partaking of what was on offer. The fog that had filled her mind cleared, and she remembered that she had come here with Howie and Sabine. She indulged in a night of passion with them and Maria. It was their third visit in as many weeks since her fight with Nymera. The memories of their sweaty bodies entwined with each other brought a smile to her lips. But why had she suddenly forgotten that? She focused on the strange fog that had clouded her mind for what must surely have been just a moment, but strangely felt like it had lasted much longer. As she concentrated on it, it was like she was fighting to get into a locked box of memories, or as if she were struggling to break into someone's mind to read their thoughts, except this was inside her own head. She closed her eyes and focused on it, to the exclusion of all else, forcing her way into the ball of memories that was resisting her. She pried it open until it couldn't resist her any more and cracked open, spilling its contents back into her mind. They were memories, new ones that she had only just created, and they were strange. She'd been here, in Fornix, having got up from the bed to stretch her legs and taken the view when she'd suddenly found herself transported to somewhere else, somewhere other. She wasn't even sure it was a part of this universe, but that wasn't the strangest thing. No, the most unusual thing was that she'd found herself in a bar run by a robot called Bob. Bob's Bar. As she thought about it, running through those strange memories, she remembered meeting a group of people who all seemed equally as confused as she was, and yet they had all accepted it. Something about that bar had somehow convinced them that everything was normal and that they shouldn't question it. It had worked at the time, but it was only now, with the bar's influence gone, that she realized how odd it had been. She remembered sitting at a table with the others and telling stories. They had all related moments from their past. Tall tales, or what was it the soldier had called them? Sea stories, was it? Tales from the multiverse, perhaps. She focused on the people she'd been sitting with and tried to picture them and remember their names, but it was difficult, as if their names kept slipping through her fingers. Tantalizingly close, and yet so far away. She concentrated some more, squeezing her eyes shut and forcing herself to remember their names. And then, suddenly, she had them. Tanis, Rick, Bethany Ann, Mark, Cal, and his buddy, Splurt. She was sure there was one or two more, but their names still eluded her. The memories of their faces burst into her mind as the last of the strange fog cleared, releasing almost all the details of the bizarre experience. Curiously, the whole thing seemed like a dream, and yet, at the same time, so real. She wasn't entirely sure it had really happened, but the memories could not be denied. Either she'd been temporarily removed from this universe and taken somewhere other, outside of her universe, or it was all just a strange, lucid dream brought on, no doubt, by last night's indulgences. Whatever it was, she felt sure that whatever had caused it was totally outside her reach and, at least for now, no threat to her. She'd heard of the multiverse theory before, both from television programs and such, and from scientific reports. She'd never really thought about it much because it wasn't something that really affected her. It was a cool theory, that there were other universes out there, possibly filled with different versions of her, and it was fun to think about what it could mean. But up until this moment, that's all it had ever been. A theory. An idea and nothing more. She remembered that the Weaver had mentioned something about it once as well, essentially confirming that the multiverse was real, and if anyone would know the truth, the Weaver would. The Weaver was, well, she wasn't sure what it was, but it wasn't from this universe, that was for sure. Whatever the case, it was something that beared thinking about at some point, and maybe taking a closer look at. In fact, she suddenly remembered saying to the blonde woman, Tanis, who she kind of hit it off with, that she would look into a way of crossing over to her universe. She smiled to herself over the memory. Well, all in good time, she thought. She had more than enough on her plate right now, but she'd find some time and give it some thought. Stepping back from the window, Amanda raised her arms up into the air and stretched her whole body out, tensing her muscles and feeling the occasional pop of one of her joints. Relaxing, she turned and looked back at the room behind her. It was a huge, opulent bedroom, dominated by a huge circular bed in the center, at least 5 meters in diameter. Several naked bodies relaxed or slept on it. Howie lay on his side, his gleaming dark skin moving slowly with the rhythm of his breathing. He was still asleep, not surprising after a night with 3 girls. Sabine was also asleep, her dark hair loose and framing her head like a halo. She lay on her back, her naked, tanned chest rising and falling as she dreamed. Maria, however, was awake and lay on her side, her head propped up by her hand, watching Amanda. Amanda smiled at her and walked over. "Hi," Amanda greeted her. "You sleep okay?"
I slept like a log. I must have been tuckered out. You?
Amanda sat on the edge of the bed where Maria took her hand and caressed it with her fingers. "Yeah, I slept well," she said with a smile, deciding to keep the strange experience of the bar to herself for the time being. "Last night was fun."
Of course it was. I like that you've continued to embrace the idea of free love, now that you're integrating back into the Magi world,"
Maria said. Amanda smiled. Maria was such a hippie. She was way ahead of her time, having had these ideas way before the 1960s. And, of course, when the 60s rolled around, she reveled in the culture of the hippie movement once it emerged into the public consciousness. But she knew what Maria meant. Amanda just wouldn't have used those words. "Well, I'm just not interested in a deep and meaningful relationship with one person. At least, not right now. You know that. I'm happy to remain single. But I have needs. Just like you and Howie and everyone else."
Needs, huh?
Maria laughed. She shook her head.
Call it what it is, babe.
"All right, babe. Yes, I like to have sex as much as you do. Does that make you happy?"
Ecstatic.
Maria smirked.
You're over 1,000 years old, regularly indulging in group sex, and yet you're still a good Catholic girl at heart, aren't you?
"Would you want it any other way?" Amanda asked.
"No, I wouldn't. As long as you keep wearing those tartan miniskirts, that is."
"I knew you loved them." Maria lay back, sighing, getting a wistful look about her.
"Yeah, you got me there. I do."
"Pervert," Amanda said with a grin.
"Guilty as charged,"
Maria said, shrugging. Amanda smiled. She loved Maria. She was one of the people Amanda was closest to, and she had been the one to show her how to be proud of her sexuality and to celebrate it. She hated to see people repressed and bullied and hurt for simply being who they were. The Fornix Null Realm sponsored initiatives around the world, working against the oppression of marginalized communities, as well as helping support groups. They gave money to those fighting the illegal sex trade and those taking on human trafficking activity around the world. They did a lot of good, and Amanda was immensely proud of Maria for the work she did. That didn't mean she wouldn't tease her from time to time, though. Amanda looked back at Maria. "Penny for your thoughts." Maria smiled and looked up at her. "Are you sure?" "Yeah, what's on your mind?" "Do you think Howie has morning wood?" "Oh, jeez," Amanda said, rolling her eyes. "Look, I have stuff to do today. We can go for round 2 another time," she said, and made to rise from the bed, looking around for her clothes. Maria laughed and gently grasped Amanda's wrist. "I'm kidding," she said. "Well, mostly." She winked. "You're insatiable." "And you love me for it. Now come here and kiss me." Amanda raised an eyebrow. "Well, seeing as you asked so nicely." Maria pulled her in and rolled over on top of her, grasping her wrists and pinning her to the bed. She kissed her softly, their lips moving slowly and gently until Maria pulled slightly away and looked deep into her eyes. "Oh, all right. You've convinced me," Amanda relented. "That was easy." "What can I say? I'm a sucker for hot girls." Amanda smiled. "Charmer," Maria replied before kissing her again. Stepping through the portal, Amanda appeared in the lobby of her Null Realm just behind Sabine and Howie. The moment she was through, she canceled the link to Fornix, and the portal reset back to her brownstone. "There you go. You can head back whenever," she said. "Cheers," Howie said. "That was fun." Amanda smiled. "It certainly was. You handled it well." "Why am I hearing innuendo from everything you say now?" he said, shaking his head to clear his thoughts. Amanda laughed. "After last night, I can't say I'm surprised. It'll fade, I'm sure." "Yeah, here's hoping. I just need to drag my mind out of the gutter." "Perhaps a cold shower is in order," she suggested. "That's a damn good idea. You coming?" "I'm not getting in that shower with you," she smirked. I wasn't. Amanda laughed. "Oh, feck, you're too easy." Howie frowned. "Shit, girl, you got me." "Go on, get out of here, you Egypt. I'll see you later." She stepped up to him, giving him a brief kiss and squeezing his bum with her right hand. She pulled away and gave him a wink as he stepped through the portal and disappeared. She watched him go and then turned back to the room to see Sabine crouched down beside Samhain where he lay in front of the fire. She was rubbing his belly, and the big softy was enjoying every moment of it. "Do that too much, and he'll never let you go," she warned. "His lair is filled with the bones of people who he took a liking to," she joked, walking over to them and sitting in a nearby chair. Sabine looked up and smiled. "I'll be careful." Sam had lifted his head and looked at her. Amanda raised her hands. "Sorry, dude, just joking. He doesn't like anyone getting in the way of a good belly rub. So where does your nickname Voodoo come from?" Sabine looked up. "It used to be my call sign, back in my Arcanum days as a Black Ops agent. They gave it to me because I was from New Orleans, and the guys in Black Ops are fountains of originality. It just stuck, I suppose." Amanda sat back in her seat and looked into the fire. "So, you've known Maria for a while then?" "Yeah, after I went through my epiphany and I left the Arcanum, Victoria placed me with a coven back in New Orleans. I wanted to return to my hometown. I don't know anyone there really,
but it just felt right, you know?
Amanda nodded. She knew all about that. It was why she'd returned to New York after her training as a Magus. It was home to her.
Well,
Sabine continued,
one of my coven mates, Henry, was a regular visitor to Phoenix. I went with him a few times and ended up meeting Maria. We just clicked and started seeing each other occasionally. It was nothing serious, but she was nice. She made me feel welcome and not embarrassed about who I was or what I liked.
She has that effect on people, Amanda said.
She does. She's a special one.
The room fell silent for a few moments. Amanda sat in her chair, enjoying its familiar soft embrace, and just stared into the fire, listening to Sam's purring.
I did a little digging,
Sabine said.
I wasn't sure if Nymera had killed my entire coven. I mean, I knew she attacked us and took me and some of the hostage, but I wondered if any of them had escaped, if any were still around or had moved on, you know?
What did you find? Amanda asked, feeling sure she knew the answer from Sabine's tone.
As far as I can dig up, she got them all. I'm the last.
I'm sorry to hear that, Amanda said.
It's okay. I'm dealing with it, she said.
You didn't have to join us last night, you know.
I know, but I wanted to. I was closer to Maria than most of my coven anyway. I've been working through some of this shit, and when Maria invited me, it felt right. I'm not one to dwell on such things. Life's too short, even for us Magi. You never know what's going to happen tomorrow.
Amanda nodded and smiled.
You're damn right.
To her right, the portal flared, and Liz appeared on the welcome mat with Howie.
She's right here, Howie said.
Ah, there you are,
Liz said.
Trevelyan has been trying to contact you.
Amanda sat up. Oh, how come?
There's a council meeting happening today at Ultimate Thule. He thinks you should be there.
Amanda nodded. He's right, I probably should. Getting up from her chair, she started to make her way over towards the door that led to her etheric craft, and then stopped and looked at the 3 people in the room with her. You guys want to come?
Ooh, yeah,
Sabine replied, standing up.
Sure,
Liz said and looked back at Howie. Amanda followed Liz's glance and looked at Howie also. Are you in?
You sure I'm allowed?
Howie asked. Oh, to be sure, she said, smiling. It won't be a problem.
All right then, yeah, I'm in.
Good, Amanda said. Opening the door to the Arcady, she stepped through the portal and out onto the main deck of the ship. She concentrated for a moment and reached out to the ship's core and set in a course for Enceladus, the icy moon of Saturn where the Magi Council's castle was. As the ship started to move, Liz, Howie, and Sabine walked to the windows and watched the Earth slide around them as it turned. The magical dampeners cast on the vessel nullified nearly all the feeling of the ship moving, apart from just a hint of it, just enough so that you knew she was running, and so that Amanda could feel if something wasn't quite right. A couple of seconds later, she brought the ship's displacement drive online, and the Earth suddenly shot away, disappearing to nothing in just a couple of seconds.
Holy shit,
Liz said.
That's incredible. We must be going at, 1,000,000 miles an hour?
A little faster than that, Amanda said. We're traveling in excess of the speed of light. We'll be at Enceladus in a few minutes. She reached out with her mind and activated a holographic display set into the nearby table. A glowing blue map of the solar system flickered into life, showing the sun and the orbits of the planets as rings of light around the star. Labels pointed to the locations of the planets on the map, with Earth and Saturn highlighted. Stretching out from Earth on the end of a lengthening line, a glowing point of light with the name Arcady beside it, flew through the Sol system, heading towards Saturn. Liz looked at the map in awe as Amanda sat on one of the soft sofas, letting the ship do its thing. The Arcady had a bridge, just like any spaceship, with full manual control, complete with a flight stick, throttle, and endless buttons and displays that controlled every aspect of the craft. But she didn't typically need to use them. When she did, it was usually just because it was fun rather than because of any particular need. Today was not one of those days, though, and the ship was more than capable of making this trip on autopilot. "Want a snack?" Amanda asked.
"Sure,"
Howie said, never one to refuse food.
"What have you got?"
"I have a whole stash of potatoes in here," she said, opening a hatch on one end of the sofa.
"Potatoes?"
Sabine asked.
"Crisps,"
Liz said.
Huh?
"She means chips,"
Howie explained.
"Geez, you girls and your colloquialisms."
"That's a long word for an American," Amanda quipped. Howie raised a middle finger and looked into the storage hatch.
"What have we got? Space Raiders."
"A classic," Amanda smiled knowingly.
"What the hell are these? Burton's Fish and Chips?"
he asked, pulling out the white snack packet. "Manna from heaven," Amanda replied, putting a suitable, dreamy look on her face.
"I thought fish and chips was a meal of battered fish and fries,"
Sabine asked. Howie nodded.
"These look like Pepperidge Farm goldfish with a salt and vinegar flavor. Is that about right?"
Amanda blinked at him. I guess. All I know is they taste lovely." Howie shrugged.
"Okay, sure. I'll give them a try."
He ripped open a pack. Amanda went for a pack of pickled onion Space Raiders and ripped the packet, with its familiar green alien face on it, open before picking one of the puffed corn bites out and eating it, enjoying the taste. Given she was in space, it made sense to eat the right snack. The other two helped themselves, and before long they were enjoying their food and the views, allowing Amanda to lose herself in thought. She remembered her conversations at the multiverse bar with Tanis, and the AI she had in her head, Angela, and wondered if she should look into something like that for the ship. Plenty of Magi ships out in the cosmos had been made intelligent, with a consciousness all their own through various means. Some were true AIs with a computer core, while others were more magical in nature. A ship could be made intelligent, just like a sword or anything else if you had the magic to do it. Looking at the ship, she wondered if that might be the way to go. It wasn't the first time she'd come across the phenomenon, though, merely the most recent. She'd been on plenty of ships throughout the Sol Protectorate, and beyond that were intelligent to one degree or another. She'd also met people with AIs living inside of them before Tanis. She'd need to think about it some more, but perhaps making the ship intelligent was a good way forward. Looking up at the map, Amanda could see they were approaching Saturn, so she finished her snack, disintegrating the packet with some magic, stood, and canceled the hologram. "Would you like to come with me up to the bridge for the final approach?" All three of her fellow passengers affirmed that they would with nods and positive comments, so Amanda led them up a nearby staircase and to the deck above them. The bridge was a large room in the shape of an elongated horseshoe, with a curved end towards the bow of the ship. Smooth, dark surfaces covered in glowing touchscreen controls lined the edge of the room, with seats spaced around them. In the middle, towards the front, was the pilot's seat with its own consoles. Further back, on a slightly raised platform, giving a good view of the other stations, was the command seat. A wide view screen stretched all the way around the front of the ship, while more viewpoints stretched over the roof, giving a great view of the outside of the vessel. Amanda settled into the captain's chair as the other three moved to the windows to watch the approach. Saturn grew from a pinpoint of light to a large sphere in a matter of moments as the ship decelerated and started to boost around the planet. Amanda guided the flight path with her mind, putting the vast gas giant on the ship's port side as it glided in low over the rings. Individual chunks of ice came into view as Amanda slowed the ship further and inclined the angle of the ship to allow her 3 passengers to get a good look. They cooed over the view, much like Amanda had when she'd first visited Ultimate Thule. Even now, though, after having seen this planet countless times, it still called to her. It was a magical place, and she couldn't resist looking up at it and enjoying the sight herself. As they glided around the planet, Amanda sent out a message to Ultimate Thule that she was on approach. She got the usual short reply back with directions of where she should land. She confirmed receipt and closed the link. After a moment, Amanda turned the ship and made her way out towards the planet's moons, heading to one in particular. The glowing white ball of ice rose out of the darkness and grew to enormous proportions before them until they were gliding around one of the plumes of water that were erupting from the moon's south polar region. A moment later, the enormous Gothic castle of Ultimate Thule rose up over the horizon, jutting from the ice as if it had erupted from it. Amanda guided the ship down to the designated landing pad, where it alighted gently on the ground. Amanda noticed 1 or 2 other ships that were present, but as usual, the traffic of etheric craft within Sol was light, and the number of craft docked here reflected that. Compared to other systems, the traffic here was as good as non-existent. Amanda wondered if that would ever change. There was something of a separation between the Magi of the cosmos beyond Sol and those within the solar system. Most of the Magi living on Earth probably had little idea of what it was like out there, and even those who did usually stayed on Earth. Meanwhile, those in deep space often held a negative view of Earth and its Magi, seeing them as backwards or ignorant. There were a few factors which contributed to this, but the main 2 were the null realm barrier that put many star Magi off visiting Earth, and the Sentinels, who did not like the interstellar Magi visiting and making themselves known. On Earth, the Magi hid in the shadows, leaving humanity unaware of the magic that surrounded them. Out beyond Earth, the Magi and their magic were well known, respected, and often feared. The Magi dynasties ruled whole sectors of space as a kind of nobility. Besides, the governments of Earth might have something to say about a huge etheric craft settling into orbit around the globe. "Did you enjoy that?" Amanda asked, rising from her seat.
Yeah,
Liz confirmed.
that was amazing.
"Thank you. Yes, that was incredible," Howie agreed, smiling at her.
Awesome,
Sabine added. "Good," Amanda said with a smile. "Now, I'm unsure if you will be allowed into the actual council meeting itself, but you can come into the castle with me. If you want to, of course."
I'd love to,
Sabine said.
I've heard stories about this place, but I've never visited before.
"It's impressive," Amanda said. "Liz, you coming too? Howie?"
If you think it's okay, then sure, I'd love to.
"Oh, I'm there," he said, stepping up to Amanda. "Grand," Amanda said. "Now, let's go and see what this meeting is all about." Somewhere in the Middle East. Kennedy wandered into another building. They'd been inside over 20 now, ranging from what looked like houses and dwellings to shops and other places of business. It seemed as though there was once a whole working society down here. Some of the buildings were in a greater state of disrepair and dereliction than others, but it was incredible to see no matter what they looked like. This particular building had a wide open space inside, with the remains of seats and ornaments scattered about the floor. There were even a few items that looked like they were made from gold or other precious materials. Sandy went over to examine them as Kennedy looked over the walls. Faded murals seemed to show elements of life here in the city. As Kennedy scanned them, he noticed the focus seemed to be centered on the worship of some sort of god or ruler. There were a few scenes showing crowds of people surrounding an elaborate structure, as well as lines of people walking up to a strange-looking figure standing on a raised dais. The people were bowing down to this deity and making offerings to him or her. It was an odd-looking creature, too. There were some human elements to it, but Kennedy saw it depicted elsewhere with wings, sometimes with tentacles. Were these even the same being? Maybe there was a pantheon of gods they gave thanks to. And yet there were too many other similarities between the depictions to know for sure.
Hey, haven't we seen this building before?
Bryn asked to Kennedy's right, pointing at the mural. Kennedy looked over.
I don't know. Have we? I'm pretty good with landmarks. Look,
he said and led Kennedy outside. Bryn pointed up to a massive tower that loomed over the city. It was blocks away, but the resemblance was uncanny.
You know what? I think you might be right.
Chapter 9. Proof. Ultimate Thule.
Thank you for coming. Trevelyan greeted her as she walked down the ramp from the Arcady.
No problem. Amanda hugged him briefly.
The Legion is here, and they seem a little fired up.
They really won't give up, will they? After the effort that the Legion put into discrediting her, and then the somewhat unorthodox rescue, she wasn't surprised that the Legion would try to save face and turn things around. That coven was as stubborn as they came, and seemed to really hate her with a passion.
They seem quite set on this course of action, Trevelyan said.
But how many of the Council know of my true history now? There are you, Stephen, the Count, Victoria, and Kai, right?
That's right. Also, Harry and Crystal from the Arcanum as well.
So we have a majority who will back me, Amanda said.
We do, but I thought you'd want to be here.
Well, you're right about that. She turned towards the window. She had been hoping to string things out for longer than this, but the truth about her time travel would be known eventually, and it might be that telling the whole council about it and revealing her true Magi rank might swing things in her favor, especially with Trevelyan and the others backing her up. But doing that would come with consequences. She knew Yasmin would be hunting for any hint that her younger self had traveled back in time and that it was effectively open season on her. If she left things to go their own way, it might be that she wouldn't know when Yasmin found out. Not until it was too late, anyway. At least this way, she would be taking control of the situation. She could assume that Yasmin would hear what transpired at this meeting, and know that the restrictions on her actions had been lifted. That would free up Amanda to decide what action to take and strike first. She'd had a few weeks to herself, after all, and now was as good a time as any. Plus, she felt reasonably sure that Yasmin had picked up the scroll by now. Even without it, Yasmin was pretty high on Amanda's list of people she needed to deal with. Her machinations, down through the centuries, had caused pain and misery to hundreds of thousands of people, after all. If anyone deserved to have the gift of life taken away from them, it was Yasmin. So, this is it. If she went through with it, this was the moment that would no doubt change her life and the lives of her friends. If she did this, there was no going back. Yasmin would find out Amanda's younger self had gone back in time, and things were likely to get a little crazy. "Is everything okay?" Trevelyan asked, apparently noticing her slip off into deep thought. Liz stepped up to her.
"You're all right, Mandy."
Amanda smiled at her apprentice. "Yes, everything's fine. It's just, well, this meeting is going to change a few things for us."
"What do you mean?"
Liz asked. "Don't worry, I'll explain later," Amanda said. "It depends on how this meeting goes. I hope I'm not underdressed," she said, looking down at her ripped jeans. "Oh, I have an idea for that, actually," Trevelyan said. "Is that so?" Amanda asked, curious as to what he had in mind. Amanda walked into one of the smaller council chambers within Ultimate Thule. The Magi Council employed several rooms in the castle for their meetings, depending on what the meeting was about or how many people were attending. Today they were in one of their hearing rooms. These could hold the council itself and their aides, as well as having provision for witnesses for people on trial, and finally, space for an audience as well. Liz, Voodoo, and Howie had been shown into a side room that overlooked the chamber, but which was also hidden from the view of those in the session so they could watch in secret. Amanda stuck close to Trevelyan, following him to his seat and then standing behind and to one side of him. She stood calmly and enjoyed the fact that the Legion had no idea she was there. Trevelyan had suggested that she transform herself into the persona of Alice White again, the white-haired Magus she used as a disguise when she accompanied Trevelyan on the raid to free her younger self from the Legion. Her presence as Alice White had not gone unnoticed by Forrest Ward, the leader of the Magi Legion Coven, though, and he eyed her briefly from across the room. 2 more Magi from the Legion flanked Forrest. His wife, Stella, stood on his right, and Saxon, the suit-wearing lawyer of the coven, who reminded Amanda of a car salesman, was on his left. They stood as the council entered, as was required, and returned to their seats as the council took theirs. The room settled, and eventually, Trevelyan addressed the room. "Thank you all for coming today," Trevelyan began. "I know this was short notice, but we have an interesting situation here. I also want to extend my thanks to Forrest, Stella, and Saxon of the Magi Legion. It's because of your request that we sit here today." Forrest nodded. "Thank you, Counselor. We appreciate the audience." "I'm sure you do," Trevelyan answered. "Now, down to business. So let me run through the facts as we know them. The Magi Legion—" "Objection!" Saxon called out, silencing the room. Everyone looked up surprised. "Trevelyan has a biased opinion on this matter. We request that a neutral party summarize the recent events." Trevelyan nodded, resigning himself to this kind of petty behavior. "As you wish. Would Counselor Kai be suitable?" Amanda watched as Saxon conferred with Forrest in hushed tones, before turning back to the room. "That is satisfactory." Trevelyan nodded and gestured to Kai, who was sitting beside him, to take over. "Very well," she said. "The situation is as follows. The Magi Legion has requested this meeting as it is their belief that Magus Amanda Jane Page of New York and the Legacy Coven is working with the Nomads. Specifically, Yasmin the Duck. They have shared what evidence they currently have in their possession, but claim that the rest was destroyed by certain Magi in this room in some kind of a conspiracy. They claim that although they realize their actions in taking Amanda and 2 of her coven into custody were a little rash, they believe that they were justified in the face of the evidence they had gathered. They also claim that they were ordered to keep quiet about these events by the Magi within the conspiracy, but they could not, in good conscience, stay silent on such an important matter. Is that correct? Forrest nodded.
That's correct, Counselor. The group who attacked our compound is well represented in this room, and is concerning to us that the conspiracy runs all the way up to the current chair of the council. The Magi who threatened us were Trevelyan, Stephen Bathory, Count St. Germain, Israel Roth, and the white-haired lady standing behind Trevelyan today,
Forrest said, pointing to her. Amanda kept her face neutral as she was pointed out. She wondered how this might play out, as when the events were described, they did sound bad.
Do you have any proof of this?
Asked Bran, an Irish Magus from the Fianna Coven.
Very little. Trevelyan and his gang were thorough in their eradication of this evidence,
Forrest said.
Then why should we believe you?
Victoria asked.
We're not totally without evidence,
Saxon answered and waved towards a man standing a little way back behind them. He stepped forward and handed over a tablet to Saxon.
Luckily, we take our security seriously and have several redundant systems in place for situations like this. So, we do have some evidence that this did actually happen.
He tapped the tablet screen. A video played, showing Amanda's rescue from a few different angles. As she watched, Amanda's stomach started to sink. It looked like, at the very least, they could be placed at the scene. They thought they had been so careful and found all the video cameras in the place, but clearly they underestimated the Legion. The video played and eventually came to an end. There was little in the way of sound, but a few bits could be made out, not least of which being Trevelyan's little chat with Forrest. Saxon smiled to himself as he placed the tablet on the bench before him.
Do you deny it?
He asked Trevelyan. The Archmaster seemed calm, despite the evidence against him and the other council members.
All you have proven so far is that you kidnapped Amanda and her friends, and that we saved them. This doesn't prove that she or any of us are working with the Nomads. Our records are impeccable. We have all served the Arcadian cause faithfully. Is it a surprise that we should want to step in if a fellow Arcadian is falsely imprisoned?
Amanda is in league with the Nomads,
Forrest cut in.
We saw her engage in sexual relations with Yasmin. She's compromised. So either she successfully deluded you, or you're in league with her. She is the one who should be on trial, and yet she's not even here. Where is she? You assured me you would bring her here.
All in due course,
Trevelyan said.
You're protecting her.
I can't speak for her,
Trevelyan began. No, but I can speak for myself, Amanda said aloud and started to walk around the desk towards the middle of the chamber.
Amanda, you don't have to,
Trevelyan said through the link. She smiled at Trevelyan as she stepped into the central area, her body transforming as she worked her magic and reverting back to her true appearance. But I do. This is on me. This is my mistake, and I will deal with it. Trevelyan nodded at her and sat back in his chair. Amanda turned and looked over at Forrest with a smile. He wore a look of confusion as he looked at her, trying to somehow put the pieces together in his mind. He was no doubt wondering who the white-haired woman was who had been at his compound that day, and who was clearly visible on the video he'd just shown. Forrest is right, Amanda began. I did indulge in sexual relations with a nomad known as Yasmin. I was young, and she seduced me, tricked me. She played me over several years, sowing seeds of confusion and doubt in who I thought she was. She protected me, saved my life on several occasions of her own initiative. And not just my life, but the lives of my friends and allies as well. She took her time and built up a level of doubt in the stories I'd heard of her. And when the time was right, and she needed something from me, she used that doubt. She used it against me to get what she wanted.
"This is crap,"
Forrest said. "You will give Miss Page the courtesy of allowing her to tell her side of the story, Mr. Ward, just as she and all of us did for you," Kai admonished him. Forrest sat back in his chair, looking grumpy. "Please continue," Kai said to her. Amanda nodded. "Yasmin played the long game with me. Yasmin wants power, and as much of it as she can get. I had come into possession of the Lazarus Scroll, which I had then lost on the atoll during a confrontation there that I have spoken to you about before. Yasmin wanted to know the whereabouts of that artifact, but knew it was not something I would readily tell her. So she seduced me, and when my guard was down, she asked the question. I answered without thinking, and she promptly disappeared. Horton away, no doubt to follow the lead I had inadvertently just given her. It is my guess that Yasmin now has, or is close to obtaining, the Lazarus Scroll once again."
"Lies!"
Forrest blurted out into the silence.
"The level of deception here is incredible. I take it you knew that Amanda was in the room,"
Forrest said to Trevelyan.
"I did, but as you wanted her here, I failed to see a problem," he answered.
"You failed to see a problem. The problem is that she was in disguise, and this was clearly a stunt to try and take us off guard and make us look foolish. Who was the woman with the white hair that came to the compound with you that day, anyway? Yasmin, perhaps?"
"No, that was me," Amanda said. Confusion passed over Forrest's face again.
"No, you were with us. You were the one we captured."
"That's right. And I was also the white-haired Magi as well," Amanda said flatly.
"So, she was what? A clone of you? An illusion?"
"No, the girl you kidnapped was me, but a much younger version of me. Yasmin's seduction and your kidnapping happened a long time ago."
"What are you talking about? It happened a few weeks ago."
"To you it did, yes. But to me, it was over 1,000 years ago."
"What are you talking about?"
Forrest asked, frowning at Amanda's nonsensical statements.
"Kai, I'm not sure I understand what's going on here, but I believe this has been set up to discredit us. Amanda seems to be talking in riddles, and I have no idea what she's trying to do."
"I think you should listen to her," Kai said.
"I'm sorry. What?"
Forrest asked. "I'm not here to discredit you," Amanda stated. "You're just not in possession of all the facts. The day after I was saved from your compound, while on a mission against the Inquisition, I was taken back by the Weaver, back in time to the year 750 AD, and left there. I then lived back through to the modern era, eventually catching up with myself a few weeks ago," Amanda explained. Forrest looked at her and blinked a few times.
"You've gone mad."
"Actually, quite the opposite," Amanda said. "Several people within this room can attest to the veracity of my claims. I did travel back in time, and I will happily allow you, and anyone else in this room, to read my memories for proof."
"You're aware of how this sounds?"
Abram Mellon of the Order of the Iraqi Coven said. Amanda nodded to him. "Quite aware, but I will do as needed to prove the point. And to that effect, please read my memories," she said, and dropped her aegis. Abram Mellon shrugged.
"As you wish."
Moments later, magic surged through the room, including from Forrest and the other Legion members, as they all reached into her mind to read her memories. Amanda was careful what she gave them access to, and was careful to monitor who was doing what, but there were others in the room watching for any magic that shouldn't be happening. The Magi all watched each other, ensuring no one tried anything funny. Moments later, their magic withdrew, and Amanda raised her aegis once more.
"That proves nothing," Forrest said. "Those memories could have been implanted to fool us, or control her,"
he said, pointing to Amanda.
"She can give whatever excuse she likes, but the fact that she slept with a nomad, especially Yasmin, casts doubt and suspicion on her. Why can't you see this?"
"We can. We see your point of view," Nuri from the Arrow of Scythia Coven said in her Russian accent. "Forrest could be right. This could be some kind of elaborate ruse. I have known Amanda for over 300 years, and I feel that I know her well enough to know that she was an innocent victim in this. She was in her early 20s at the time and was taken advantage of by a centuries-old archmaster. She stood little chance, really," Trevelyan said.
"So, why didn't Yasmin kill her? She clearly had the opportunity. If she is as hostile to Amanda as she is to all Arcadians, why didn't she kill her?"
Forrest demanded. "Because she couldn't," Amanda said. "I saved her life over 1,000 years ago, and by doing that, I ensured that she could not then kill the younger version of me until the Weaver took me back."
"Why didn't you kill her while she was an apprentice? You could have saved hundreds, maybe thousands of lives,"
Saxon asked. "Because she saved the life of my younger self as well. We were tied to each other, neither of us able to kill the other, lest we kill ourselves in the process," Amanda explained.
2 lives in exchange for hundreds. Do you think that much of yourself? That's disgusting,"
Saxon accused her. "Actually, it was hundreds as opposed to billions. Had I killed her as an apprentice, it would have created a paradox and possibly wiped out the human race or destroyed the universe."
"Bullshit,"
Forrest spat.
"All this talk of weavers and paradox, it's all crap. It's all nonsense, and I don't believe a word of it. Where's the proof?"
A hole in reality opened in the center of the chamber, and temporal magic flooded out of it. Amanda was used to it by now, but the incredible outpouring of power apparently took everyone else by surprise. Forrest, being the closest, stumbled back, tripping up and hitting the floor as the hole of blackness grew until it was around 7 foot high and hovering about a foot above the chamber floor. As she watched, the familiar underlit face appeared in the darkness and regarded the room. A sentia flared around the room as several Magi attempted to call on their powers, but failed. The Essentia they called on was blown away by the Weaver's own power, like candles in a gale.
"Perhaps, if you were to hear it from me,"
the Weaver asked. Its strange, deep voice, with its curious modulation effect, filled the room. Amanda remained standing in place and looked up at the Weaver. She smiled at it. "I was wondering if you might show up." The entity regarded her, its face neutral, before inclining its head in acknowledgement.
You're...
Stella was muttering from beside Forrest, who was staring up at the Weaver in awe. "It's a Weaver," Trevelyan said. Amanda couldn't help a slight smile at the hint of enjoyment Trevelyan was getting out of this.
"But they're not,"
Stella stuttered.
"How is this possible?"
Forrest asked. "Surely you've heard the stories?" Amanda asked.
"Well, yes, but..."
Forrest started to protest, but it died on his lips. "I understand. It's somewhat overwhelming to meet one for the first time," Amanda said. Forrest looked back and forth between her and the Weaver, as the slow realization of the truth seemed to form in his head. The Weaver could not be denied. They were incredible creatures to behold, and their exotic nature, which was always self-evident to the Magi and their enhanced senses, were unique and impossible for a Magus to reproduce.
"What Amanda has told you is true,"
the Weaver explained, its voice powerful and undeniable.
"I took her back, and she lived through to today."
"It's the final sign," Nuri whispered, referring to the signs listed in the prophecy of Helene. Amanda remembered them well. The color of her aura, the marks on her body, her ability to pass into the abyss, and now, finally, the Weaver.
"And your petty squabbles,"
the Weaver intoned.
"These disagreements only aid the enemy. You must unite if you are to stand against what is to come. The Archons stir in their prison. You have been warned."
The Weaver finished, and, with a look around the room, its body shrunk to nothing and disappeared. The room fell silent as everyone just stared at the empty space where the Weaver had been only seconds before. Having met it before, Trevelyan seemed less affected, but the others all appeared to be in a mild state of shock. Even the Legion members were quiet. "Have you anything further to add?" Trevelyan asked from his seat. Forrest looked up. He looked back at Stella, who shook her head in resignation before he looked at Trevelyan.
"No, I've nothing further to say. We withdraw our accusations,"
he said.
"What?"
Saxon hissed through gritted teeth.
"What do you mean we have nothing? We're done here, Saxon. This is over." "But we were—" "No, did you not see what just happened? This is petty and small. We're out of our depth here. We're done. It's finished." "But She is the one spoken of in the prophecy of Helene. Now drop it. We're leaving,"
he ordered, and turned to the room and Amanda. He looked at her for a moment, and then offered his hand. Amanda looked at it, and then up at him before she reached out and took it in hers.
"Good luck,"
he said. "Thanks," she answered. He nodded once and turned to leave. Stella glanced at her expression unreadable, but Saxon's angry scowl was clear to see. She watched them walk out of the council chamber, and as they left, Liz scooted past them, coming the other way, followed by Sabine and Howie. Liz ran up to Amanda and hugged her briefly.
"I thought they had you there,"
Liz said. "Me? Never." Amanda smiled back.
"Good work,"
Howie added, nodding to her. "Thanks, man." Liz pulled back from her and looked at her seriously.
"So that was one of those things."
"A Weaver, yes," Amanda answered.
"Holy crap,"
Liz said, looking into the middle distance. "Amanda," said Trevelyan. She turned to face him, and he smiled at her briefly. "I think I speak on behalf of the Council when I say, should you or your coven need anything, you need only ask." Nods and murmurs of agreement came from around the table with varying degrees of enthusiasm, but the sentiment was unanimous. "Thank you," Amanda said. "If the need arises, we will remember." Trevelyan nodded.
"You're free to go."
Moments later, they were outside the chamber and making their way back through the corridors of the vast castle. Little was said. Little needed to be said, really. But as they approached the archway that led out to the arcade where it rested on the landing pad beyond, Liz stepped up beside her.
"Is that what you meant when you said that this meeting will change things?"
Liz asked.
"Did you mean the Weaver or the Legion?"
"That's part of it, but there's more to it than that," Amanda said. "News of this revelation will not stay hidden for long. Soon enough, Yasmin will find out what happened here today, and when she does, well, I don't know what will happen, but I suspect nothing good." So, what are you going to do? I'm going to take control. I'm not going to sit around and wait for Yasmin to knock on my door. She needs to be stopped.
You're talking about the Lazarus Scroll?
Liz guessed. It's part of her plan. Yasmin wants power. The Lazarus Scroll allows her to steal that power from Magi and others. And she wants to use that power to hurt me.
Can she do that? Can she get that kind of power?
Possibly, yes, Amanda mused. I've seen her use the scroll to siphon power from the avatar of an Archon. At least, I think that's what it was. So, knowing it can do that, well, that worries me. All I know is that I need that scroll back.
She can steal the power of an Archon.
I think so. I don't know. Maybe. Whatever the case, I don't like it. So I need to find her.
Do you know where to start?
I have an idea. Somewhere in the Middle East. Lilia looked up at the colossal edifice before her. Clearly an important building. It towered above all the others. It was also more richly decorated and was covered in detailed carvings of figures, faces, and abstract patterns. There was kind of a Gothic feel to the building as well, with its spiked turrets and wicked-looking spires. If she was honest, the place gave her the creeps. Before her, the other 3 members of the team were clustered around the massive main door. This, the one and only entrance to the building, had been sealed up, and it was proving difficult to open. Taking a deep breath, Lilia walked over to the entrance and stepped up beside Kennedy, who had just stepped back from the door.
Are we any closer to getting in?
She asked. We can get in. It's just going to take a little while. The doors have been sealed with, well, it's not concrete, but it might as well be. Bryn thinks he can get through, but it will take some time with the limited tools we have. It's late anyway. I say we set up camp and get some rest. Sandy suggested, joining the conversation. Good idea. I could do with something to eat. Kennedy said as he and Sandy moved a short distance away from the entrance to where they'd left their backpacks. Lilia didn't like the idea of staying the night, but she also knew her team didn't want to hear any more about her nervousness, so she kept it to herself and walked over to her pack and pulled out her sleeping bag. Chapter 10. Breadcrumbs, New York. Thanks for coming along, guys, Amanda said to Liz, Howie, and Sabine as they moved through the ship towards the portal back to her null realm. No, thank you. That was fascinating, Howie replied. I can't believe I visited one of Saturn's moons, you know? Amanda smiled at him and the look of awe and wonder he had. She felt the same way towards the majesty of the cosmos. Even now, having traveled widely through it, it still had the power to surprise and stun her. Oh, I know, it still amazes me, she said. Are you not coming back with us? Sabine asked. Not right now. I have some errands to run, she explained, which wasn't too far from the truth. Sabine nodded and walked through the door, and Howie followed, the portal's magic flaring as they stepped through. Liz, Amanda said quietly. Be careful. I think things are about to get dangerous. Liz looked up at her, pausing for a moment before speaking.
They're not just regular errands, are they?
Liz asked. Amanda shook her head.
You're going after her. Yasmin, I mean, aren't you?
I have to. She'll find out about that little display before the council soon enough. And when she does...
I understand,
Liz replied, her voice solemn.
I'll be careful. I'll tell the others, too.
Thank you. Seeing her apprentice looking at her with an expression that both wished her good luck and said goodbye was kind of heartbreaking. She hoped this wasn't goodbye, but she understood why Liz might think so. Yasmin was not someone you messed around with. She was powerful and dangerous.
Do you have a lead on her?
Liz asked, as if reading her mind. Not on Yasmin directly, but I have solid leads on a few of her coven.
The Black Knights?
The same, Amanda confirmed. I think I know which one I'll visit first.
Okay, well, good luck,
Liz said, smiling. Thanks, Amanda answered and watched her apprentice disappear through the portal. Amanda took a deep breath, held it, and let it out slowly. She needed to do this. She needed to take the initiative and try to find Yasmin before she stole that too. Walking over to one of the windows, she looked down over the earth far below and knew where she wanted to start. Over the years, as she'd learned more about Yasmin and her intentions, especially after Kochai the Lich had told her of Yasmin's plan regarding the Lazarus Scroll. Since then, she'd attempted to monitor Yasmin's coven more closely. The Black Knights were a large group. They seemed to consist of a core group who were more active in Yasmin's plans, such as Kez, Nate, and Anastasia, through to those on the edges, who, although they were still a part of the group, took a less active role. Nomads such as Madame Gabrielle Delacroix. She was an old Magus who seemed to be relatively close to Yasmin, but who also kept the core of the coven at arm's length, preferring to follow her own path. Gabrielle had founded a fashion house that designed haute couture clothing for the rich and famous of the world. She was based in Monaco, living in an ostentatious apartment in the city most of the time, which is also where she worked. The fashion house had offices as well, but Gabrielle rarely visited them, from what Amanda could gather. Concentrating, Amanda sent her senses down into Monaco and placed them outside the building in which Gabrielle resided. As expected, an aegis protected the apartment. She'd need to break through it, which would announce her presence to the nomad inside, but there was little she could do about that. Amanda worked her magic, and with a whip crack of displaced air, poured it down to the rooftop of the building, just outside of the aegis that surrounded the penthouse. Working her magic, Amanda created another aegis around Gabrielle's. It wasn't terribly strong, but it would give Amanda the time she needed and would stop the Magi inside from porting out. With the new shield in place, Amanda closed her eyes and concentrated hard, pulling as much essentia into herself and around her as she could. It was the work of a few seconds, and as she neared being ready to use it, she felt the first flare of magic from inside the Nomads aegis as someone attempted to pour it out. Amanda smiled and unleashed essentia on the aegis. This shield had been here a long time, and although it wasn't the most powerful she'd come across, it was no slouch either. However, she didn't need to destroy it. She just needed to get through it. She channeled the essentia down into a single point and focused on pushing through, prizing apart the magical barrier as if she were forcing her fingers into the gap between lift doors and pulling them apart. The shield was strong, but Amanda was stronger, and after a few seconds, a crack appeared, allowing her to pull it apart, creating a hole in the shield. She didn't wait any longer and poured it inside, picking a central spot in the complex of rooms and corridors that made up the spacious apartment. Amanda's first impression of the place was one of ostentatious wealth, as everything was either gold, glittering, or made from the most sought-after materials in the world. Amanda felt that this gaudy show of money and power was both distasteful and distracting, which was never a good combination. It was the heavy clomp, clomp, clomp of boots running on the gleaming white marble floor that snapped her out of her thoughts. she looked up into the faces of 2 approaching security guards in ill-fitting suits running at her. The first one swung for her, going on the offensive right away without even a word of warning. They were clearly under orders to show no mercy if a big guy like this would try to punch a young woman. Amanda wasn't a formidable-looking opponent by any means, at only a short and slim 5'6". Any ordinary Riven female without any combat training would have been flattened by the punch that this man had thrown at her. Amanda was far from defenseless, though. She anticipated the swing and caught his hand in hers, stopping it dead. She smiled at the confused guard and twisted her hand. He doubled over, falling to the floor with a grunt of pain as Amanda twisted into the second man. Dodging his outstretched arms, she came up beneath him and threw him over her shoulder. He flew across the room and into the far wall. He hit it with a crunch and fell to the floor, breaking a table and the no doubt priceless vase that was on top of it in the process. Glancing back down at the man who she held in an arm lock, she smiled nicely. Night-night. Her fist slammed into his face, and he dropped to the floor, out cold. Feckers. Amanda muttered to herself, hoping she had installed some caution in them for the future. Turning from the fallen bodies, she walked in the direction they had come and into another room that was just as over the top as the one she'd appeared in. A Riven woman in a black skirted suit moved out of the next room as fast as her 6-inch heels allowed and did a double take when she saw Amanda. Turning, she spotted the defeated guards in the next room and fear spread over her face. "Gabrielle?" Amanda asked. The woman tried to speak, but terror seemed to steal the words from her mouth, and she ended up simply pointing back the way she'd come. "Go," Amanda said as a girl carrying clothes on hangers also left the room, followed by an effeminate-looking guy with a haircut that told her he spent a long time in front of the mirror each morning. He stopped mincing from the room and gave Amanda a look up and down.
"Oh, darling, ripped jeans? That's so last decade. I could do so much with."
"George!" The first woman barked from Amanda's left.
"Oh, sorry, duty calls,"
he said with a fake smile. He spotted the beaten guards and let out a little squeal before running after his 2 colleagues in melodramatic shock, waving his hands in the air. Amanda blinked, shook her head, and took a moment to get her head back in the game. Her focus regained, she walked through the ornately carved wooden doors, covered in gold leaf, into a huge room with a bank of panoramic windows along the far wall. A white grand piano stood in one corner. Green and gold striped sofas and chairs stood close by, with brocade cushions sporting gold tassels arranged just so on them. Nearby, a woman in a slinky black dress that fell all the way to the floor stood looking out over the city and the Mediterranean Sea. Her hair was tied up in an elaborate style that she must have either used magic for or a skilled hairstylist. The woman turned to face Amanda as she walked in and gave her an appraising look.
"I wondered if I'd ever have the pleasure of meeting you,"
she said. Amanda recognized her from her years of surveillance. It was Gabrielle, and in her etheric sight, she glowed with Essentia, confirming her Magi status. "The pleasure is all yours, I'm sure," Amanda replied, walking further into the apartment and looking around. She got a good look at the room, making sure no one else was lurking unseen.
"You managed to get through my edges easily enough,"
she said. Amanda returned her gaze to the nomad woman. She was a youthful 50 in appearance, but Amanda knew she was several centuries old, at least. "Where's Yasmin?" she asked.
"Ah, So now we get to the crux of it. You're looking for Yasmin. Well, you see, that's not such an easy thing to help you with. Yasmin is rather careful who she allows to get close to her.
Enough with the shite, Gabrielle. Do you know where she is?
And what makes you think I would tell you if I did know?
Gabrielle answered, her voice taking on a harsher tone. Amanda looked at the woman. She was hoping that the nomad would be reasonable and just tell her without the need for a more forceful technique. But it looked like that wasn't to be, and Amanda was not in the mood to wait around or get delayed. The longer she took doing this, the more time Yasmin would have to find out the truth and take action. Still holding a significant amount of essentia within her from breaking through the Aegis, Amanda split her mind into many separate parts, a collaborative hive mind, all working together in harmony, and threw a powerful blast of essentia at the nomad. She followed that up with a bolt of lightning that lit the room up and sounded like an explosion had gone off. Gabrielle twisted and fell back against the reinforced window as Amanda sent a battering ram of kinetic force against her. The force held her down as Amanda stepped closer.
There it is. I see it now,
Gabrielle gasped.
I understand why she holds you in such high regard. That was impressive. My, you are truly incredible, aren't you?
Enough. I only want to know one thing. Where is she? Tell me and I'll make it quick. Gabrielle eyed her Aegis sparking and hissing as it tried to hold off Amanda's magical force.
You're willing to kill me then?
If that's what it takes, if I need to do this by force, I will. I can rip the knowledge I want for your mind eventually.
I'm sure you can. Go on then. Do it.
Amanda raised an eyebrow at the woman's almost playful tone. She really wanted to do this. Amanda threw as much essentia at the nomad's Aegis as she could, wearing it down, tearing at it as Gabrielle did her best to resist. She started laughing partway through like a madwoman. Amanda did her best to ignore it, though.
That's it. Fight for it. Go on. Break me. Bend me to your will.
The nomad urged, enjoying this far too much. Seconds later, Gabrielle's Aegis cracked and Amanda's magic rushed in. She reached into the woman's mind, fighting past Gabrielle's magic as she tried to fend Amanda off one last time, and hunted for the information she needed. As it turned out, Gabrielle didn't know where Yasmin was, but she did know where other members of the Black Knights were, including some who were much closer to Yasmin, such as Marmaduke from the Hellfire Club. Gabrielle could contact Yasmin through the usual mental link that all Magi could use, but that was all. What Gabrielle did know was that, like Amanda, Yasmin used a null realm as one of her homes. This didn't really surprise Amanda, and had she thought about it, it would have been the obvious place for Yasmin to reside. Null realms were nearly impossible to find, and were one of the best places to live as a Magus if you wanted security. They were, however, also difficult to create and took a certain amount of maintenance. Amanda had what she wanted, which was a lead that she could follow into the form of Marmaduke, the leader of the Hellfire Club, and more importantly, where they were right now. "Thank you," Amanda said.
It's been a pleasure,
Gabrielle answered, her voice strained from the magic holding her rigidly in place. For a moment, Amanda pondered what to do with her. Whenever possible, she preferred not to kill people, even nomads. But she knew that if she left her alive, the moment she left, Gabrielle would tell Yasmin exactly what had happened. With that knowledge, leaving her alive was no longer a choice. With a thought, Amanda used the kinetic force that was holding Gabrielle in place and twisted her neck sharply around. There was an audible crack of bone, and suddenly the woman was dead. Amanda released her magic, and Gabrielle's body fell limply to the floor with a thud. She stood there for a moment and sighed. She longed for the day when she wasn't put in this kind of position anymore, but she also knew that was a dream which was not likely to come true for a long time yet. Thinking through the information she'd gleaned from the Nomad, she now knew that the Hellfire Club, which moved around the globe putting on elaborate ritualistic sex parties, was currently in Turkey. Amanda reached out with her senses, and within moments, she was looking at a huge mansion. Again, an aegis prevented her from sending her magic through, but Gabrielle had also known of the key that would allow her safe passage. She merely needed to keep a word in her head, and the aegis would allow her through. The word, predictably, was dominance. Keeping that keyword foremost in her thoughts, Amanda pressed in against the aegis with her magic and found that, sure enough, the aegis granted her passage. The location of the party was a lavish mansion on the outskirts of Istanbul. There were a whole range of expensive-looking cars outside the building, with a few security guards nearby, looking ominous. Moving her senses into the building, she started to hunt around the rooms, trying to keep her magic to a minimum to avoid casual detection. Several rooms played host to the festivities and had been decorated with drapes and lit with soft, ambient lighting. They were filled with people, most of them engaged in sexual activity and in a state of undress, apart from the masks that everyone wore to hide their identities. The bodies writhed and undulated to the soft music that was playing in the background, and for a moment, Amanda couldn't help but be a bit distracted by what was going on. She could see the appeal, even if the setting was a little creepy. She'd heard about these events before, and knew that the people here were usually powerful riven men and women, leaders of business and industry, as well as people from governments and even royalty. Besides the sexual aspect, there were also a lot of backroom deals going on, with money and donations being passed around. If you were invited to one of these events, you often found you suddenly had some anonymous benefactors wanting to help you out, in return for services rendered, of course. These stories were rife amongst the Arcadians, passed around between those who'd heard them, with embellishments of all kinds. This was the first time she'd seen one of these parties actually happening, though. Moving from the room her senses were currently in, Amanda hunted with her magical sight for the Magi she knew would be here, and soon spotted two of them in a hallway. She recognized them both from Gabrielle's recollections, and worked her flux magic immediately before they spotted the flare of Essentia and fled. Amanda poured it from Gabrielle's apartment and into the building in Turkey, being careful to keep the keyword in her head as she went. With a snap, Amanda appeared in the corridor, about 15 feet from the pair of Magi. Marmaduke wore a sharp business suit, with his slicked-back dark hair and self-important attitude, while the other Magus, who she knew from Gabrielle's memories, was Olivia, the co-founder of the club, and also Marmaduke's lover. "Marmaduke," Amanda asked as she appeared. They both turned and looked at Amanda and started to pull Essentia in.
Amanda, isn't it?
Marmaduke answered, a look of slight surprise on his face. Amanda was already working her own magic as they spoke. She conjured an aegis that snapped up around the three of them, preventing them from porting away, while Amanda's other multitasking minds unleashed a volley of Essentia strikes and energy attacks at the pair. Flashes and bangs filled the corridor, followed by the smell of ozone from the bolts of lightning.
"Aw, shit!"
Marmaduke cursed, while Olivia yelled in surprise and anger. The aegises of the two Magi held for the moment. Olivia's face went red with fury as she ran at Amanda. Lightning lashed out from the Nomad as she sprinted, screaming. The attack smashed across Amanda's aegis, but didn't penetrate as the Nomad stepped up to her and swung at her with an Essentia-charged fist. The attack was clumsy and untrained. Amanda caught it easily, grasping Olivia's fist in her own before suddenly twisting it. Olivia spun to keep from having her arm broken, the aegises of both women fluorescing as they interacted with each other. Marmaduke lashed out, launching a wave of Essentia attacks at Amanda that hit her aegis hard.
"Let her go,"
Marmaduke called out. Amanda grimaced and pushed more Essentia into her aegis, keeping it topped off as best she could. He was a powerful Magus. Her eyes flicked between the two Nomads. He'd been her main objective, but Gabrielle's memories had shown Olivia to be almost an equal partner in the Hellfire Club. She might be an easier target. "I don't think so," Amanda replied, adjusting her hold on Olivia, lifting her up by her neck and slamming her against the wall. Olivia grunted as the air was briefly knocked from her lungs. Marmaduke yelled and threw more daggers of Essentia at her that crunched against her aegis. But apart from having a couple of her mines refueling her aegis, keeping it strong, Amanda ignored him and focused on Olivia. She concentrated her attacks into a powerful, coordinated effort to break down the woman's aegis, pressing a spike of wickedly potent energy into the Nomad's shield. Already weakened by Amanda's previous attack, she saw the Nomad's aegis crack under the assault. Olivia held Amanda's forearm in a death grip as she struggled against Amanda's grasp of her neck, their aegises sparking with Essentia as they touched. With her teeth gritted and tears filling her eyes, she screamed in defiance.
"No, you won't break me,"
the Nomad yelled. To her left, Amanda's senses watched as Marmaduke threw more magic at her, all of it deflected by her comprehensive aegis. Frustrated, Marmaduke ran at her with a roar. Amanda lashed out with her magic and hit him with a hammer of invisible force that sent him sprawling across the floor with a grunt. Pouring her magic into the crack in Olivia's shield, Amanda's powerful magic tore at it and ripped it wide open. A second later, Olivia's aegis collapsed entirely as she screamed. Olivia threw defensive crux magic at the mystical attacks Amanda rushed in with. She was outclassed, though, and Amanda's more powerful magic rolled over it and plunged into her mind. As she rifled through Olivia's thoughts and memories, she noticed that the aegis that Amanda had placed around the three of them was suddenly under attack. She looked up to see Marmaduke attacking it from inside the aegis, while 4 more Magi outside were doing the same.
"You'll never leave here alive,"
Marmaduke said, getting unsteadily to his feet. "Watch me," Amanda stated, not interested in his threats, as she suddenly hit upon a piece of information in Olivia's head that was as good as she could hope for. Amanda looked back at Olivia. "There it is," she said with a smile as she looked into the Nomad's wide, angry eyes. She ripped the information from Olivia's mind, and then tore at her actual brain, killing her with a thought.
"No!"
Marmaduke yelled as Amanda canceled the outer aegis and released Olivia from her grasp, letting her lifeless corpse drop to the floor.
"Quick! The keyword! Change it!"
he yelled. but Amanda was already gone. She appeared on the Arcady's quiet main deck. Down through the centuries, she'd killed many times. These were just 2 more nomads to add to the list. She didn't enjoy taking their lives, but had she let Olivia live, she would have known which bit of information Amanda had pulled from her mind. The information wasn't exactly what she wanted, but it was close enough, and would hopefully be the last step before she reached her target. Olivia knew where Kez, Yasmin's close confidant and aide, lived. Olivia had visited the Nomad sepulchre several times from what Amanda could gather. She knew exactly where it was and how to get in. Closing her eyes, Amanda concentrated and focused on sending her senses to Keziah's home. Her magic flared, and she was suddenly looking at a derelict house in India. It wasn't too far from Delhi and sat out in the countryside, overgrown in a sorry state of disrepair. But with her etheric sight, Amanda could see the aegis protecting it, surrounding the building and keeping out anything magical. Amanda also knew the key to get inside, or at least she knew the key that Olivia had used last time she visited, as it seemed to change from time to time. Pulling on the threads of Essentia, Amanda ported down from her ship. She stood just outside the aegis in the dark Indian night. Focusing, Amanda brought to mind the keyword that had allowed Olivia inside. She held the word metamorphosis in her mind, projecting it out at the aegis, and stepped towards it. Amanda could feel the thrum of energy rippling through her body as she approached, and then passed through it. Appearing on the inside, she smiled. "You should really keep your security up to date, Kez." The double front doors to the building stood ajar, so Amanda slipped quietly inside, between the splintered wooden panels, into the lobby. It was immediately clear that this entire house was just a shell. There was no internal walls left. Only a few load-bearing pillars kept the remains of the outer walls and roof from collapsing entirely. What was left of the floor was covered with the remains of the house's interior walls and furniture, but Amanda suspected that most of it had actually fallen into the huge hole in the ground in the center of the house. The pit extended from one side of the house to the other, leaving only a meter or 2 around the edge to walk on. But walking through this space would be tricky, as the whole space, including the inside of the house and down into the chasm, was covered in thick, stringy white webbing that stretched between the walls and pillars, crisscrossing haphazardly like a messy spider's web. Fascinated by the strange, otherworldly environment, Amanda took a moment to take it all in. Looking around, she couldn't see or sense any magic, so maybe Kez wasn't at home. Amanda stepped forward, moving slowly to avoid touching the gross-looking webbing, and ducked through a gap. Approaching the edge of the pit, she looked down into the darkness, her enhanced vision piercing the gloom. The sinkhole dropped vertically down into the earth, easily a good few hundred feet, to a rocky ground far below. The webs appeared to extend all the way down. Looking around to confirm there was little else to see up here, she concentrated and ported down to the bottom of the hole. Appearing on the rough stone floor, she realized that the webbing actually stopped maybe 20 feet above her, making escape for an average human a difficult affair. Human bones lay here and there, as well as a few fresher corpses, still partially covered in mutilated flesh. The place smelled something awful, making Amanda screw up her nose in disgust. It was a smell she'd encountered many times before, though, such as on the battlefields of centuries past. An aegis snapped into place around Amanda.
"Impressive,"
said a slightly broken voice from nearby. It was feminine, but sounded somewhat cracked, as if the speaker's vocal cords were stretched or strained. Amanda turned to see a figure wearing a large, layered, ragged-looking hooded cloak step out from the shadows of a side tunnel. She glided over the ground as if she were floating rather than walking, and yet there was a skittering noise as she moved. Reaching up, Kez pulled back her hood, letting the meager light fall on her features. She had a strange, alien kind of beauty to her, with her slightly elongated face, eyes that were a touch too big, and a pale complexion. 2 parallel scars ran down from her high hairline, through where her eyes were, and down to her jawline. She peered at Amanda with the look of an alien studying its prey.
I wondered if one day you might come looking for me. The fact you made it in here without attacking the Aegis tells me I need to update my security. You're more capable than I gave you credit for. Who talked, by the way?
"Where's Yasmin?" Amanda asked, quietly assessing the Aegis that surrounded her. It wasn't massively strong, but it would take her long enough that Kez was likely to escape. Clever.
Oh, really, Amanda? Come now, you disappoint me.
Kez scolded her.
Making demands of me like that, you should know better.
You remind me of her, you know. Yasmin seems to enjoy a little verbal sparring as well. Kez shrugged.
What of it? Was that meant to mean something?
No, just commenting, Amanda replied. So, what's your next move? You know I can break through this Aegis of yours in a matter of moments.
And I can be long gone before you do, so no one wins. Why are you here, Amanda?
I told you, I'm looking for Yasmin. You know, that creepy woman you love so much.
Cute,
Kez replied, raising an eyebrow.
I was looking for the why, not the what.
No reason. Can't a girl just turn up for a chat with an old friend?
You're not too bad at the verbal sparring yourself, Miss Page.
I learned from the best.
Glad you're finally admitting it.
Amanda did her best to look unimpressed, but this game was holding her up. Well, this has been fun and all, Amanda said, but I can't stand around here all day talking to you.
And why not? Do you have somewhere better to be?
Amanda raised her own eyebrows for a moment before throwing a concentrated blast of Essentia at the Aegis that Kez had encased her in. Outside the bubble of magic, Kez backed up and threw the cloak over her shoulders, revealing her body beneath, and for a moment, Amanda paused in shock, transfixed by the horror of it. Below her shoulders, she didn't look human at all. She looked like some kind of huge black wasp, with another set of arms under her human ones that looked more like insect legs, with wicked chitin blades instead of hands. She had 4 similar legs that skittered backwards and held up her glossy black body, complete with a roughly spherical thorax and a bulbous abdomen with a cruel-looking stinger on the end. 2 pairs of gleaming, shimmering insect-like wings snapped out from behind her. A second later, her head split into 3 parts along the scar lines that marred her face, revealing black compound eyes beneath. She launched herself into the air. Her wings buzzed like a large drone, and she shot out of the hole in a matter of seconds. The Aegis around her fell, leaving Amanda stunned. She'd seen Kez countless times, and although she knew she was a strange one, she'd had no idea that she was so inhuman. It took her a moment to rationalize what she'd just seen. She wondered how long Kez had been like that. Had she done it to herself, or was that Yasmin's doing? It was one of the freakiest things she'd ever seen, and she'd seen dragons flying in space, for God's sake. Amanda shook her head and pulled herself together, getting her head back in the game. Kez was gone, and would no doubt be heading to find Yasmin right now and tell her the news. It wouldn't take long before Yasmin knew that things had changed, and that the older Amanda was making herself more public. Amanda wondered what the infamous Nomad's first move would be. Looking around her, she could see various tunnels leading off into the darkness. She decided to have a quick scout around before she ported back home, just in case she'd missed something useful or important. With the odd crack of bones snapping underfoot, she stepped into the darkness of the first tunnel, her enhanced vision cutting through the shadows.
"Welcome back," Yasmin said. "We will discuss your findings about the Nexus later."
Anastasia nodded and caught the slightly quizzical look that Yasmin gave the outfit that she was wearing. Perfect, just the reaction she wanted. Turning away, Anastasia walked back to where she'd been standing before with Skrillex. Nate was there now and was looking down his nose at her.
"Nice outfit,"
he commented derisively.
"Still fucking your way around the galaxy, are you?"
Anastasia smiled.
"Something like that."
Nate's top lip curled up in disgust.
"Yasmin won't take kindly to you if you've squandered the mission she gave you." "No, please continue. I have no idea how to suck eggs,"
Anastasia answered, sarcasm dripping from her every word. Hot fury seemed to rise up within Nate, but before he could say anything, the door to the Black Cathedral slammed open and Kez strode in. Anastasia turned. Yasmin had stopped on the steps and looked back at Kez, framed by the light from the blasphemous stained glass window behind her.
"Kez, my love, what brings you here?" "Amanda. She just attacked me in India, and I have it on good authority that she attacked and killed Olivia of the Hellfire Club also. She's grown in power." "Has she?"
Yasmin answered, a grin spreading over her face.
"Finally, the time has come." "I'm sorry, I don't understand,"
Kez answered. Anastasia silently agreed. She felt a little lost as well. Yasmin turned back to Kez.
"My love, you are correct. I have kept you all in the dark regarding Amanda and my relationship with her out of necessity. To put it simply, it seems that Amanda was sent back in time by the Weavers. She was there when I was still an apprentice and stopped a former mentor of mine from killing me. I have been unable to kill her ever since for fear of a paradox or attracting the attentions of a Weaver."
Anastasia swallowed. Just the mention of the Weavers were enough to turn her stomach. They were nightmare incarnate. But this was an interesting development. Might there be a way she could turn this to her advantage?
"But if Amanda has attacked you, Kez, then all that has ended, finally."
Yasmin mused to herself with an indulgent smile.
"So, the gloves are off?"
Nate asked. Yasmin's grin widened.
"Indeed, they are."
Somewhere in the Middle East. The inside of the temple was veiled in darkness and shadow, concealing many of the details in the architecture. Lilia took slow, cautious steps, her eyes wide as she looked around, peering into the darkness, wondering what horrors they might conceal. As she went, she felt sure she could hear something moving, dragging itself across the stone floor, or skittering along on whatever it used for legs. Her heart rate rose as her fear grew. Where was the exit? She didn't want to stay in here any longer than she needed to. It moved again, a quick, sudden shifting that made Lilia look around, but she saw nothing, only blackness. The pounding in her chest grew stronger as her breathing sped up.
"Join me,"
something whispered from the shadows.
"What the hell are you?"
Lilia asked, her voice desperate.
Like
The voice hissed in reply, followed by another sound of movement in the shadows. Lilia spun around, trying desperately to see what was in here with her. She knew coming down here was a mistake. She knew something horrific would be here. A tentacle wrapped around her legs. Several of them shot out of the darkness and pulled her off her feet. She slammed into the ground, catching herself with her hands. Rocks dug into her palms, but she ignored them, looking only at the long, mottled-looking tentacles that were wrapped around her legs, stretching off into the darkness nearby. They moved, reaching up and curling around her legs, pulling themselves up over her knees and thighs, leaving sticky mucus behind wherever they touched her. Lilia screamed in terror as she tried to kick them off, but they were too strong, too insistent. They yanked back and pulled her across the floor, dragging her into the darkness as a huge maw of deadly fangs emerged from the shadows and opened wide. Snap! Lilia sat upright in her sleeping bag with a yelp, her skin clammy and slick with sweat. Her heart was beating like a drum in her chest as she realized it was all just a nightmare, a freakishly realistic nightmare. "You okay?" Sandy asked through blurry eyes.
Yeah, I'm fine. Just a bad dream,"
she replied, looking up at the looming temple they were camped outside of, feeling sure she could hear the whispered name of Laika drifting on the air around her. She had a bad feeling about this.
Chapter 11.
The gloves are off. Manhattan, New York. Amanda appeared in the hallway of her brownstone, just inside the front door, and knew immediately that the building's aegis was missing. Shunting a sentient into her aegis, the scene before her came into view. Chaos. Yasmin stood in the middle of her hallway, reading from the Lazarus Scroll. Green mist flowed from the scroll and gathered at her feet, before reaching out to envelop Yo, holding him immobile a foot above the floor. Nearby, gentle water traded magical strikes with the tattooed blonde man, Nate Jones. To her right, Liz dodged a fireball from the pyromaniac nomad, Tassida, whose dreadlocked hair spilled over her faded denim. Liz lashed out with magic of her own, pulling on the fire her opponent had thrown and blasting it back at Tassida. Even in a situation like this, Amanda felt proud of her apprentice's skills. On the other side of Yasmin, Amanda spotted Tabitha defending Tony, who nursed a broken arm. She faced off against Anastasia, a cruel blonde nomad in a short plaid skirt that flared around her hips. Movement in the chaos caught Amanda's eye. She spotted someone who absolutely shouldn't be there and did a quick double take to make sure she wasn't seeing things. Kimi Takahashi, better known as the Black Lotus, stood watching her brother Yo as the green mist lifted him and pinned him in place. Amanda had seen Yo kill her, though. Had Yasmin brought her back from the dead? A grunt to her right caught her attention. She turned to see her daughter Maya also in a fight. Her keen claws ripped at the living shadows that enveloped her opponent like armor, only for those same shadows to whip out as tentacles of darkness, striking Maya in return. The movements of the shadow girl seemed familiar, and as the girl twisted, Amanda suddenly got a look at her face and felt her stomach flip. It was Alicia, her childhood friend from the orphanage, who'd been possessed by an abyssal. She was here and fighting for Yasmin, attacking her daughter. What the? Amanda muttered under her breath as she stared at Alicia. Amanda's whole world seemed to come to a screeching, crashing halt. She was at a loss as to what to do. As she tried to get a handle on the shocking chaos around her, the glowing green mist that surrounded Yasmin surged towards her and gripped her, pinning her arms to her side and washing away her sentia like a strong gust of wind blowing out a candle. Amanda floated up off the floor and was thrust against the wall with a crunch that rattled her bones. Ugh! Amanda grunted and looked down to see Yasmin looking like a cat who'd cornered a mouse.
The prodigal daughter returns.
Yasmin purred at her with a smile and turned to face her more fully.
Well, what a moment for you to arrive. I heard that you were looking for me.
The mist and the powerful magic that flowed from the Lazarus scroll gripped her tight, allowing little movement at all. Amanda gritted her teeth and did her best to answer.
That's right,
she hissed as she noticed that her aegis was still in place. She was still protected from magical attack, and yet the magic from the Lazarus scroll seemed to ignore it entirely.
Well,
Yasmin continued, spreading her arms wide, her tone light and jovial.
I wouldn't want to disappoint, so here I am. What was it you were after? This, by any chance?
Yasmin asked, holding up the scroll. Amanda didn't answer. There was no need. Yasmin already knew that was one of the main reasons. However, if Yasmin had any doubt about her plans or goals, Amanda didn't want to lay them out for her.
Playing coy, are we?
Yasmin commented.
Well, as you can see, we're a little busy right now. By the way, I see you noticed my newest apprentice, Alicia. Magnificent, isn't she? Shame I had to break her mind in the process.
Yasmin, the Black Lotus called out, her tone insistent.
Yes. Just hold on one moment. I want to be sure Amanda here is comfortable and ready. I wouldn't want her to miss this,
Yasmin said to the Black Lotus, and then addressed Amanda.
Oh, I take it you recognize Kimmy here, back from the dead. Wonderful, isn't it?
Amanda looked over at the assassin, clad in her black one-piece catsuit with tactical webbing over the top, holding various weapons in place. She stood close to Yo and looked a little impatient with her dagger at the ready.
I'm sure you guess how irate she is that her brother killed her not too long ago.
Amanda looked back and forth between Yasmin and Kimmy, and then up at Yo. He stared back at Amanda with fear in his eyes.
No, don't,
she hissed through her gritted teeth.
Do it.
Yasmin spat, her voice low, cruel, and insistent. Finally, Kimmy said as she leapt onto Yo's back and went to work on him with her dagger. Her jerky movements seemed almost surreal as she plunged her blade into Yo's frozen body again and again. Blood flowed from the wounds. His eyes filled with pain and grew ever wider until they relaxed as he finally slipped away. Through her etheric sight, which was curiously unaffected by the Lazarus Scroll's magic, she could see the life force within him ebb away. The essentia that flowed through him slowed, before finally stopping altogether. He was gone. Amanda wanted to sob, scream, and to stop it from happening, but she was unable to move. As she stared over at her friend, tears welled up in her eyes. She could feel the emotion and the grief rise within her, but this was the only release she could get.
Well, that was easy,
Yasmin said. Amanda's eyes flicked back to the dark-haired woman in her cruel face as she looked over at Amanda with an expression that brought dark thoughts to mind. She blinked the tears away as she realized how vulnerable she was and attempted to reach out to her magic once more. She concentrated hard, but nothing came, as Yasmin reached behind her back and withdrew a dagger of her own. She didn't use them often, but as far as Amanda knew, they were her favorite weapon. They were custom-made kukri daggers. The blade was long and bent forward partway along, sporting one sharp, sweeping edge that was designed for decapitating animals. Amanda didn't fancy losing her head, but felt at a loss as to how she could defend herself. She still had her Aegis, which would protect her for a while, but Yasmin would soon tear that down. Sure enough, Yasmin's magic flared, reached out, and ripped at her Aegis. Amanda looked around the room at the fight that was happening. Magic bloomed and rushed back and forth as her friends fought Yasmin's Black Knights, but not one of them was able to help her. They were in life or death battles of their own and couldn't afford to be distracted. As she watched, and Yasmin tore layer after layer of Essentia from her Aegis, something huge moved in the shadows of the hallway beyond. Horlak shot out of the darkness. He smashed into Yasmin, ripping at her with his massive claws. He hit her hand, tearing through her Aegis, and sent the artifact flying across the hallway. Amanda didn't see where it went, but the effect was instantaneous. The magic of the green mist released her as it faded quickly from view, dropping her to the floor, where Amanda landed on her feet. Nearby, she noted that Yo also fell to the floor like a rag doll, his body lifeless. For the moment, however, she focused on Yasmin, who landed on the floor heavily, flipped with the momentum, and was back on her feet in a heartbeat. Essentia flashed, and Horlak was sent flying across the room, hitting the Black Lotus as he fell. Yasmin stepped towards the fallen scion. "No!" Amanda yelled, as her multitasking mind threw a bolt of lightning at Yasmin, filled with a magical punch of Essentia. Yasmin staggered and hit the wall with a grunt. Looking up at Amanda, she lashed out with Essentia strikes and energy attacks, cutting swaths across Amanda's Aegis. Amanda shunted more power into her Aegis to keep it strong.
"I've waited millennia to do this,"
Yasmin hissed. "You're not the only one," Amanda said, answering Yasmin's attack with one of her own. Lightning flashed and boomed. Fire rolled and sparks flew. Their Aegises fluoresced with colors that whipped about, arcing in an energetic light show of destructive power. The bright fractals of deadly forces would be almost beautiful if it wasn't for the life and death fight they were engaged in. Amanda felt sure she was the stronger of the two of them, but she'd started at a disadvantage. Her Aegis had been weakened by Yasmin's assault when she'd been held helpless by the scroll. Amanda did her best to go on the offensive, but she was forced to use more of her power to rebuild her defenses and keep them from being ripped apart by Yasmin's magic. It took precious seconds to rebuild her defenses, but it felt like forever as she pumped Essentia into her shield, while Nomad magic did its best to rip it apart at the same time. The moment she felt like she was protected enough, she pulled back on rebuilding her Aegis and redoubled her attacks. The light show intensified as the magic built until finally she felt like she was getting the better of Yasmin. She pushed harder, threw more attacks at the Nomad, doing her best to compartmentalize her mind and not think of what the bitch had just done. She wanted to remain calm, focused, and logical. She knew that if she thought about what Yasmin had done to Alicia and Yo, things would get out of control. She might be able to draw on that emotion and bring more power to bear, but it would be uncontrolled fury, and she didn't want the calm and controlled Yasmin to gain the upper hand, because she was too angry to notice something obvious. Pushing any thoughts of loss and revenge from her mind, she focused on winning the fight. As she threw more magic at the Nomad, doing everything she could to punch holes in her Aegis, Yasmin seemed suddenly distracted. Abruptly, she stopped attacking and threw all her power into defense. A second later, Yasmin and her group poured it out, disappearing from Amanda's house. Amanda spun, looking to see if anyone was left. Instead, she saw Horlak standing over the eviscerated body of the Black Lotus, the only ally of Yasmin's left behind. Blood was everywhere, and she was very clearly dead. It was always strange to see a human body in bits, Amanda thought, and it really did bring home the idea of her own mortality. She was powerful and long-lived, but one day, she, like everyone in the room, would shuffle off this mortal coil, leaving the world behind for the next generation. The air felt charged with energy, electric almost, as she caught her breath and let the adrenaline in her blood fade. She clenched her fist as she studied her breathing, allowing sparks of energy to leak out of her fingers as she relaxed. Around her, her friends also took a breath. Some of them dropped to the floor as they took a moment to calm down. Maya stepped over to where Yo lay on the carpet, crumpled and broken. She dropped to her knees and took hold of his hand. Crimson tears of blood beaded in her eyes. It was something Amanda had rarely seen her daughter do. Joining Maya by Yo's side, she crouched down beside her daughter, putting her arm around her shoulders, letting the emotion of the moment take her as well. The Lotus had killed Yo once before, shortly after Amanda had moved to New York, but Maya had saved him, brought him back as a vampire scion, but there was no saving him this time. Yo was gone. Around the room, her friends hugged each other, their eyes wet with tears, and Amanda wondered if this was how it was going to be. She could see the fear on their faces and the question in their eyes. Yasmin had been driven off this time, but what about next time? The situation had changed. Going on the hunt for Yasmin was the right idea. She was convinced of that. Yasmin would have found out about her soon enough anyway. At least, she'd been somewhat ready, even if Yasmin had attacked while she was away. And then there was the revelation that Alicia had apparently been brainwashed by Yasmin. Or had she? Alicia had been merged with an abyssal from the etheric realm. What would that do to someone? Would it change them? Make them into something darker, something sadistic, and evil? The idea of her friend, the person who had been there for her as a child, who had saved her from herself when she'd been on a path to destruction, now working with Yasmin, willingly or not, made her sick. "I'm sorry," Amanda said to everyone and no one at the same time.
Why?
Liz asked. "This was my fault. I went hunting for her. I knew she'd attack. I knew she'd find out about my visit to the council, but I think I brought this to our door earlier than it might have otherwise come."
No, not true,
Gentlewater protested.
Yasmin come here anyway, no matter your action. You do nothing wrong. Don't feel bad. He's right, Mandy,
Liz agreed.
Don't beat yourself up. You did what you thought was best, and you were here to help when it counted. That's all anybody can ask.
It wasn't enough, though, was it?
More would have died if you weren't here,
Liz countered. Maybe. She looked down at Maya, who had remained silent so far. "Are you okay?" Maya sniffed. "I'm fine. I'll start making arrangements," she said, standing up and walking off. Liz looked at Maya, a little taken aback by her abruptness, and a link opened in Amanda's mind.
Should we help her, or...
"No, leave her be," Amanda replied. "She'll find her own way. It's not the first time she's lost someone." Liz nodded. Amanda looked down at Yo and sighed. She reached out and placed her hand on his forehead. It was cold. Silently, she said her goodbyes. Somewhere in the Middle East. Using the few tools they had with them, he, Bryn, Sandy, and even Lilia, to a lesser extent, had all worked on the door, taking shifts to chip away at the seal around it. It was long, laborious, and exhausting work, But finally, partway through the next morning, they broke away the final piece. Kennedy smiled as Bryn put his hand on one of the doors and gave it an experimental push. They wobbled in place but stayed shut. He looked over at Kennedy.
"Shall I open them?"
"Go for it. Let's see what's in there." Bryn nodded and used all of his weight on the door. It was stiff at first, and the huge doors creaked against each other until they suddenly released and pivoted open on their hinges before stopping. They'd opened a little over a meter wide, revealing utter and complete darkness within.
"We're in,"
Kennedy announced, a smile creeping over his face as he looked back at Sandy, who shared his elation. Lilia stood a little way farther back, seeming less enthused.
Chapter 12.
Service, Manhattan, New York. Dressed in a black dress and heels, Amanda stood beside her daughter and watched as Yo's casket was gently lowered telekinetically into the hole that had been created in the ground. They were standing in the central courtyard of the Jade Palace, on one of the larger areas of grass as they said their final goodbyes. It had been unanimously decided that the Jade Palace, Yo's home for the years he'd lived in New York, would be the best place for him to be laid to rest. Everyone felt sure that this is where he'd want to be. Even though this service was small, Amanda couldn't help but feel proud of the number of people who had come. Maya stood beside her in her long black dress. There was also Liz, Gentle Water, Sean, Vanessa, Matt, and Howie. Maria and Voodoo were there, as was Tony and Tabitha. Raven, Royston, Israel, Orion, Zane, and Stephen had all come from the Legacy, as well as a few of Yo's other friends. Victoria from the American Liberties Children Coven was also in attendance, as she'd been his primary point of contact for the years he'd lived here. Beside her stood Stella, Yo's apprentice and friend, who had lived with him and worked at the Jade Palace through the years. One surprising addition to the crowd was Horlak, who had transformed himself into human form. He was tall, muscular, and ruggedly handsome, with his tattoos, long wild hair, short scruffy beard, and piercing blue eyes. Out of curiosity, Amanda asked him about it when he'd arrived, and he told her it was something he could do when needed, but usually avoided because it wasn't his natural appearance. Amanda had been under the impression that Horlak couldn't change his shape, but it seemed like he was a weird creature like everyone else in the Scion bloodline. He stood at the back by himself and remained silent. Trevelyan led the service, and it was his magic which finished lowering the casket into the earth.
It is with a heavy heart that we say goodbye to a friend and a dedicated Arcadian. Yo was very much a part of the struggle and quest that we all follow, and he, better than many, knew the risks that such a life brings. He will be missed by everyone here, and yet his work will live on. He has inspired us with his kindness and dedication, and leaves behind a legacy that few can match,"
Trevelyan said. It had been a couple of days since Yasmin's attack, and everything seemed quiet, as if they were intentionally giving them a chance to recover. Although Amanda was sure that wasn't actually the case. Yasmin had lost the Lazarus Scroll during the fight, but afterward, it was nowhere to be found. It had disappeared during the chaos, and Amanda had no idea where it had gone. She hunted everywhere for it, and even attempted to look back in time to the moment it had been knocked from Yasmin's hand. But that whole confrontation was foggy and indistinct, probably due to the powerful magic that had been used. It often had that effect. So either someone stole it, or the scroll disappeared of its own accord, something that the scroll was known to do from time to time. Finishing his eulogy, Trevelyan stepped down, allowing Victoria to take the podium. Yo came to the USA as an exile from Japan. His family had disowned him, and his life was in danger when he came to me. He wanted to disappear, to hide, and it was something he was good at. He came from a family who lived in the shadows, so it was only natural for him to continue to live in those same shadows. New York was a problem for us, a thorn in our side, and while Yo was living in Washington, he heard about Lucian and offered to move there, to live in secret, and report any activity back to me. I wasn't sure at first if it could be done, but I agreed. Little did I know the plans he had in mind, Victoria said, waving at the building they were standing in. People smiled and a few laughed, remembering their friend. When I first heard about this place, I couldn't believe he'd set it up and was remaining hidden from Lucian at the same time. But Yo was good at what he did. I like to think of him as my ninja, living secretly right under Lucian's nose and keeping tabs on him. What Yo did for the Arcadians by living here, watching, and reporting back to us saved lives. That's incontrovertible. He was a kind, quiet, unassuming man who should be an inspiration for all of us. She finished before stepping back into the small crowd of people. Stella seemed the most upset of everyone, which wasn't surprising. She'd lived with Yo as his friend, confidant, and apprentice for years, and now he was gone. She stood, listening with a tissue in her hands, but she hadn't spoken yet and looked unlikely to speak at all. She would probably struggle to make it through any kind of speech. Maya moved forward next, taking a breath and a moment to compose herself before she looked up to address the people around her. I didn't know Yo long, not compared to some of you, but I am proud that I was able to call him my friend. We got to know each other better over the past few months, following an incident involving his sister. As you know, he didn't really get along with his family, to put it mildly, but I had the chance to save him at one of the darkest moments of his life. It led to changes, to a new way of looking at life. But throughout everything, the troubles he went through and the difficulties he faced, he never wavered. He remained a dedicated part of the Arcadian cause and an ever-present friend. Losing him like this has been tough. A sudden end to life is never easy to come to terms with, especially a violent one. But I know for a fact that he would not want us to wallow in grief or to mourn his passing for too long. He would prefer that we celebrate his life and continue to fight for the things he believed in. Many of us are blessed with long life, immortality in some cases, but the end will come to us all one day. The real way to have someone live forever, to be truly immortal, is to never forget them, to always remember, and to celebrate their achievements. That is what Yo would want for us to do, and what I, for one, will continue to do. Her eulogy finished, Maya stepped back into her place beside Amanda. Amanda reached out, placed her hand on Maya's back, and pulled her close. Maya looked up and smiled. Beautifully done, Amanda whispered. Thanks, Maya replied, sadness in her eyes. Trevelyan stepped forward, and the group fell silent. Thank you all for your kind words.
I'm sure Yo would be humbled by them. However, the time has come to say our final goodbyes, as we wish Yo well on his next adventure, whatever that may be." As she watched, magic flared and dirt was conjured into place, covering the casket. A headstone had been set into the edge of the lawn with the simple inscription of his name and the year of his death. Slowly, one at a time, starting with Stella, each person present stepped forward and laid a flower or wreath or another item of remembrance on the ground before the headstone. Most of them also took a moment to think about their lost friend or offer a silent goodbye. Eventually, Amanda stepped up and laid a single red rose on the ground. Crouching down before the grave, weeping quietly, she reached out and touched the headstone. Silently, she said her goodbyes and apologized for not being able to help him in his final moments. After another few seconds, she stood and walked away from the grave, sniffing back her tears and attempting to get a grip on herself as everyone made their way into the Jade Palace's restaurant. The building was closed today, and blinds had been pulled, hiding them from the prying eyes of the public. Food and drinks were provided as they all stood around talking in quiet, subdued tones. "I have to say, I'm surprised Horlak came," Amanda commented to Maya. "He's different," Maya replied, looking up. "He's changed. It wasn't something I was expecting, but he's not the same Scion he was, well, just months ago, really." "Do you think it's real? I mean, he's not faking it, is he?" Amanda asked. "I hope not," Maya said. "Me too." "How are you, ladies?" Trevelyan asked, picking up some food from the table beside them. "As well as can be expected," Amanda replied. "Thank you for leading the service today. That was very kind of you." "My pleasure. I didn't know Yo very well, but I'd met him, and I knew he was a friend of yours, as well as of many other people I respect. It felt like the right thing to do." "I'm sure everyone was happy with how you handled it," Amanda commented. "It was perfect," Maya added. "Well, thank you. That means a lot," he said, pausing and taking a bite from one of the canapes he picked up. "So sorry to bring up recent events, but Yasmin lost the scroll during the attack, I hear." Amanda nodded. "That's right. I can't figure out what happened to it, but I know she dropped it." "Well, that's good. At least some good came from all this," he said. "Providing it doesn't end up in the wrong hands again," Amanda said. "We can only hope," Trevelyan agreed. A little later, Amanda stood talking with Gentle Water, who, during a lull in their conversation, looked up at her, apparently with something on his mind. "What's up?" she asked.
Was that Alicia with Yasmin during the attack?"
he asked. Amanda pressed her lips together as she tensed, trying to keep her emotions in check. She wondered if anyone else had noticed Alicia. "Yes, it was," Amanda said, feeling emotion bubble up inside her again.
"I thought so. Sorry, I had no idea Yasmin take her."
"Neither did I. I mean, I know she was possessed or merged with whatever had been summoned, but this is just so much worse."
"I understand."
Amanda nodded to her friend. "I'll get her back. I'll free her from Yasmin's influence," Amanda said, a note of steel in her voice.
"If anything I can do, you say, yes?"
Amanda nodded, feeling her friend's warm and caring spirit wash over her. Somewhere in the Middle East, Lilia watched Kennedy and Bryn push with all their strength, and suddenly the door jerked open as they gave another shove. Lilia jumped, half expecting something to reach out from the darkness behind the door, grab the men, and pull them inside. They looked pleased with themselves, though, and flicked on their torches before peering into the darkness inside. Everything remained silent, and nothing came rushing out to attack or eat them. Lilia sighed and shook her head. It was just a bad dream, nothing more. There was no such thing as monsters, after all.
Chapter 13.
Resurrection, Manhattan, New York. Tony stared down at the unrolled length of parchment in her hands and the curious, eldritch mess of words and symbols written on the scroll. The vast majority of it made no sense at all. It was in a foreign language, and yet, hidden within the chaos of the markings on the scroll, there was a passage that she could somehow read and understand. She had no idea how this could be possible. The script was similar to what was on the rest of the scroll, but she couldn't understand any of that. All she knew was that she could read this one section, and she knew exactly what it meant. They'd left Yo's funeral early, having stayed for as long as they thought they needed to in order to remain polite. Almost everyone else was probably still there, but Tony had been keen to get back. When the scroll had landed at her feet during the fight at Amanda's house, something washed over her. Something that she couldn't explain urged her to pick it up and hide it. She'd heard Yasmin say that it could bring people back from the dead, and knew she had to take it. It was as if it had wanted to help her. Maybe she'd been calling to it, subconsciously summoning the scroll. Tabitha was less keen and quite nervous, but she missed Melissa as much as Tony did, and desperately wanted her friend back as well.
You know, I have a bad feeling about this, Tabitha said. And I'm not just saying that because of, well, that.
Tony looked up at her lover. She was waving towards the dirty casket on the floor of their living quarters in the tower of the Dark Side of the Moon nightclub. They'd used their combined magic to bring the coffin over to their place without disturbing the grave, but they hadn't felt they'd have enough time to complete the ritual before the funeral. Tabitha had been keener on the idea before the service, but now she seemed to be having doubts. "You're not having second thoughts, are you?" Tony asked.
I don't know. What if she comes back and, she's different?
Different?
Yeah, like a zombie or something.
I don't think that's how this works, Tony said, giving Tabitha an incredulous look.
You don't know that.
I'm positive that this will bring Melissa back, as she was. I'm sure of it.
Well, that's great, but I'm not so sure, Tabitha protested.
Tabby, look, if Melissa is anything other than the friend we knew, anything else, we'll,
kill her again?
If that's what it takes.
Shit, this is messed up. You should have given the scroll back to Amanda after the fight with Yasmin.
I'll give it back to her after we have Melissa back. Look, this artifact came to me. It found me, Tony explained.
You know how crazy that sounds? Tabitha asked.
How else can you explain it? How else is it possible that I can read a passage in a language I've never seen before?
I don't know, Tabitha said. But we're Magi. Strange things happen to us all the time.
Exactly my point, Tony insisted. Crazy things happen. Look, don't you think I'm taking this seriously? I know this is risky. I know this could be dangerous and that it might not be Melissa we bring back. But we can handle this. We've been through worse, she said, stepping up to Tabitha. Tabitha sighed.
I know, it's just seeing all our friends today and seeing Yo get lowered into the ground like that. It just made me wonder,
Tony took Tabitha's hand in hers and looked into her golden feline eyes. It was a curious modification, and one Tabitha forever had to hide. But Tony loved it. It made Tabitha unique. She didn't want to admit to Tabitha that she was harboring a few doubts herself. She was aware of the Arcadians' policy on resurrection. She knew it was crossing a line with them, but she wanted to try. She had to. This was their friend, her friend. She'd been stolen from them by Shaitan and his nomad friends before her time. It just wasn't fair. She'd done a little research into necromancy these past few days, looking for any loopholes or what the reasons were for its prohibition. She'd kind of known about the moral reasons already. It was a mix of it upsetting the natural order of things and also being nomad magic. Less well documented, however, was that too much necromancy or powerful necromancy could attract the attention of beings within Sheol. But details were a little sketchy on that point. This would be a one-off, though. A single use to bring Melissa back, and that's it. She'd hand the scroll over to Amanda or get it to her somehow. She wasn't sure how. She pulled her mind out of those thoughts, though. She didn't like getting too bogged down in thinking about whether she should do this or not. When all was said and done, there was one thought in her mind, and it overrode everything else. She wanted to see her friend again. And to her, that was enough. Look, all I want to know is, do you want to see Melissa again? Tabitha sighed deeply and looked up at Tony.
Yes, I do. I'd love to see her again.
Then we have to try. Look, it might not work anyway. According to my research, it depends on if Melissa's soul, her anima, is still within Sheol. If it's not, if it's passed on, then this is all a moot point anyway.
All right,
Tabitha said. All right? You mean, all right, we can do it?
Why not? I mean, we're halfway there already,
Tabitha said, pointing to the coffin.
How did you convince me this was a good idea, by the way?
I have no idea, but it will work, and soon we'll have Melissa back.
Promise?
I promise. Somewhere in the Middle East. Kennedy walked into the darkness beyond the door, sweeping his torch back and forth across the floor and over the walls. They appeared to be in some kind of antechamber, and there was another pair of double doors in front of him. The chamber was sparse, apart from the few murals on the walls. Kennedy wanted to have a better look at the paintings, but before they settled into going over the finer details, he was keen to have a look around and see the whole building. He approached the double doors, noticing that these weren't sealed up like the outer ones. In fact, they were slightly ajar. He could see something on the floor, sticking out of the doorway, but it was difficult to make it out in the haphazard lighting as the torches moved around. He was quite close before he realized what it was. Sticking out of the doorway were the bones of a human leg. He paused for a moment and looked at it, but they'd already seen a few similar skeletons in the temple, so it wasn't too shocking. Approaching the door, Kennedy saw that the leg belonged to a whole and complete skeleton on the other side. Kennedy reached up and pulled on the door, heaving it open, revealing a vast chamber beyond that had a similar ambient, if dim, light to it as the chamber outside did, and the whole room was covered in the bones of the dead. There must have been hundreds, probably thousands of people in here, and there was nothing left of them apart from their dry, brittle bones scattered over the entire floor from wall to wall. Well, I think we found out where the city's population went to, Kennedy said, as a skull dislodged from a nearby skeleton and rolled out into the antechamber before coming to a stop at his feet. Chapter 14. Amanda shifted her senses to the alleyway behind the building. That seemed to be clear, so she walked over to a small collection of trees and bushes, stepped up close to them to conceal herself from casual view, and pulled on the local essentia. The air snapped as she ported to the alleyway. A second later, her Aegis was suddenly peppered by rapid-fire bullet hits that cracked and whined as they hit and bounced off her Aegis. But the bullets were laced with essentia, and the hits were damaging her defenses. "Feck!" she cursed, looking up, trying to see where the gunfire was coming from. She spotted one of the gunmen on the next roof along, with a high-powered rifle tucked into his shoulder, aiming right at her. Light flashed from the barrel of the firearm as the man went full auto and unloaded on her. Her Aegis hissed and flared from the hits as she pumped more essentia into it, healing the damage to her shield the man was inflicting. With a thought, she pulled in the strands of essentia and launched herself up through the air. She shot up to him, 4 floors up, in less than a second, and smashed her knee into his face. The man flew back over 10 feet and landed with a crunch on the roof of the building. With her etheric sight, she could clearly see that he wasn't a Magus, but he was carrying magically enhanced gear, including body armor and weapons that glowed with essentia. The large sword on the man's back gave away his allegiance, though. He was with the Inquisition. The light crack of suppressed gunfire split the air. Amanda looked up to see another 2 figures on the same roof, but who'd been hidden by the pipes, fence, and other features, step into view and shoot. Amanda lashed out with her magic, her multitasking mind allowing her to cast several effects at the same time. Invisible kinetic energy rams slammed into both figures, knocking them flat and breaking bones. She frowned and grunted at what had just happened. Couldn't she ever have a night off? There was a roar from behind her. Turning, Amanda looked up to see a man leap from the next building over, his sword held high as he landed in a crouch on the rooftop nearby. He glowed with essentia, marking him as a Magus. He looked up at her and smiled. Amanda raised her eyebrows at him as he stood tall, brandishing his sword, which pulsed with magical energy that would be invisible to Riven humans. "You know," Amanda said, "I'm really not dressed for this."
"Pity. I was looking forward to crossing swords with you,"
he said, taking a few steps forward and twirling his sword casually in one hand. "Neat trick," Amanda commented.
"You should see what else I can do."
Lunging, he swung his sword in wide, but Amanda lifted her arm and blocked it. Her Aegis flared as the magical blade bit into it, but didn't pass through. Whipping her arm out, she pushed the sword away and punched the man once, solidly in his face. He stumbled and staggered as blood gushed from his nose. "As I was saying, I'm not dressed for this, but I'll still kick your arse if you want to clatter." The man looked up at her over his hand. His eyes were watering, and he just stared at her for a moment. He then took his sword in both hands before bowing his head. Magic surged around him before it lashed out in an essentia strike that smacked into her Aegis. He clearly wasn't a powerful Magus, and Amanda didn't want to spend too much time on him. She realized it could well be that they were a distraction. She glanced over her shoulder and then back at the Inquisitor. Anger bloomed inside her, while essentia moved to her will. She lashed out, hammering into the man's Aegis with strike after strike, wearing it down over the next few seconds as he attempted to repair and mend the damage. But Amanda was stronger than he was by several orders of magnitude, and within seconds, his Aegis had been torn away, opening him to attack. She hit him with a powerful kinetic punch right in the face and sent him sprawling.
With a thought, she ported off the rooftop, back down to the alleyway, and moved to the back door, which was already wide open. Her etheric sight cut through the darkness and smoke as she stepped inside. From out of the shadows in the back room, a figure lunged for her, but Amanda saw it coming and recognized the magical signature. Amanda caught the hand by the wrist as the figure stepped closer. It was one of the tyranny effect. Her name was Laya. She was a blonde and wore a jacket and leggings that had seen better days. For a moment, she struggled against Amanda, fighting until she got a good look at who was stood before her.
Laya, it's me,
Amanda said.
Sorry, Amanda. I just saw the movement in the shadows. I'm a little jumpy.
That's fine. No harm done, Amanda answered calmly, letting her go.
Are you okay?
I'm fine.
What are you doing here?
Mercy called me, Amanda answered. Laya looked back, twisting on the spot, and behind her, Amanda could see Mercy sitting on the floor, her back up against a cupboard, and her magenta hair spilling over her shoulders, looking a little worse for wear.
You called Amanda?
Mercy looked up.
Yeah, I did,
she said, weaving a senti about herself and healing her wounds.
Why? We can handle this,
Laya said.
Tell that to Fractal and Digit,
Mercy hissed with pain.
They just rushed in, damn it. Fucking idiots. What did they think was going to happen?
Laya yelped, her tone defensive. Hey, calm down, Amanda said, growing a little concerned over their raised voices. Where are Fractal and Digit? Amanda asked.
Dead. They're in the front room,
Mercy said. Amanda stepped sideways and looked through the open doorway into the smoky main room. She could make out the feet of one corpse, not too far away, and the dark shapes of others in the smoke, probably more than 2 dead bodies by the looks of things.
What about Domino?
Amanda asked.
Upstairs, I think. Checking to see if any are left,
Mercy explained.
She's hunting them down. She can handle it,
Laya said, her tone short. I'm sure she can, Amanda agreed, sensing a little hostility from Laya. There was a thump, and then a crash followed by grunts of effort when the ceiling of the front room suddenly collapsed. Domino fell through from the floor above, dragging 2 men with her. One fell limply at her side, while the other attempted to pull away from the dark-haired woman he was on top of. Domino slammed her hand into the man's chest and sent him flying across the room into the far wall where he fell still. Domino was just about to stand when another dark shadow dropped through the hole in the ceiling, brandishing a sword. He brought it slicing down on Domino and hit her aegis, which flared once and failed. The man swung again, but Domino caught the blade in her hands with a grunt of effort. On instinct, Amanda called on her magic. Lashing out, she knocked the man sideways and flung him into the wall. He hit it with a sickening crunch and dropped lifelessly to the ground. Domino looked sideways at Amanda with a frown.
I had him,
she protested. I'm sure you did, Amanda agreed, feeling a little offended by her rude tone. Sorry, I was just trying to help, she added, attempting to diffuse the tension.
Next time, don't,
Domino replied as she got herself to her feet and looked around her.
Well, this seals it.
Domino walked into the back room.
My thoughts exactly,
Laya agreed.
We're staying,
Mercy added, her voice laden with meaning. She stood up and tested the movement she had in her arm.
Not anymore. You're outvoted now, 2-1. I'm not staying here any longer. You coming or not?
Domino asked. Amanda glanced over at Mercy, who did not look happy. Mercy looked at Laya and Domino, and then at Amanda.
She won't come,
Laya said. Amanda opened a mental link to Mercy, sending a pulse along it. The link opened, and Amanda could feel Mercy's presence close to her mind. What's up? What's going on? They're leaving New York, Mercy said. Leaving?
They're from LA, and they want to go back there. They've left partly because of the Nomad that was killing people.
Shaitan, Amanda answered.
That's the one.
but he's gone now, and I'm not sure they really like it here."
"They seem a little hostile towards me," Amanda said, glancing at the two women. Domino wore a gloss black, form-fitting catsuit under a long white coat. Her hair was dark, and she had a severe look to her. Laya, by comparison, had long blonde hair combed back from her face. The expressions of both women were hard and uncompromising. The tyranny effect had been one of the more militant covens in New York, taking the fight to the Nomads and the Inquisition several times in the year that they'd been in the city. She hadn't had too much to do with them during their time here, though. As Amanda and Mercy swapped thoughts, she could see the looks on the two girls' faces change as they realized that she and Mercy were talking telepathically.
"I know," Mercy answered. "They've heard some stories about you. I never believed them, and honestly, I'm not sure they fully believe them either, but
it's enough to cast doubt on me," Amanda finished for her.
"Right.
"Sure, I understand. So what do you want to do?"
"I'm staying. Well, not here. Not with it like this, but I don't want to leave New York."
"Stay with me, then. At least until you're back on your feet," Amanda suggested.
"Are you sure? I mean, thanks, but I don't want to impose," she said.
"You're not," Amanda answered simply.
"Having a private chat?"
Domino asked, accusation in her voice. Amanda didn't like her tone. "And if we were, what of it?" she said, putting some attitude of her own into her words. Domino said nothing and just looked at her. "I was just offering her a place to stay, given this place is ruined. I'm guessing you'll refuse, but the offer's open to you too," Amanda said, her voice losing some of its harshness.
"No thanks,"
Domino said, as sirens cut through the night air.
"We'll be going."
"You're not going to help me clean up?" Amanda asked, feeling a little annoyed with them, but knowing they'd say no. Domino shrugged.
"It's your town."
Amanda scowled as they both walked out of the back door and disappeared from view. She looked back at Mercy. They were a little rude.
"They've been increasingly unreasonable of late. They heard some rumors about you a few weeks ago, something about Nomads. I wasn't really interested as I was sure it was a mistake or hoax."
Amanda laughed to herself. "Well, it was certainly a mistake on my part. I was deceived, and I paid the price for that."
"Ah,"
Mercy said. "Look, let me port you to my place. I have to clean up here before the cops show up."
"What are you going to do with Digit and Fractal?"
"I'll put them on ice at mine. Then you can make that choice yourself," Amanda said, her expression and tone sympathetic.
"Okay, sounds good,"
Mercy replied. Amanda nodded and worked her magic, porting Mercy into her foyer back home. As the sirens grew closer, Amanda went to work, porting Fractal and Digit back to hers as well. They'd had some facilities put in place recently to deal with this kind of thing after Yo's death, and it was a simple matter to port them into 2 of the freezers they had in the basement. Next, she sent her senses through the building and ported the bodies of the Inquisitors to her null realm, making sure she checked and double-checked adjacent buildings and anywhere she could think of to make sure she hadn't missed anyone before she disappeared into the null realm herself. With a few more workings of magic, she dropped the whole Crusader squad off on the same secluded beach where she dumped Mary Damask last time. Let the Vatican deal with them, she thought, as she worked her magic once more and stepped into her home in New York. She found Mercy in her front room, sitting in one of the soft chairs, looking troubled. "You okay? What's the crack?" she asked.
"Sorry," Mercy said. "I'm just annoyed at those 2. They've been really difficult these last few weeks. They were desperate to move out of the city and kept asking for a vote. Fractal and I were happy here, and Digit always abstained, meaning the vote was tied. But shit, I don't know," she sighed. "Looks like the tyranny effect coven has finally disbanded."
"Look, you've been through a lot. Stay here with us. We have plenty of space, and you can think about your future. You can stay as long as you want, okay?"
Mercy smiled.
"Thanks. I appreciate it." No problem, Amanda said. The Vatican, Rome.
Damn it!
Mary cursed and slammed the base of her fist onto her desk.
We killed 2 of them,
the Crusader said to her from where he stood on the other side of the table beside Assunta and Augusto. His tone was almost pleading.
Not good enough, Mary said. And once again, Amanda shows up and humiliates you. It was a simple job. You had more than enough resources. I wasn't asking for much, you know. Go on, get out,
she said, and watched the Crusader nod once and leave her office, closing the door behind him. Mary sat back in her seat and massaged her forehead with her fingers as she tried to soothe the headache that was brewing.
So what's our next move?
Assunta asked.
Don't know, Mary said, her tone short. We need a way to get at Amanda. Something personal. Something that would give us leverage.
Chapter 15. Consequences, Manhattan, New York. Amanda pulled on a pair of red leather trousers, shimmying her butt into them before zipping them up, and checked herself out in the mirror. She wore a white camisole with the trousers and decided to keep her hair loose. She pulled on a pair of pumps with a high, blocky heel and wandered out of her room. As she walked towards the staircase, another door opened and Mercy stepped out, wearing just a long t-shirt with her hair still messy. Mercy yawned and then spotted Amanda and paused.
"Oh, hi,"
she said, looking slightly embarrassed, pulling the bottom of her shirt down. "Hi, you sleep well?"
You know, it could have been better,"
she answered. "To be sure," Amanda said. She guessed that Mercy probably had a lot on her mind, having lost 2 coven mates to the Inquisition and the other 2 choosing to go off on their own. She'd lost a lot yesterday, and it would probably take her some time to process it all. "Take your time. You can stay here as long as you need to." Mercy leant against her doorframe and gave a half smile. "Thanks. One of us will be around the house somewhere if you need anything. I'll catch you later, okay?" Mercy smiled.
"Sure. See you in a bit."
Amanda smiled back at her and walked off down the hallway to the stairs, glancing back at Mercy, who was walking into one of the bathrooms. She paused at the top of the stairs. Mercy had been through a lot yesterday, but she seemed to be handling it okay. Amanda liked her. She seemed, current circumstances notwithstanding, something of a determined woman, driven to fight against the hate and injustice within the Magi world, and Amanda could respect that. She was a bright, no-nonsense woman, someone who Amanda thought might be a good fit for her coven. She smiled to herself as she descended the stairs. My coven. It was one of those things she'd never really put much thought into. She'd always considered herself, before the time travel incident, to be part of the Legacy Coven. Her little band of Magi were some kind of offshoot, or group within the group, kind of like how Orion, Zane, Stephen, and Balor had come together to be a small militant group within the Legacy. But things had changed for her since time traveling, and she had a different view on the Legacy now. The Legacy had been created for her to lead, but over the centuries leading up to today, she'd always kept the Legacy at arm's length, preferring to do her own thing and let the Legacy do theirs. She liked the Legacy and wanted to have a close relationship with them, but she thought that she really needed a coven of her own. She wondered how it might work, given that people like Gentlewater and Raven were, technically, part of the Legacy. Would they want to stay with the Legacy or move over to her coven? Also, who does she want in her coven? If this was going to be her thing, her baby, so to speak, she wanted it to be right. She wanted the right people in it. Liz was an obvious choice, and given that she was Amanda's apprentice, it made sense that Liz would formally join her coven. She'd ask Gentlewater and see what he said. There would be a place for him if he wanted it, but their relationship was different now. She was no longer his apprentice. so he might choose to stay with the legacy. Sean, Vanessa, Matt, and Howie were all a given, as far as she was concerned. She wanted them with her. They'd been a part of her life so far, so it only made sense that they stay with her. She wondered what Maria would do. Again, Amanda would offer her a place in her coven, but Maria was something of a free spirit anyway, so she guessed that she would likely choose to stay as she was, as kind of a loose member of the legacy. She had her own interests to look after anyway. Maya was also only kind of loosely associated with the legacy, and was also one to do as she wanted. But she was also Amanda's daughter, and she would always be welcome. She wondered about offering Sabine and maybe, depending on how things worked out, Mercy, places in the coven too. She sighed. It was early days, and she needed to think things through a little more. Besides, she would need a name for it, and she was frankly at a loss where that was concerned. Well, she thought, she still had plenty of time. As she made her way down the stairs, she saw Liz standing at the front door, pulling on her jacket. "Morning," Amanda said as she reached the hallway.
"Hi, how are you this morning?"
Liz asked. "I'm grand. What's the crack?" she asked, pointing to Liz's jacket.
"Oh, I'm just going to spend the morning with Celeste and help out at the sanctuary. How's Mercy? She settled in okay? I heard you talking."
Amanda glanced up the stairs before looking back at Liz. "She seems fine, all things considered."
"Sure. Well, there's plenty of people here she can talk to about losing friends, I guess."
"To be sure," Amanda said quietly.
"That's for you,"
Liz said, waving towards a box on the floor by the door. "Thanks," Amanda said, glancing at the package before saying her goodbyes to Liz as she left the house. The general ambient magic that she naturally emitted as an archmagus gave her an immediate impression of what was inside the package without really thinking about it too hard. She picked it up and wandered round to her modest office. Stepping inside, she opened the box and pulled out the items it held. As she suspected, it was the 2 VR helmets she'd ordered. Following her first trip into the virtual world, Matt had taken her in a few more times over the past few weeks, and she was really starting to enjoy it. She had noticed, though, that as good as the rigs they currently had were, they had a few shortcomings. Matt had mentioned a few times that he was looking to get one of the Black Widow rigs he'd seen on the D-Web forums, which were made by a coven of Magi in San Francisco, but they were difficult to get a hold of. Saying nothing, Amanda had paid the coven a visit and secured 2 of them to be delivered. They were beautifully designed, with sleek lines and a contrasting matte and gloss black finish with red detailing. Placing the items on her desk, she reached out with her mind and examined their magical signature. Magus had clearly enchanted them, something that all of the best rigs seemed to have done to them to make them as immersive as possible. She stood for a good few minutes, studying the magic radiating from them, looking to find out what they did and how they did it. After a little while, she had a good idea of the effects that the rigs had cast on them, and not only that, but saw plenty of ways she could improve upon it. The Magus who'd enchanted them was good, but he wasn't an archmaster. Working carefully, Amanda reached out once more with her mind and started to pull on the veil of essentia that surrounded her and the items, pushing the effects cast on the rigs even further, and hopefully creating one of the best rigs available. It took her 30 minutes to fine-tune her work, but she soon finished and felt satisfied with the results. The rigs positively hummed with magical energy and would give them the most realistic and immersive experience yet. Happy with her work, she placed the rigs back in the box and carried it downstairs into the basement. She found Matt in the operations center, talking to Vanessa and Sean. They all looked up and smiled as she walked in.
"Lovely box you have there," Matt said.
Amanda caught the innuendo in the comment and smiled. Funny fecker, hey? She smiled. I like to think so. Matt quipped back at her. Amanda rolled her eyes and placed the box down on a nearby desk. Well, when you finish commenting on my box, you can come and have a look inside it. She purred, choosing to run with it. Now there's an offer I can't refuse. Matt answered, smiling as he stood and walked over. He peered inside the package, and Amanda watched his eyes register a look of pleasant surprise. Ooh, now that is nice, he said, reaching in and lifting one of the rigs out of it. Ah, it's a Black Widow, he said, his eyes fairly glazing over with awe. You like it? Like it? I love it. This is awesome. Did you get this? I got it for you, but it's no mere standard Widow. I've had it upgraded. Upgraded? I enhanced it. It should give you the most immersive VR experience possible, she said. Excellent, Matt replied, grinning from ear to ear. Amanda smiled. Matt might be in his 40s, but when it came to VR, he was like some geeking out child, and Amanda found it quite cute to watch. As Matt turned the rig over in his hands, looking at its various features with Vanessa, Sean walked over. I hear the tyranny effect disbanded, he said. Yeah, the Inquisition attacked them, killed 2 of their number. 2 others decided to leave New York, while Mercy came back here to live with us for a while. I'm guessing this is Mary Damask's doing. Looks that way to me. Fits her MO, too. She has a real thing for you at the moment, Sean commented. I killed Vito, or well, Liz did, and I've foiled her plans ever since. I'm not her most favorite person in the world. So, you have the current leader of the Inquisition on a personal crusade against you. That takes some doing. Amanda chuckled to herself. It wasn't intentional. They just kept getting in my way, and Mary won't leave well enough alone. One day she's going to hit you where it hurts, you know. And when the day comes, I'll deal with her, Amanda said. And when that day comes, I'll thank my lucky stars that I'm not her, Sean commented. Amanda smiled as a pulse of Essentia alerted her to a link request. It was from Tabitha. Amanda opened the link. Tabitha, how can I help you this morning? Amanda asked telepathically. Come to the dark side, to our apartment. The Aegis is down, she said and closed the link. Amanda raised her eyebrows in surprise. That was rather abrupt, she thought. Even though Tabitha hadn't said much, it was her mental voice rather than her actual voice. Amanda could hear plenty of emotion in her tone. Tabitha was scared and in emotional distress. Whatever it might be, it was serious. Sorry, she said, turning to Sean. Duty calls. She tapped the side of her head to illustrate the point. Sean nodded. Go ahead. It doesn't look like we're going anywhere now anyway, he answered, waving in Matt's direction. With a rush of energy and a snap of air, Amanda ported from where she'd been standing in Sean's office and appeared in the main living area of Tony and Tabitha's apartment in the bell tower of the Darkside nightclub across town. The former church had been extensively renovated into one of the best nightclubs in the city before Tony and Tabitha had taken up residence there. Tabitha had been right. The Aegis that normally surrounded the apartment was gone, which was the second clue, after Tabitha's voice, that something was amiss. Amanda wasn't sure she'd want to live above a nightclub, but there really was no accounting for taste. Besides, she liked these girls. Amanda blinked away the flash of light behind her eyes and looked out on the scene of utter carnage. There was blood everywhere. 2 dead bodies, both of which she recognized, lay on the floor, ripped apart by magic. Tabitha sat curled up on a nearby sofa, looking up at Amanda, her bright yellow eyes wide with fear. Amanda looked at her and then back down at the 2 bodies. One was Tony, which Amanda expected, but the other one was Melissa. Amanda looked at the mess of gore and bone and internal organs with a frown. Melissa had already been dead. She'd been gone for months. How was she? Amanda looked at Tabitha again, and then down at Tony, remembering the fight with Yasmin at her house and the loss of the Lazar scroll. Looking back at Tabitha and seeing the broken girl looking back at her, she sighed, feeling terribly sorry for her, but also somewhat exasperated by what had no doubt happened. Being careful to avoid the worst of the mess, she walked over and perched on the edge of the sofa next to Tabitha. "You used the scroll, didn't you?" It wasn't a question, it was a statement, and Tabitha just nodded. Shite. Amanda cursed quietly to herself. What happened?
Tony insisted. She wanted to bring Melissa back. So did I guess. I helped her do it, but it was the scroll. She got it during the fight at your place. She just picked it up, you know.
I guessed as much. Amanda confirmed and worked a little magic to conjure 2 sheets that fell gently over the bodies on the floor, hiding them from view.
It worked, you know. The scroll. It worked. It brought Melissa back. She was, well, basically the same person. It was great. We were planning on leaving, going to live somewhere far away, just the 3 of us.
What went wrong? What happened? Tabitha looked up at her, and it was as if a shadow fell over her face as she thought about it.
Yasmin,
Tabitha said. Yasmin was here.
She took the scroll.
Beck, Amanda cursed. You saw her.
No, I wasn't here. Only Tony and Melissa were, and she attacked them. Killed them.
How do you know?
We have cameras,
Tabitha said and reached over to the laptop that was beside her. She lifted the top and the screen came to life to show paused images from 4 cameras, 2 of which were in the room where they currently sat. She tapped play and the images started to move. The short video was horrific to watch as Yasmin suddenly appeared in the room where Melissa and Tony were sitting. Melissa charged at Yasmin, but she was torn apart in a matter of seconds, leaving Tony looking terrified. What do you want? Tony asked on the video.
You know what I want,
Yasmin replied.
You took what is rightfully mine, and I want it back.
I don't. Tony started to reply, only for Tony to suddenly go into a spasm and hold her head as she screamed.
Ah, there it is,
Yasmin said, the scroll suddenly appearing in her hand. Yasmin looked at it with a smile and turned back to Tony. No, please, don't kill me. I'll do anything. I'll do whatever you want. Just please don't kill me. Tony sobbed.
I doubt very much that you are of any use to me,
Yasmin said. Amanda, I know about her. And Victoria, I've met her. No, Shaitan, have you heard of him? Trevelyan, I could...
Shaitan?
Yasmin asked, suddenly interested.
What do you know about Shaitan?
Tony blinked and seemed to be thinking about it before she spoke. I'll tell you if you'll let me live. Yasmin took a step forward.
You'll tell me right now, or I'll rip it from your head.
Okay, sure. Look, I just know that he was the one who was killing the Covens in Los Angeles, attacked them with his 2, friends, until Amanda stopped him.
Amanda stopped him?
She asked, a note of genuine curiosity in her voice. Tony adjusted herself on her seat in the video. She was clearly terrified, but she seemed to know that she'd somehow managed to capture Yasmin's attention. She glanced around as she spoke, possibly looking for a way out of her situation. Yeah, she and Celeste, I'm not sure. They found him and stopped him. I could find out more for you if you like. I know Amanda quite well, you know.
Do you?
Yasmin said, but it wasn't a question, and Amanda could see that she had all the information she wanted from Tony.
"Oh, yes, I'll go and find her right away for you. It would be my pleasure,"
she said as she stood up, making her way towards the door. Tony's body went into another spasm, her head thrown back, as her body shook like crazy before it suddenly ripped apart, as if it had been tied to 10 different monster trucks, which had all accelerated away from her in different directions. Tony's remains dropped to the floor. Half a second later, Yasmin disappeared from the screen. "When was this?" Amanda asked. Yasmin would not come talk to her to find out what had happened to Shaitan, but she didn't need to. Celeste had been mentioned, and that final spasm that Tony had suffered before Yasmin's magic had ripped her apart was probably Yasmin invading her mind to find out if she knew where Celeste was. Amanda turned to Tabitha. Did Tony know where Celeste was?
She's volunteering at that woman's refuge.
The sanctuary, right? Right. Did Tony know that?
I think so,
Tabitha answered. Go to my place and stay there. I'll be back later, Amanda said.
What now? What about?
She said, waving towards the 2 bodies. Talk to Gentlewater. He'll sort it out. I have to find Celeste, Amanda said, summoning her magic. Somewhere in the Middle East. Lilia followed the team into the room, picking her way over the dusty skeletons that littered the floor. She did her best to try and avoid the bones and only stand on the stone floor, but every few steps, she heard another bone crack and break underfoot. She cringed every time she did it. The thought of breaking someone's arm or leg sent shivers through her body. The rest of the team were fascinated by the contents of the chamber, pointing at things and talking in hushed tones. It was funny, in a way. Everything down here was dead, and this was not a church as they knew it, but still, they spoke quietly, whispering to each other. Lilia spotted a more open area up ahead and moved over to it, only breaking 2 femurs and a couple of ribs, and a radius in the process, before she was out of the field of long-dead corpses. She sighed and stepped into the clear area. That was only half the job, though. She'd have to make her way back through the same mess to get out. She wished she'd stayed outside the room now. Why had she come in here? This was the scary room that she dreamt about, where she'd been attacked and, well, it didn't bear thinking about, she thought as she wandered around the open area. Click. Lilia looked down to see that the slab her right foot was on had dropped about an inch down.
What the?
She whispered. A rumble of rock echoed through the room, and just to her right, she saw a section of floor lower on a pivot and drop away, coming to rest as a slope leading to a dark passage below. Lilia stood transfixed, her eyes wide with fear and surprise.
I didn't mean to do that.
Kennedy stepped up to her side and looked down the slope. Looks like this adventure isn't over yet.
Chapter 16.
No Sanctuary, Manhattan, New York. Liz followed Celeste out of the building and into the small garden at the back. It was one of 2 outdoor spaces at the sanctuary that the residents could use, the main one being the central courtyard. The garden at the back was usually quieter and was more often used by staff than residents. Thanks for coming, Celeste said with a smile. Liz looked up at the huge woman and felt like a weak and feeble stick next to her. Celeste was close to 7 feet tall and built like a bodybuilder. Her biceps were nearly as wide as Liz's waist and lined with veins. She was an incredible and impressive-looking woman, if a little scary, too. The staff here loved her, it seemed. In a building where many of the patients were former victims of violent abuse, and where occasionally those abusers would show up and cause trouble, Celeste had turned out to be a very effective deterrent. Many of the patients had been a little intimidated when they first met her, but they soon either saw her in action or heard stories from others about her exploits. Liz had listened to Celeste relate some of those tales during her visits to Amanda's house, and after she'd expressed an interest in helping, she'd heard them again from the management who had interviewed her. Today was to be her first day, and she would be paired up with Celeste as she went about her duties. She'd already pinned her name badge to her top, and Celeste had started with a short tour of the building before leading her out here.
No problem. Pleasure to be here,
Liz answered. Celeste smiled.
I think you'll get a lot of personal fulfillment and satisfaction from helping the residents, but it's important that you know you'll be dealing with people in various stages of shock, stress, and mental trauma. The women here have been through some pretty horrific stuff. Some of it you might be able to relate to, and some you might not. Everyone deals with it differently, and it's essential that we respect that. We're not nurses either, and much of what you do today will be moving stuff, fetching things, running errands, that kind of thing. We'll leave the nursing and counseling to the people trained in those fields. Also, as you know, I'm sometimes called on to deal with some of the more violent incidents that take place, whether that's a resident or someone from the outside wanting to cause trouble.
Yeah, I know,
Liz said with a smile.
Maybe I can help with that.
I know you're a skilled fighter and that you trained under Amanda. I'm also guessing you're stronger than you look.
I bet yes. Not to Mandy's level, though,
she said as they walked through the small garden, keeping an eye out for anyone close by. They didn't want to be overheard. Even now, in February, with the leaves absent from the trees and the garden in a more dormant state, the area still had a lovely, calming feel to it with its trees and bushes. There were a few small areas of grass, shot through with gravel pathways that wound around the open space and ran parallel to the vegetable patches that had been carefully maintained over the colder months.
Okay, well, if you think you can help out if one of the more violent situations occurs, then that's up to you. But we use minimal force. Patients are restrained and intruders are ejected. We try not to hurt anyone,
Celeste said. Liz smiled.
I know. I'm not going to start using kung fu on anyone,
she said, some mirth in her voice.
I know. Sorry. I was just being thorough. I realize stating the obvious.
It's all right. I know you don't want any trouble,
she smiled back. Celeste had been the one to recommend that Liz be allowed to help out here, so it was her reputation on the line if she did anything wrong, so Liz couldn't blame her for being careful. A Sentia flared close by, attracting their attention. Liz looked to her left to see a lithe figure, dressed in a dark, form-fitting outfit, snap into place just a few meters away. Liz felt her stomach twist and drop as she recognized the woman's pale face and blood-red lips. It was Yasmin, and she smiled wickedly at the pair of them.
Well, well, well. What do we have here? 2 for the price of 1, it seems.
Yasmin purred. Like Celeste, Liz had turned to face the threat that the Nomad represented and began pumping a Sentia into her Aegis, which, although it had been in place, was not close to being at full strength. Yasmin's eyes flicked over to her, and in Liz's etheric sight, magical energy flared around the Nomad as a battering ram of invisible force slammed into her and knocked her flying. She tumbled through the air and landed in the vegetable patch, the soft dirt and mud breaking her fall as she rolled and came to a stop. Liz spat some dirt out of her mouth and pushed her hair out of her face to look up at her attacker. Yasmin wasn't paying any attention to her, though, and seemed to only have eyes for Celeste, who was wreathed in Yasmin's magic. It held her immobile a good foot or so off the ground. Liz found herself paralyzed with fear as she watched the confrontation. All she could see in her mind's eyes were images of Yo, held immobile and helpless as the Black Lotus stabbed him to death. Was Yasmin alone? Was she here with her Black Knight's coven? Liz looked around her to see if Tacita, the demon-clad pyromaniac who had fought her in Amanda's house, was here, hiding in the shadows, perhaps, waiting to strike. No one was there, though. It was just Yasmin by the looks of things. Celeste arched her back in pain as Liz watched. Yasmin's magic reached into Celeste's mind, and Yasmin wasn't being gentle about it. What was she after? Liz wondered. What did Celeste know that Yasmin needed so badly? She had no idea, but Yasmin was clearly keen to have it. Liz could see that Celeste was trying to change, to transform into her werewolf form. She desperately wanted to attack Yasmin, but it was as if Yasmin's magic was holding her in some kind of stasis and stopping her from shifting. Liz clenched and unclenched her fists as crippling doubt and disbelief in herself flooded her body and held her immobile. She wanted to help. She wanted to save her friend. But what could she do? Yasmin was like a god compared to her. She'd only end up getting herself killed. Liz's eyes drifted over to Celeste. She strained to turn her head towards Liz, grunting with effort as she fought against Yasmin's magical grip. Celeste made a guttural noise, something that barely sounded human as she tried to say something through her constricted throat. She made the sound again as she managed to twist her head a little more.
Liz!
She finally managed to say as her wide, terrified eyes found Liz, imploring her for help. There was desperation in those eyes, and Liz knew that Yasmin would be unlikely to let Celeste live once she had what she was looking for. Celeste would be a loose end, and so would she. Liz glanced at Yasmin. She had her eyes closed tight and her hand up, reaching for Celeste and whatever information she was after. Through her magical sight, Liz could see that Celeste was fighting the Nomad, pushing her back as best she could, but it was a losing battle. Yasmin's magical strength gave her the edge, and she was gaining ground with every passing second. Celeste turned her head back to Yasmin, closed her eyes, and gritted her teeth as she pushed back. This seemed to surprise Yasmin. She edged closer to Celeste, making a fist with the hand she was reaching out with, and appeared to redouble her efforts. Celeste screamed as Yasmin's Essentia pushed much deeper into her mind, and Liz winced. She looked down at her hands and knew she had to help. If she did nothing, Celeste would die, and she would be next. It was now or never, she thought, as she balled her fists, feeling determination wash over her. Gathering up all the Essentia within herself and pulling in as much as she could in the second she had, Liz rose to her feet and charged Yasmin. The Nomad glanced once at her, a split second before Liz flung herself at Yasmin, shoulder barging into the Nomad just as she unleashed the most powerful Essentia strike she could muster. Yasmin was knocked sideways, her face a vision of surprise as she hit the floor and rolled, before she brought her tumble under control and sprang to her feet. Yasmin stood with her feet wide apart, her stance low and ready, as she looked up at Liz through narrowed eyes. Essentia rushed into Yasmin as she realized her own attack, and Liz took a step back in fear for her life. A dark blur rushed past her as something huge and animal-like slammed into Yasmin and knocked her flying. It was Celeste. Liz couldn't help the silly grin that split her face. Her attack had freed the Scion and allowed her to shift into her werewolf form. Celeste moved again, rushing Yasmin as the Nomad righted herself and floated a couple of feet above the ground. Magic slammed into Celeste and pushed her back as Yasmin advanced on her. Lightning flashed out from Yasmin and struck Celeste in the chest. Liz reached out and pulled more Essentia into herself and split her mind into 2 parts, which was the limit of her multitasking effect. She lashed out with her magic, sending an Essentia strike at Yasmin, while her other mind bolstered her Aegis, repairing it and boosting it. Yasmin's magic flared in her magical sight as she suddenly launched a barrage of attacks on them both. Lightning flashed, fire rolled, and they were hammered with Essentia strikes of a power that few had ever seen. And then it stopped. Looking up in confusion, Liz saw Amanda standing between her and the Nomad, and the Aegis that had snapped up around all of them, holding off Yasmin's magic. Yasmin stopped, smiled once, and poured it out. Silence returned to the garden as Amanda turned to face them. "You okay?" Liz crouched down and took a few breaths before looking up.
Yeah, I'm all right.
"Celeste," Amanda asked. The Scion's body shifted back into her human form as she dropped to her knees, clearly exhausted from the encounter. "I'll be fine in a few minutes," she answered. "I'm sorry," Amanda said. "I don't have much time, but I need to know what she wanted from you. Did she invade your mind?" "She did. I don't know. My head's a bit of a mess. She found something in there, though." "Can I have a look? I'll be gentle," Amanda said. Celeste sighed. "Do you need to?" "Lives hang in the balance," Amanda argued. Celeste hung her head for a moment and then looked back up and closed her eyes. "Do it," she said. Amanda nodded, and Liz watched as her magic reached out and coursed into Celeste's head. She frowned, but she wasn't in the kind of pain that Yasmin had put her through. After a few seconds, Amanda withdrew her magic and looked Celeste in the eye. "Thank you," Liz's mentor said. Celeste opened her eyes. "Was that it? That wasn't painful." "Yasmin makes it painful," Amanda said. "But thank you. I have what I need. I think both of you should get out of here. Go back home, Liz. Celeste, you're welcome to go with her if you want, but I need to know you're safe. Well, as safe as it's possible to be." Liz nodded. She wasn't going to stay here anyway after that little fight. She wanted to be sure that there was some kind of protection around her for the time being, as well as some backup.
What was she after? What did Yasmin find out?
Liz asked. Celeste looked up, suddenly with a slight frown. She seemed to think about something and then looked at Amanda. "Nefertiti," she said. Amanda nodded. "She's hunting for Shaitan, and Nefertiti probably knows where he is." "But I don't know where Nefertiti is," Celeste said. "No, you don't. But someone else in this city does, and I bet everything I own that Yasmin knows about her." Amanda explained, and with a rush of Essentia, she poured it away, the air whipping past her and making a cracking sound as she went. Celeste turned to Liz. "Why is Yasmin after Shaitan?"
I have no idea, and it's probably better it stays that way,
she said, wondering where Amanda had teleported. Somewhere in the Middle East. Lilia skidded steadily down the slope of the lowered floor to a set of steps that continued down into the darkness below. Kennedy stood beside her and helped steady her, his torch lighting up the landing they were standing on. "Good find," Kennedy said to her. Lilia gave him a nervous smile.
"Thanks,"
she said, wringing her hands. She hadn't wanted to stay in the mass grave that was the chamber above anyway, so her only choice had been to follow the others. Besides, even as scared and worried as she was, she couldn't help feeling somewhat drawn to whatever was down there. Sandy and Bryn joined them, and as one, they set off down the steps, moving slowly and carefully. Lilia didn't want to lose her balance and go tumbling down them. It felt like the stairway went on forever. But as they finally reached a level section of floor and she looked up, she guessed they'd only descended maybe another 100 feet. They were in a small chamber with a single door that stood partially open. Kennedy set off for it.
"Come on," he said to her. "Don't you want to see what you discovered?"
"I'm not sure," Lilia said, but followed Kennedy anyway, and stepped through the open door into the darkened chamber beyond. The room was big and circular, their torches just picking out a few details on the walls. Beneath the dome ceiling in the center of the floor sat a single large sarcophagus, along with 5 skeletons on the floor around it. Lilia stared at the scene before her as a deep-rooted fear washed over her.
Chapter 17.
One Step Behind, Manhattan, New York. As her Essentia faded, Amanda found herself standing in the VIP area of the Pit nightclub in Harlem. Predictably, given that it was the middle of the day, it was empty and quiet. Some of the lights were on, showing the space in flat, even lighting rather than in the mood lighting she'd seen it in before. Nightclubs were strange to see when they were well lit. They always looked somewhat seedy, Amanda thought, but she had no time to dwell on that right now. Her multitasking mind conjured several sets of senses and sent them hunting through the club and its sublevels for Yasmin or Eudoxia. Eudoxia had been sent here by Nefertiti to monitor Amanda after she confronted Nefertiti in Griffith Park in Los Angeles. She'd not known the finer details of this before her time travel, but with the benefit of a do-over, she'd been able to find out all kinds of interesting things. However, one of the things she didn't know was where Nefertiti actually lived. Given her heritage, the obvious place would be Egypt. But Egypt was a big country to find one Magus in, especially one that didn't want to be found. And anyway, there was no reason why Nefertiti would still live there today, thousands of years after she'd been born. She could, in reality, be anywhere in the world or beyond. Amanda felt sure Yasmin's end goal was to gain enough power to defeat her, and the Lazarus Scroll had been the first step on that ladder. She'd seen Yasmin use it to steal the power from other Magus, and even an Archon once. Was she planning to do the same with Nefertiti and Shaitan? She had to warn them, but she had no idea how to find them other than to do the same as Yasmin and follow the breadcrumbs through Eudoxia to Nefertiti, and then to Shaitan. But Yasmin was one step ahead, and unless she was able to somehow pick up the pace, she would be trailing Yasmin the whole way. She knew she'd been lucky to reach Liz and Celeste before Yasmin had killed them. She was confident that Yasmin wouldn't go back, though, and that Liz and Celeste were relatively safe for now. Yasmin was focused on her goal, and it seemed that little else mattered. Amanda stood in silence and processed the images she was getting from the multitude of senses that she'd sent through the complex. She could see, hear, and smell everything from each of them as they raced through the corridors and rooms, hunting for Yasmin and Eudoxia. It took a few moments, but suddenly her senses phased through another wall into what Amanda guessed were Eudoxia's quarters. There, she found Yasmin working her magic on Eudoxia, who hung in the air before the Archmagus. Yasmin's eyes flicked sideways to look directly at Amanda's magical vision, and with a brief flare of Essentia, Amanda's effect was cancelled. Shite! Amanda cursed and immediately ported herself to where she'd seen Yasmin and Eudoxia with her senses, several floors below. The scene around her flashed with a snap of air, and Amanda found herself in the same room as Yasmin. Yasmin's magic flared as Eudoxia's body flew apart, ripped to bits, before falling to the floor with a wet splattering noise and a few thuds from her bonier parts.
Too late,
Yasmin taunted her. Amanda's magic flared as she conjured an aegis around the room in an effort to prevent Yasmin from parting away. We'll see, Amanda retorted. Yasmin smiled as a series of powerful Essentia strikes shot out from her, ripping a hole in the weak shield. Yasmin looked over at Amanda, winked, and poured it away, slipping through the cracks in the aegis. No, damn it! Feck! Amanda cursed as she looked down at the mess on the floor. Her one link to Nefertiti was dead. She wondered what she could do as she looked down at the gore that barely qualified as a body. As she looked, she noticed Eudoxia's anema as it peeled slowly away from her remains and faded into the netherworld of Sheol, the realm of the dead. There was only one thing she could do right now if she wanted to keep up with Yasmin and find Nefertiti, and that was to summon Eudoxia back and talk to her shade. She'd done this several times down through the centuries, but it was not something she enjoyed. The dead deserved their rest and often resented being pulled back to the material realm to do a Magi's bidding. Besides, forcing them to do this was considered necromancy by many, even if you merely asked a few questions. But there was little else for it. She needed that information, so she summoned the local Essentia to her and reached out into the etheric realm of Sheol. The barrier that prevented most Magi from doing this was effectively non-existent for Amanda. Pulling the local Essentia to her, she reached out with her mind, pushing through to the etheric realm and into Sheol. She wasn't really looking into Sheol with her eyes, so much as feeling and sensing the area with her mind. Sheol's oppressive and overwhelming feeling of death and mortality seeped through and pressed in against her, something she'd felt many times before. She did her best to ignore it, though, as she was only interested in finding Eudoxia's shade, and it was easy to do that by reaching out with her magic. Sure enough, she sensed Eudoxia right away. She was still standing where she had died, although in the corresponding spot in Sheol, and was looking around in confusion. She had nothing to compare it to, but she guessed that dying and suddenly finding yourself somewhere other would be confusing as all hell, even for a Magus. Amanda reached out with her astral magic and gently guided the shade to press through the etheric barrier and back into the material world. As she watched, Eudoxia's translucent figure shimmered into view before her. Eudoxia looked at Amanda and then around the room before seeing the remains of her body on the floor. "I'm sorry," Amanda said. Eudoxia looked back at her. "I'm dead, aren't I?" Amanda nodded. "You are. Yasmin killed you." Eudoxia seemed to sag before her, as if all her energy had suddenly left her. "But you can help me. You can help me stop her from killing more people." Eudoxia looked up, her pale eyes peering at her from the realm of the dead. "How?" "She's hunting Shaitan, and the only person who knows where Shaitan is."
"Is my mentor,"
Eudoxia finished. Amanda nodded. "Can you read my mind in this state?" Eudoxia asked. "Yes," Amanda said, and mixed in some psi magic with her astral magic and reached into Eudoxia's etheric mind. She found what she needed right away, as if Eudoxia were presenting it to her. Amanda grasped it, and immediately, intimate and detailed knowledge of where Nefertiti lived bloomed in her mind. Amanda smiled at Eudoxia. "I hope I'm not too late," Amanda said. "Me too," Eudoxia agreed as she faded away, passing back into Sheol and whatever awaited her there. Amanda didn't waste any time and worked her magic, focusing on one of the central areas of Nefertiti's lair which, unsurprisingly, was in the depths of the Egyptian desert. Air rushed, light flashed, and Amanda ported partway around the world, appearing in an underground chamber that had been carved into the sandstone beneath the desert. The room was large and rectangular, with columns around the edge that were all intricately carved with detailed Egyptian iconography. Rugs covered the floor, while pots and statues had been carefully placed around the room. Amanda quickly noticed that a couple of the rugs had been pulled out of place, and beside one of the doors, a large urn had been smashed to bits. Amanda moved towards that door, following some scorch marks as she heard the sounds of movement and maybe a fight. Light flashed and Essentia surged as Amanda drew level with the door in time to see Yasmin on the other side, locked in battle with Nefertiti, who was doing an excellent job of holding her own. Yasmin glanced back, apparently sensing her presence, and sneered at her.
"Get her,"
she said, and a figure stepped into view between them. The woman was perhaps in her 50s, wearing a long, ragged robe complete with a deep hood that was tied at the waist with a length of old rope. Amanda recognized Yasmin's apprentice, Sybil, who was a Magus with a gift for temporal magic and seeing into the future. The seer glared at Amanda from beneath her hood for a moment before she screeched and stepped towards her, magic flaring. As the Nomads' attacks flew at her, Amanda unleashed magic of her own, smashing Sybil sideways, away from the door. In the lull, Amanda looked for Yasmin, but she'd moved and was no longer in view. Having recovered, Sybil's magic hit Amanda hard, knocking her back. "Shite!" Amanda cursed as lightning lanced from Sybil's fingers, flying across the room and hitting her aegis. Her shield held, but it knocked her back. Amanda turned her focus back to Sybil and, for the moment, put Yasmin out of her mind. Nefertiti would need to deal with her for the time being. With her aegis shedding the damage, Amanda set all of her separate minds to attacking Sybil, sending a barrage of destructive energies and Essentia at the Nomad. Sybil, as far as Amanda knew, had shown off traits that seemed to reveal that she was perhaps a sage or a master magus. Powerful and potentially dangerous. Lightning streaked between them. Fireballs exploded, rocking the underground complex. Kinetic rams pounded at the Nomad, while Essentia strikes, pulling huge amounts of magical energy from the world around her, smashed into Sybil's aegis. The Nomad fell back, staggering under the onslaught. Her aegis glowed and hissed as it struggled to fend off Amanda's attacks until it finally failed and disintegrated. But Amanda didn't stop. Instead, she threw even more lightning and fire at the seer. Something about all this, about Yasmin's single-minded quest, told her that she couldn't hold back. This was important. What Yasmin was doing had the feel of some kind of endgame to it. There was no going easy on her or her coven. Not this time. Overwhelming force was the only way to see this through. She had to get in there and throw everything she had at Yasmin and her allies. Whatever it was that Yasmin was doing, she had to be stopped. With her magic obscuring her view, she relied on her etheric sight to know if Sybil was still a threat, and when her life force suddenly faded, Amanda pulled her magic back to reveal that little was left of the Nomad seer. Amanda didn't smile, and she didn't crack a joke. Instead, she just registered that the seer was gone and dashed through the side door into the room beyond, towards the feeling of powerful magic as she gathered her Essentia to her once more. Yasmin stood in front of an immobile Nefertiti, holding the Lazarus scroll in one hand, its green mist enveloping the Egyptian Magus, as Yasmin's own magic reached into Nefertiti's mind. Amanda unleashed hell, sending a wave of devastating magical fury at Yasmin designed for shock and awe, and knocked her sprawling to the floor. The green mist faded as the sentia flared once more, and Yasmin was gone. Nefertiti dropped to the floor, gasping for breath and coughing as she sucked in life-giving air. Amanda ran over to her and dropped to her knees beside her. "Are you okay?" Nefertiti coughed once more and brought her breathing under control before looking up. She nodded.
Yes, I think so," she gasped. "Thank you for coming. I thought I could take her. I thought I could defend myself. But that scroll, its power is incredible."
"Yes, it is, and I know what that feels like."
"She's after Shaitan, isn't she?"
"That's right. Look, time is limited. I'm guessing she knows where he is now. I need to get there fast. I need to know what she's doing before she kills him."
"Of course,"
she said, and Amanda felt a pulse of a sentia press into her mind. Nefertiti wanted to link with her. Amanda opened the link and felt Nefertiti pass the knowledge over to her. "Thank you," Amanda said, now knowing exactly where Shaitan was. "I hope I'm not too late." Amanda's magic flared, and she left Egypt behind. Somewhere in the Middle East. As Kennedy moved up towards the sarcophagus, Lilia felt an urge to get closer as well. The large stone edifice scared her, terrified her even, and yet she felt drawn to it. There was something about it that pulled her to it. She stared at it in fascination as she drew closer, marveling at the intricate carvings and the curious inscriptions in an unknown language. The words seemed to move, to rearrange themselves, and almost make sense to her as she found herself reaching the bottom step. Kennedy was already up there, running his fingers reverently over the ancient stone, his face the picture of wonder.
"Come to Laika,"
something whispered in her mind. There was no resisting this. Lilia placed her foot upon the first step. She moved, shifting her weight, and then stepped up another and another until she reached the top and saw the beautiful carvings on the lid for herself. They were wonders to behold, but also lacking something. They weren't bright enough or clear enough. They needed something dark, something that would contrast against the tan sandstone lid. As she watched, something started to splash over the stone and seep into the crevices of the carvings. The dark liquid was the perfect addition to the sandstone and showed off the carvings perfectly. She smiled as she looked at it, knowing how beautiful it now was. "That's so much better now," she said, as a fog that had covered her mind, but that she'd not noticed until now, started to lift. "Don't you think, Kennedy?" she asked. What was that noise, she thought? Why were people screaming? She couldn't understand it. Her hand was heavy, which was another curious feeling. She looked at it to see that she was holding her knife and it was slick with blood. "Did I?" she said, confused until she looked down at Kennedy where he lay on top of the sarcophagus, his blood leaking over the carvings on the lid. Realization hit her heart, and she stumbled from the coffin as Sandy and Bryn ran to Kennedy's aid. Lilia stumbled to the floor and dropped the knife. Had she killed him? How did she do that? She had no memory of it. A dull thud sounded from the tomb, and her teammates backed away in surprise and fear. Was there something alive in there?
Chapter 18.
Whispers of the Dead, Saudi Arabia. The air crackled. light flashed, and Amanda found herself standing in a small room deep within the borders of Saudi Arabia. The room was sparsely furnished, with dust and dirt and debris as its only decoration. A battered sofa hugged one wall, covered with a tattered throw which had seen better days. A table sat nearby with an old boxy radio on it, and several layers of dust, illuminated by a single window, which was cut into the sandstone wall. A rug covered the center of the floor, which looked like it might have once have been brightly colored, but was now nothing more than a worn and dirty gray. A series of rapid-fire thuds from upstairs drew Amanda's attention away from the depressing room, and at almost the same instant, there was the sound of someone running down the stairs in the next room. A door burst open, and a man with swarthy skin, dressed in the typical loose linen clothing of the area, crashed through with a terrified look on his face. He caught sight of Amanda and fell over backwards with a shocked yelp. She could tell right away he wasn't a Magus, as she looked at him with her etheric sight. His eyes wide with terror, he looked her up and down, and a disapproving sneer twisted his face.
"Decadent Westerners,"
he muttered. She shrugged. Her tight red leather trousers, strappy heels, and white camisole top did give her away, and were probably a little offensive to his sensibilities, but she didn't give a shite. Still, that was no excuse to be rude. She smiled at him. "Hi," she said. "Trouble upstairs?" She pointed up. The man nodded dumbly, his head bobbing up and down like crazy. "Okay, thanks. Go, go," she said, waving him off as she dashed through the door and up the stairs, taking 2 at a time. She reached the upper floor and saw another figure, also in Middle Eastern dress, laid out on the floor with blood pooling around him. She recognized him immediately, as she'd seen him a few times throughout the last millennium, but most notably in Los Angeles when she teamed up with Celeste and also met Nefertiti. It was Shaitan, and he was dead. Movement from the corner of her eye drew her attention left, just in time to see Yasmin, holding what looked like an ancient book under her arm. Reacting on instinct, her sentia reached out to conjure an aegis from the ether, only for a wave of sentia to burst from Yasmin, disrupting her effect. Amanda's powerful magic struggled for a moment before it forced its way through, but it was too late. Yasmin poured it away with a wink before the aegis could appear. "Damn it," Amanda cursed. She walked over to the corpse, crouching down beside him. "Well, shite. Awful sorry, matey." She looked up at where Yasmin had been standing and noted the large empty space on the desk and remembered the book Yasmin had been carrying under her arm. She frowned. What had Yasmin taken this time? Looking down at the body, she raised an eyebrow. "Only one way to find out," she muttered. "I'll come to you this time." Amanda pulled on the local essentia and worked her astral magic once more. Except, this time, she tore open a hole in the fabric of reality and shifted herself over into the realm of the dead. She visited Sheol many times over the years and knew its look well enough. Even so, every time she visited, it gave her a horrible, sinking feeling and a keen sense of her own mortality. There were very few colors in Sheol. Instead, everything seemed gray and gloomy. When there were colors, they were striking in their vibrancy against this realm's charcoal miasma. She stood in the ruins of a half-built building that wasn't too dissimilar to the real-world version she'd just left behind, but different enough that she knew she wasn't in Kansas anymore. Shaitan's shade, which looked quite solid here, in what was now its native realm, stood by a shadow of his desk, looking down at it. He seemed to sense Amanda's arrival and turned to look at her.
"And so begins my next adventure,"
he said. "I'm sorry," she whispered. "I tried to get here in time, but she beat me to it."
"Yasmin is a slippery foe,"
he muttered. Amanda walked over to him, noticing how the impression of his body was fading from this world. She stepped up to his desk and looked down at it, seeing that his fingers were resting where the book must have been in the material realm. She took something.
"My life's work,"
he said.
"De Libre Nox Noctis."
The Book of the Night, Amanda said. She'd heard of it. Most Magi who knew anything of the history of the Nomads had.
"You know it?"
"I've not read it, but I've heard of it. You wrote it, right?" He nodded.
"I did."
You wrote of your visit to the Abyss in it, and your encounter with the Archons, correct?
"Indeed, I did."
So why would Yasmin want it? She knows all about the Archons. She's been dealing with them for hundreds of years. Shaitan nodded. He was a wild-looking man, both in life and now in death. He had long, frizzy hair and a big, bushy beard. His dark eyes were intense as they stared out from beneath his thick eyebrows. He turned to look at her.
"You're right, of course, but there's something she doesn't know. Something that is contained in that book. Something which I think you can already do."
Amanda glanced down at herself and then around the room before looking back to him, realization filling her mind. She's going to cross into the abyss.
"My book details how to do it. It had gone missing, but I got it back recently, with the intention of keeping it safe. I wanted to destroy it, but alas, I could not. I was weak. To destroy my magnum opus, my life's work, it was more than I could bear."
Why would she want to cross into the abyss?
"To find the Archons in their prison, where their demiurge confined them, of course."
"I'm sorry, the who?" Amanda asked.
"The demiurge,"
Shaitan answered, looking up at her again. "Who is the demiurge?"
"An ancient, powerful being. He lived on Earth during the earliest days of humanity, and when the Archons went too far in their bid for power, he banished them to their prison, Tartarus, in the etheric realm, and stopped the Magi from crossing there themselves. The Archons have been in the abyss, as we now call it, ever since. Did you know that the abyss was once known as Arcadia?"
Amanda sighed. I did, yes.
"It's where you lot get your name from, isn't it?"
The Arcadians, yes it is. But, hey, Yasmin might be strong, and the Lazarus Scroll is certainly powerful, but she wouldn't last 5 seconds against the Archons. She'd never be able to enact the ritual on the scroll to steal their power. They're too strong, it's impossible.
"Is it?"
Shaitan asked. I would say so, yes.
"There used to be 8 Archons, you know, but one of them was killed by a Magus many millennia ago. Her name was Lilith, or at least that's what we call her now,"
he said as Amanda noticed the area around Shaitan getting brighter. I've heard that rumor before, but it's just a story, Amanda protested. How do we know it's true?
"I've met her, Lilith. It's quite true,"
he said, his voice starting to sound distant, as if he were talking away from her down a tunnel. Okay, let's say I believe you. How did she do it? If she were just a Magus, How did she kill an Archon given how strong they are? The white glow had been growing and getting brighter, and his voice more distant and echoing. He answered her, saying something, but she couldn't make it out as the light grew and flashed. For a moment she felt relaxed, at peace, and strangely at home. The flash faded to nothing, and she found herself standing in the shadows of the ruined room, alone. Damn it, she thought, scowling at the empty space where he'd been but a moment before. She'd heard of Lilith before, and of the rumor that she'd killed an Archon. That's all it had been to her so far, a story, an allegory, perhaps. Nothing more. But was it true? She needed to know more, and she needed to know how Lilith might have killed an Archon. They were supposedly beings of terrible power, like ancient dark gods who were not to be trifled with. The stories had them ruling over humanity for hundreds of years with an iron fist. The Magi were around then, of course, fighting the Archons and their scion offspring, but the Archons were cunning and seduced some of the Magi, creating the first Nomads. The fight between the first Arcadians and the early Nomads was the stuff of legend. The main beats of the story were somewhat known, but less well known was what had ended that war. At some point, the Archons were either banished or retreated into the etheric realm, and it was sealed to keep the Magi out. But how that had happened was a point of debate amongst many, and the truth was hard to find. Now, Shaitan had told her that a creature called the Demiurge was responsible. She had no way of knowing if that was true or not, or where Shaitan had obtained that information, and honestly, as fascinating as it wasn't high on her list of priorities. For now, she needed to know more about Yasmin and what she was planning. She seemed to be gathering artifacts, items of power that would grant her greater magical powers. Amanda considered that as she worked her magic and transferred herself through the null realm and back into the building in Saudi Arabia in the material realm. Shaitan could be right. It might be that she was looking to tackle the Archons and steal their power, pushing her strength and power above Amanda's own. One thing she did know for sure was that Yasmin did not like her and wanted her dead, and this might be how she was planning on seeing it through. She needed to know more about Lilith, too. If the story was true, how had she managed to kill an Archon? There was one obvious person she knew to ask. With a thought, she summoned the local Essentia to her and worked her flux magic, porting herself out. Somewhere in the Middle East, Lilia scrambled back from the sarcophagus in terror and disbelief at what she'd just done. She looked up to see Sandy and Bryn also backing away from the tomb and the thuds coming from inside it. What was in there? Sandy looked back at her, her eyes full of fear and hatred. "I'm sorry," Lilia said. I don't know what happened. It makes no sense. I wouldn't do that. I'm sorry," she pleaded, willing the woman to believe her. With another thump from inside the sarcophagus, Sandy looked away. The next thud was louder, and then, with a crunch, the lid broke, sliding off the top of the stone coffin in 2 parts. Something moved inside the burial vessel and then slowly rose up. The form was humanoid, with a head and shoulders, arms too. It looked at them. Those eyes weren't human, though, or if they were once upon a time, they weren't any longer. One word echoed in Lilia's mind as she looked upon the horror before them.
Chapter 19.
Breakthrough, the Vatican, Rome. Tommaso hit return on the keyboard and waited as the little bar on the screen progressed across until it hit 100% and announced that the file was saved into the inquisitorial archives. Another done, he thought. Looking to his left, he lifted the report from the top of the pile before placing it onto the stack next to it, flipping it upside down as he did so. He eyed the next report he'd need to enter into the system and sighed. It was another handwritten one, and just like so many others, it looked at least partially illegible. He sighed and sat back in his chair, raising his arms and stretching them, arching his back as he did so. Data entry was one of the more tedious aspects of his day job, but he'd shown aptitude in computer sciences and less ability at the physical side of things, so here he was. He did get to conduct interviews, and he'd even been able to visit some of the frontline inquisitors in a few places around Europe. It wasn't a bad job to have, and if it helped fight some of the horrific creatures he'd heard tell of, then it was worth it. He yawned as he stretched again.
"Tommaso,"
said a feminine voice from close by. His eyes snapped open, and he looked up into the face of Assunta.
"Oh, sorry, ma'am. I'm not interested,"
she said, waving away his excuses. Assunta was one of the aides to the Grand High Inquisitor, Mary Damask. He'd seen her and the other aide, Augusto, around a few times, and he'd seen Mary from afar, but he'd never spoken to her. From what he'd seen of her, Assunta was a keen and driven woman. She wore her more formal inquisitorial uniform today, with its clean lines and long skirt, and her dark hair was up in a bun. She was carrying a cardboard manila folder, which she whipped out from under her arm and placed on the table before him. She flipped it open and pointed to it.
"You did this?"
she asked. Tommaso blinked. Was she accusing him of something? Had he done something wrong? Suddenly he felt on edge and for a moment could only stare up at her, wondering if he was about to be reprimanded. The sound of her tapping her finger on the report finally drew his attention down though, and he looked at what she was pointing at. Her finger pointed to his name, printed on the report in easy-to-read capitals right beneath his signature. Well, he thought, there was no denying that it was his report. Assunta pulled her hand away, allowing him to scan up the page, and after a moment, he remembered what this report was all about. He'd been on one of his trips through Europe, talking to the other inquisitors, and he'd ended up being summoned to speak to some nuns about a recent event that they'd wanted to report. He raised his eyebrows. He remembered it clearly and felt reasonably sure that he'd done nothing wrong. There was no reason to try and cover his ass, so he decided to tell the truth. Looking back up at Assunta, he nodded.
"Yes, I took that report. I remember it well. I had been... save it. You need to come with me," she said. Okay. Let my team leader... He's coming with me,"
Assunta called out. Tommaso looked up and saw that his team leader was standing nearby. He looked over at Assunta before glancing at Tommaso for a second. He nodded once to Assunta.
"That's fine,"
he said. Assunta nodded.
"Follow me,"
she said as she turned and strode away from his desk.
"Bring the folder,"
she said over her shoulder. Tommaso picked it up and hurried across the room between the desks of the other data entry analysis as they worked on their own reports. Some of them looked up, their eyes flicking between Assunta and him, their expressions ranging from curiosity to looks that seemed to say that he was in for it. He didn't know what this was all about, but he felt sure he wasn't in any trouble. He remembered the trip quite clearly, and nothing untoward had happened. Some of his friends were a little freer with their trips, taking liberties and indulging in luxuries. But Tommaso generally avoided doing such things. That kind of behavior usually caught up with you eventually. Assunta led him out into the corridor and down the long hallway until they turned left and went up one of the flights of stairs. He'd been upstairs a few times and knew that the higher-ranking officials within the Disciples of the Cross had their offices up there. There was also conference rooms and operations rooms, and as they climbed, he wondered where she was taking him. Assunta didn't look back. She just strode forward, apparently assuming that he would keep up with her. She nodded to the occasional person she passed, but otherwise, she was all business. He opened his mouth to ask her a question, but found his voice wouldn't come. He couldn't find the right words. A couple more flights of stairs, and they were walking along another richly decorated corridor. The floor was covered in plush carpet, and there were statues and other decorations placed carefully around the hall. This was a much nicer part of the building than the more utilitarian hallways he was used to a few floors below. Assunta turned right partway along the corridor and walked through a set of doors that were already open and into the secretary's office. The young man behind the desk looked up at Assunta. "Is she available?" Assunta asked. The man looked at his screen, clicked a few times on his mouse, and nodded. "She is, yes," he said. "You can go in." Assunta nodded and walked over to another pair of double doors, just as ornate as the rest of the wood-paneled room, and opened one of them. She stepped confidently through before looking back and waving him forward. He was about to see someone important. That was for sure. So he took a deep breath and walked into the room beyond. The chamber was huge. He guessed it was an office, but it was the grandest office he'd ever seen. The ceiling was at least 2 stories high, with tall windows at the far end which flooded the room with light. On either side, the walls were decorated with beautiful paneling and hung with huge paintings depicting scenes from the Bible or showing portraits of some of the more distinguished personalities from the history of the Church and the Inquisition. At the far end of the room, across the deep red plush carpet, was a huge desk with a figure sitting behind it. Tommaso recognized Mary Damask right away and paused just inside the door as shock washed over him. He was about to speak to the Grand High Inquisitor, and he had no idea why. He gulped once and then carried on across the room, quickly catching up with Assunta and falling into step behind her. She walked up to the desk, stopping a couple of meters away from it, and waited for Mary to look up. Tommaso stepped beside her and waited. Inquisitor Damask was, ironically, looking over a report, not too dissimilar to what he dealt with every day, and for a moment he felt connected to her. She had to look over the poor handwriting of her fellow inquisitors and try to decipher what they'd written, just as he did. True, she probably did other things, such as take meetings and such, but a small part of him rejoiced at the small connection he shared with her. Tommaso looked over at Assunta and then back to Mary. Mary seemed to be ignoring them, and Assunta just stood there, waiting. Tommaso looked around as they waited for some kind of acknowledgement, which didn't seem to be forthcoming. After what seemed like forever, Assunta let out a stifled cough. Was she attempting to get the Grand High Inquisitor's attention? "I know you're there, Miss Baloney," Mary said, her voice deadpan. "I am, however, somewhat busy." "I have something that I think you'll be interested in," Assunta said. Mary's pen stopped moving, and she looked up at Assunta for the first time. She glanced once at Tommaso. He gave her a smile. She didn't react and looked back to Assunta. "Really?" she said, her face stony. It didn't sound like a question. "If I can just have a few minutes of your time, I think you will be interested in this report." "I have 100 reports of my own to go through," Mary answered. "None, I think, that you will find as interesting as this one." Mary sighed and sat back in her chair. Okay, let's have it, she said and waved to the chairs arrayed before her desk. Assunta sat down and indicated that Tommaso should join her. He nodded and sat down carefully in the seat next to her. The chair was wooden, carved in a decorative Art Nouveau style with soft fabric cushions built into it. He almost felt like he was desecrating the thing by sitting on it, and settled himself into the chair as gently as he could.
I happened across a report today that caught my eye. I knew you'd be interested in it, so I found the man who filed it so you could hear it firsthand. I think you will find it most illuminating.
I hope so, Mary said, a note of warning in her voice. Tommaso swallowed. He hoped the report was as interesting to Mary as Assunta seemed to think it would be. He wouldn't want to be anywhere near Mary Damask if she lost her temper. Assunta looked over at him and smiled.
Go ahead,
she said. Tommaso nodded to Assunta and cleared his throat.
So I was on one of my travels on behalf of my department, and I was called to a convent. The Mother Superior there had a report she wanted filing with the Vatican. The report concerned some children in the convent school. They were teenagers, and they are apparently involved in some, activities that are frowned upon.
How do you mean? Mary asked.
Oh, well, you know, they used a Ouija board and dabbed in some witchcraft. I thought it would be the usual, rebellious teenager stuff, but the Mother Superior was also concerned. One of her novitiate who had gone missing at the same time. So I interviewed the children, and it turned out that according to them, they'd successfully summoned a demon, who had then possessed this young nun.
This is all very interesting, but I fail to see how this warrants my attention, Mary said to Assunta. Kids messing about with witchcraft and telling tall tales is an everyday occurrence.
It is, but please, just a moment more,
Assunta urged Mary. Tommaso was a little surprised by the way Assunta spoke to the Grand High Inquisitor and looked at her with concern, but she turned to him and smiled.
Please, continue. What else did the children say happened at the summoning?
Tommaso glanced at Assunta and then Mary before taking a breath and finding the confidence to continue.
Well, they said that another woman was there, and that she somehow has stopped everything. And she could do things, like magical things,
he said. Assunta nodded.
And what did she look like? Well, she had red hair and was wearing jeans.
Red hair? Mary asked, suddenly seeming much more interested as she looked right at him.
That's what they said.
Well, that's certainly interesting. And where did this happen?
Ireland. Donegal, actually.
Huh, Mary said, pondering this new information. After a few uncomfortable seconds, Mary turned her attention back to Assunta. Well, it is interesting, but I have other reports of her activities from around the world, so I'm not sure what you were hoping to achieve by bringing him here to tell me in person. This could have been relayed to me in a message or email. Tommaso had seen the flicker of interest in Mary's eyes at the mention of the redhead and dug deep to find reserves of confidence as he spoke up and interrupted the Inquisitor.
But, High Inquisitor, there's more.
Mary turned to look at him. Her eyes narrowed at the interruption, but then she nodded. Please, go on.
So, the Mother Superior was with me when the children told me about the events surrounding the summoning, and she seemed a little agitated. She went on to tell me that they had a similar, although less serious problem,
a few years before, when one of the orphans they had on site had also been caught up using a Ouija board. The reason it concerned the Mother Superior was that the description of the woman, the redhead, matched that of the former orphan. This former student and orphan was named Amanda, and she had run away from the orphanage a few years prior.
Amanda, Mary whispered.
That's right,
Tommaso said and scanned through the report on his knee to find her full name.
There, that's it. Her name was Amanda Jane Page.
Mary sat back in her chair, a huge smile growing on her lips, as she seemed to think on this for a moment. She looked back at Tommaso after a moment.
Which orphanage was this? St. Mary's Orphanage and Convent School of Donegal. The Mother Superior is Emmanuel Page.
Emmanuel Page? Of course it is, she whispered.
Yes, it seems that this girl, Amanda, was abandoned on the doorstep of the convent and was brought up by the nuns until she ran away. They're not really sure where she went, though.
I know where she went, Mary said with a smile, looking into the middle distance. She went to New York and ended up working the streets as a whore until that night.
Which night?
Tommaso asked. Mary snapped out of whatever reverie she was in and seemed to remember that she wasn't alone. For a moment, it was as if she wondered who he was. Then she stood up and offered him her hand.
Good work, Inquisitor,
she said. Tommaso stood on reflex and quickly took her hand in his and shook it. Her grip was like iron.
Thank you,
he said.
You tell no one of this. Is that understood?
She asked.
Of course,
Tommaso said with a smile, bowing slightly.
Assunta, see him out, please, Mary said. Oh, and I'll take that report.
Tommaso passed it over to her as Assunta waved him out. He smiled. He wasn't sure what he had done, but it had clearly pleased the Grand High Inquisitor.
Good work, Tommaso, Mary called out. Assunta, see to it that he's promoted, whatever he wants to do.
Yes, ma'am, Assunta answered and guided him out. Tommaso smiled and looked over at Assunta.
Anything?
He asked, as endless possibilities filled his head.
That's what she said,
Assunta answered as she closed the door to Mary's office. Somewhere in the Middle East, Lilia stared at the dark figure standing in the sarcophagus, transfixed by the incredible sight. From inside the sarcophagus and around the alien figure's waist and legs, long, writhing tentacles snaked over each other, spilling over the side of the sarcophagus, slithering closer, and finally rising up around her and the others, encircling them, binding them, trapping them. Lilia knew this was the end. Her nightmare had come true, and there was little escaping this thing. The creature, Laika, moved like lightning as it burst from its coffin and tore into them. Lilia knew a few brief moments of pain and terror as she felt her body being ripped into. Her limbs bent in places they shouldn't, while her skin was torn open, turning her insides to outsides, and then darkness took her. She knew nothing after that.
Chapter 20.
Answers, London, England.
Amanda, lovely to see you again, my dear,
Trevelyan said with a smile as he gave her a hug. She was standing in the quiet reception area that was a front for the Albion Coven, with its wood-paneled walls and leather chairs. She loved the style of the place. It was so British.
What do I owe the pleasure?
Trevelyan asked. I have some questions regarding Magi history, and thought you might be one of the best people to ask, she explained with a smile.
Well, I'll certainly do my best to help you, he said. Would you like to come through?
Amanda nodded and followed Trevelyan around the receptionist's desk to a door in the back wall and led her through it. He guided her through the series of corridors and rooms, passing through a null realm that served as a security buffer, until they were back in the material realm once more, except under the sea, off the coast of Cornwall in the southwest of England.
What kind of history are we talking about here?
Trevelyan asked as he poured her a mug of tea and handed it to her.
Recent or something a little older?
Ancient history, from the time of the Archons, Amanda explained, sipping the hot beverage.
The Archons? Well then, we better head to the library. This way. You can bring your tea,
he said and turned right. The corridors were made from stone with flat slabs underfoot and arched ceilings. Hallways led off in different directions, and sturdy-looking wooden doors lined the walls. People walked this way and that, paying them little mind apart from the occasional nodded greeting. Amanda smiled. She visited Lyonesse many times now. Each previous visit had been before her younger self had traveled back in time, and so she preferred to port directly to Trevelyan's office, rather than parade around in case she saw someone who might say something to her younger self. The time for subterfuge was over, though, and Amanda was enjoying wandering the corridors openly and finally getting a better look at this fascinating place. She stopped a few times as they passed by various windows that looked out into the ocean depths, but there was little to see for the most part. Even with the lights on the outside of the castle, the water was murky at the best of times, revealing little about the terrain beyond the outer walls. The decor was something sparse, with the occasional tapestry or statue in the corridors, and it wasn't long before they reached the library.
So, what exactly is it you're looking for?
Trevelyan asked as she leant against one of the tables enjoying her English tea. Well, I want to know more about the story of Lilith, the Magus who supposedly killed an Archon, she said.
Ah, Lilith, yes. Well, it's been a while since I read that particular tale, so I'll need to pull a few books and we can cross-reference the story. Hold on a moment,
he said and disappeared into the stacks. He was gone maybe 10 minutes before he finally reappeared with a stack of books in his arms, all of them large, leather-bound, weighty tomes. She finished her drink by then and helped him with the books. Amanda stood beside him as he pulled the top tome off the pile. He rifled through it until he finally found the passage he was after and placed it to one side. Then he grabbed the next one and did the same. Soon enough, all the books were laid out on the table, and Trevelyan had read through the passages. Amanda had done the same, finding a few variations on the same story, and although many of the details were contradictory, there were some common elements.
You've read through them?
Trevelyan asked. I have. What's your take on it?
Well, I have no idea if it actually happened, but the stories seem relatively consistent. Lilith killed an Archon, although the details of who this 8th Archon was are a little sketchy.
To say the least, Amanda said. It was the one detail that none of the books agreed on and were usually a little light on as well. A few names were given, and some rather general rough descriptions, but the crux of it seemed to be that no one knew who this Archon was. The stories do help me with what I was looking for, though, she said.
Oh, and what was that?
Well, I wanted to know how she'd done it. How she killed one of them, given that the Archons were supposedly godlike in their power.
Ah, yes, the orb. Whatever it is or does, it's certainly a powerful object.
Amanda nodded in agreement. Nearly all the texts agreed
that Lilith had found a magical artifact, which was usually described as an orb, and it was through this item's power that she was able to take on the Archon and beat it. "I've heard of this orb, I think," Amanda said. "Oh, really?" Trevelyan asked. "Yep. Well, I think so. It fits the story. Look, most of the tales agree that after Lilith killed that Archon, the others worked together and defeated her. But she was too strong for them to kill, so they buried her in the ice at the edge of the world, to use their words." "The edge of the world?" Trevelyan asked. "The Arctic." "The Antarctic," Amanda corrected him. "Recently, my father, Mr. Black, found something buried in the ice at the South Pole that he referred to as an orb, and he used it in his plans to kill the Archons. He must have known of these stories and found Lilith." "Was Lilith there?" "When we finally reached the dig site, the orb and something else, something bigger, had been removed from the ice, or perhaps escaped from the ice, in Lilith's case. So no, I never saw the orb, and I haven't heard about it since. Maybe it was destroyed in the nuclear blast at the atoll." "I doubt it. I'm willing to bet it survived," Trevelyan said. "That would be my guess too. But if it did survive, where is it?" "Would your father know?" "He might, but I'm not even sure if he's alive anymore. He wasn't within the shield we used to protect ourselves from the nuclear blast, and we found no trace of him outside of it afterward. But if the orb is Yasmin's next artifact, and if my father is still alive, then he might be her next target." Her feelings towards her father were complex. She'd never known him growing up, and didn't have a relationship with him. When he finally did appear in her life, he was on some mad quest to destroy the Archons, a quest that would likely have resulted in the death of many innocents. She'd been curious to find out who her parents were, but she'd not been desperate. She'd been brought up well by the nuns, and never really missed them, as she'd never known them. Mr. Black was someone who interested her, and she'd spoken to him with interest, but she was also slightly disappointed by him as her father. She found it hard to respect him, given his quest. He did give her some interesting information about her mother, though. He called her Sophia, the same name Matt had been given, but there the similarities ended. According to Mr. Black, Sophia had been an escort, or working girl, and Mr. Black had only met her the once, just before his family sent him back in time to defeat Horlak and free the family from his influence. She remembered how fascinated Mr. Black had been to meet her, and how he'd commented that she looked really similar to her mother. On the contrary, though, Matt described Sophia as a clearly powerful and competent Magus. But if that were true, then why has she been working as an escort? Whatever the truth of it was, Sophia had left her on the orphanage's doorstep. She knew that for sure. As for why she'd left Amanda there was still a mystery. When her father had disappeared during the nuclear blast, although she thought it was possible he'd been killed, she never really truly believed it. She felt sure that someone like that would have found a way to survive, one way or another. "Do you know where he might be if he is alive?" "Not really," she answered, as a pulse of Essentia raced into her mind. Sean was contacting her through the link, and there was a feeling of urgency surrounding the pulse. "One moment," she said to Trevelyan, and walked a short distance away to concentrate. "What's up?" Amanda asked.
"Are you okay?"
Sean asked. "I'm fine," Amanda said.
"Okay, but Liz is here, and she told us what happened with Celeste and Yasmin."
"I understand," Amanda said, knowing that everyone back at her house probably knew that she was off hunting Yasmin by now, and they were worried. She really couldn't blame them for that, but this was something she needed to do. "Look, seriously, I'm fine. I'm with Trevelyan right now. We're trying to figure out what Yasmin is up to."
"Well, it won't be anything good, I'm sure of that,"
Sean said.
Anyway, that's not why I contacted you.
Oh? Amanda asked.
There's been an attack in Washington at the Liberty's Children Coven House. Victoria's fine, but something powerful has killed a lot of people there.
Something.
Reports are sketchy, but this could be Yasmin again.
Amanda sighed. Maybe, she answered. What was Yasmin doing attacking Victoria's coven? There was only one way to find out. Okay, I'll check it out, she said to Sean and closed the link. Amanda turned back to Trevelyan. Trouble? He asked. Yeah, the Liberty's children have been attacked. Yasmin again? Amanda shrugged. Maybe, but I need to check it out. I think we found what I needed, though, she said. I think so, Trevelyan agreed. But I'll keep looking. I'll contact you if I find anything else. Amanda smiled at him and pulled him in for a hug. Thank you, she said. Can I port straight out from here? One moment, he said, as Croc's magic flared all around him as he modified the aegis that enveloped the castle. You can now, he told her a few moments later. Amanda winked at him and pulled on the threads of Essentia, working flux magic, and porting across the ocean back to America. She appeared close to the Liberty's Children building on a nearby rooftop and looked over the street of the Coven House. The whole office block was wreathed in magic, so she wasn't able to get a clear look at it, but the aegis was a new one and still quite weak. Something had happened here. Reaching out, she sent a pulse of Essentia to Victoria to see if she would speak to her. A second later, she felt the link blossom into life between them. Amanda, I'm afraid this isn't a great time, Victoria answered through the Virgin link. I'm here. I'm across the street, Amanda informed her. I came over as soon as I could. Ah, Victoria answered. Well then, come on in. Amanda felt a sense of where Victoria was flow over the link, along with the keyword for the aegis. Amanda worked her magic and ported from where she stood, through the aegis, and into the building. She appeared in the remains of the partially collapsed Liberty's Children building, and for a moment wobbled as she lost her balance on the loose rocks underfoot. Whoa, she said as she caught herself. After a moment of making sure she wasn't about to land on her arse, she looked around. The building looked like a bomb had landed on it, something which was not visible outside the aegis, meaning there was an illusion cast on the edifice as well. The entire front of the building was missing. Whatever or whoever had attacked it had come in and clearly thrown their magical weight around. As she scanned the area, she spotted some body bags to one side, on a clear section of the floor. Amanda, Victoria said from close by. Amanda turned and looked over at the leader of the coven and her friend. Victoria looked unhurt, although her skirted business suit had seen better days, and her normally immaculate hair was a little out of place, with a few loose strands framing her face. Sorry I wasn't here to help, Amanda said. I'm not sure what you would have been able to do, Victoria said. Was it Yasmin? A slight frown passed over Victoria's face. I don't think so. In fact, we're not sure who it was. It was someone or something we haven't seen before. My guess that it was a scion, but one that knew magic. A scion Magus. And a powerful one, Victoria added, nodding. Feck, Amanda said. Why did you think it was Yasmin? Victoria asked. Amanda sighed. She didn't really want to spread the word around that something was going on, at least not yet. She didn't want to worry anyone. I'm just dealing with something to do with her right now, Amanda said. Anything I should be worried about? Hopefully not. We're still figuring it out, really, Amanda said. So you have no idea who did this? No, this was someone new, Victoria answered.
I know, said a voice from nearby. Amanda spun to see where the voice had come from and quickly spotted a magical signature bloom from out of nowhere with a flare of essentia. A dark-robed figure materialized in the shadows as they watched, but the figure was huge, easily over 10 feet tall, and cloaked in a dark robe. Amanda and Victoria's aegises blared as they pumped essentia into them, while drawing more in to fuel their magic. Amanda had no idea who this was or what they wanted, but appearing out of nowhere just a few meters away, inside the building's new aegis no less, told Amanda that they were dealing with someone who knew what they were doing.
Wait, I mean you no harm. I want to help,
the figure said, raising its hands, which bore wicked-looking claws at the ends of each finger. Who are you? Amanda asked, relaxing her stance slightly, but keeping her defenses in place. A pair of red eyes glowed brightly for a moment in the shadows of the deep hood the figure wore.
I am Lilith.
Lilith, really? As in the Lilith? Amanda asked as the figure stepped out of the shadows and pulled back her hood to reveal a perfectly smooth-skinned head without a single hair on it. Her features were slightly elongated, giving her a thin-looking face with powerfully defined cheekbones, pointed ears, and a hawk-like nose. With her etheric sight, Amanda could see the massive amounts of essentia within her that hinted at her power. Lilith nodded.
This attack,
she said, waving towards the ruins of the building,
was perpetrated by an enemy of mine, and it is my guess that she is hunting me.
Who is this enemy?
Her name is Laika, and she is an ancient scion, one of the Archon, Tiamat's original brood. She is also a gifted Magus.
So we have Magi scions now. Excellent. Amanda muttered to herself sarcastically. Sorry, continue, she said, looking back at Lilith.
Millennia ago, we fought before I was banished by the Archons themselves into the ice. I believed she was asleep, still in her underground city, but she must have been disturbed.
But why attack here? Victoria asked.
This isn't her first attack. I've been tracking her for days, and she seems to be searching out centers of Magi activity, such as the larger covens, looking for hints of where I might be.
That fits, Victoria said. It does, Amanda asked. I saw this Laika. She was hunting through the minds of some of my coven mates during the attack. All right, that makes sense. Amanda agreed before looking back over Lilith. So you're the one who killed the Archon, correct?
Lilith nodded. That's correct, yes. That was a long time ago now, though.
I understand, but how did you do it? Was it this orb I've heard about? Lilith sighed.
Yes, that was how I did it. The orb is a powerful item, granting the Magi holding it vast power, and it was through that orb that I was able to best the Archon.
Do you happen to know where this orb is now? Amanda asked.
I do. The orb is currently embedded in the chest of the one called Mr. Black.
Amanda's eyebrows crept up her forehead in surprise. I'm sorry, what? Embedded in his chest.
He had hold of the artifact during the nuclear blast on the atoll, and the item became lodged in his chest.
Is he all right? She asked, with a sudden and somewhat unexpected rush of emotion.
He is changed.
Changed? Changed how?
The orb. It has affected him, changed him. He is powerful now, very powerful.
Where is he?
I can show you,
Lilith answered. Good, because I'm fairly sure that Yasmin is after that orb, which means my father is in danger. Essentia pulsed in her mind again. It was Sean reaching out to her with an even greater sense of urgency than the last time. She opened the link. Sean, this is not a good time.
Amanda, I've just had word. Mary Damask has taken control of St. Mary's Orphanage and Convent School in Ireland.
She's what? Feckin' hell.
I thought you'd want to know.
Thanks, I do, yes. Great work. She said as she cut the link and cursed out loud. Shite. Ian lay curled up on the floor in the fetal position, clutching his phone in his hands, holding it in a death grip. He needed to make the call. He needed to tell her what he knew about what had happened, but he couldn't. Not yet. The voice wouldn't let him. He had to wait. His head pounded. He could feel the thing's presence in his head. He tried everything to get rid of it, but nothing worked. Opening his eyes, he looked across the floor, past the rotting food, the discarded cartons, the smashed glass, and into the dead eyes of his wife. She lay unmoving, her skull caved in, her blood dry on her face. He hated seeing her like that, but what else could he do? He had to. She would have caused more problems. The voice had to be obeyed. He had to wait. He wondered how he'd gotten here. He'd had such a good job working on the island for Mr. Black. He'd been respected. He'd been well paid. He'd had everything he wanted. He'd also been blackmailed back then by an angel. No, not an angel, a demoness. A wicked woman named Angel. She'd seduced him, taken advantage of him, and used him. But she'd been worth it. He'd never been caught, and the things she'd done with him. He remembered her touch, the feel of her flesh, of being inside her, and felt a stirring in his groin. No, he must not think of her. She was toxic. She was the ruination of everything. She'd taken it all from him when she'd last returned to the island. He belonged to someone else by then, though. He wasn't Angel's plaything anymore. He reported to a higher power. He looked at his phone, and the 3-letter name on it, and he knew he needed to dial. Not yet. The voice wouldn't let him. Angel had no interest in him when she'd returned to the island with her friends. Her coven. He was useless to her then. It hadn't lasted long, though. Soon Echo Black and the huge monster with the green orb in its chest had come to the island. That's when it all ended. The syndicate was no more. Everyone was sent back on the ship, huddled and cold. The dream was over and had become a nightmare. He remembered trying to call it in the first time. He remembered hearing the voice the first time and the pounding, thundering headache that came with it. He'd lost control of everything then. Nothing else mattered but following the voice's orders. Anything else led to a pain worse than anything he'd felt before. When his wife had threatened to call the police on him, he stopped her too. He couldn't let her stop him from doing what needed to be done. She was inconsequential, unimportant. Only the voice mattered, and he had to do as it asked. There was no other way.
Call now.
Ian screamed in pain. It felt like his head was going to explode. The voice was everything and had to be obeyed. Ian lifted the phone and pressed dial. It rang several times until finally it was answered.
Yes,
said the feminine voice.
It's Ian. I have a report for Kez.
This is Kez. Go ahead, Ian.
Sitting to one side of the Black Cathedral, Anastasia watched as Kez appeared out of thin air and approached Yasmin at the altar where she stood with Alicia.
Do you bring me news?
Yasmin asked.
Yes, my bad. I know where the orb is that you seek.
Yasmin spun around and fixed Kez with an intense stare.
Where is it? On an island in the Pacific. Mr. Black's Syndicate Island, and I know exactly where that is.
Show me, Yasmin demanded, her voice insistent. Magic flared between them, and a smile grew on Yasmin's face. Gather the knights. We have an artifact to retrieve. Kez nodded and swept out of the room. Yasmin turned slowly back to the table and looked over the other 2 artifacts that were laid out upon it.
Remember Sybil's words,
Alicia said. Yasmin looked up.
Only with the orb will we defeat the Archons.
Yasmin nodded. Killing the Archons. Now that was a wonderful idea. Anastasia hadn't been sure that Yasmin had it in her. She always seemed too focused on that upstart redhead. But maybe she underestimated Yasmin. Maybe she did have loftier goals than just petty revenge. If she did, then that was a cause she could get behind. Manhattan, New York. Sean felt the link with Amanda cut off and opened his eyes. He was in his operations room with a few other people, including Vanessa and Matt, who were always here. Liz stood nearby.
So?
She asked.
She was upset and concerned. That's the feeling I got from her when I told her the news.
Did she say what she was going to do?
Liz asked, her voice insistent.
No,
Sean said.
Damn it. What if she doesn't go? We can't leave those nuns there with Mary and the Crusaders,
she said, turning to Gentlewater, Maria, and Maya, who were also in the room, but stood a respectful distance back from Sean. Liz seemed more upset than Amanda had felt, but then he knew Liz held a special hatred in her heart for Mary Damask.
We can go to the orphanage, Maria said. If Amanda turns up, great. If she doesn't, then we'll handle it for her.
Liz smiled.
Perfect,
she beamed.
Chapter 21.
Torn, Washington, D.C. What's up? Victoria asked. Some friends of mine are in trouble, Amanda said. Can I help? No, I need to deal with this. She answered, but she felt torn. She needed to stop Yasmin doing whatever it was she was doing, even more now that she knew it would almost certainly involve her father. But she knew that Mary Damask was a dangerous woman. Somewhat unhinged, really. Mary had developed something of an obsession with her, and now the Inquisitor had found out about her childhood and her links to the orphanage, and was going to try and use it against her. She felt furious at the incredibly bad timing, but what else could she do? She needed to stop Mary. The nuns were helpless against her, and to Mary. They would be entirely expendable. With a sigh born of frustration, she looked at Lilith. Where's Mr. Black?
He's on the island.
Send me the details. Amanda tapped the side of her head with her finger. I'll get there as soon as I can, but I need to deal with this other thing first.
I'll go to the island and see what I can do,
Lilith said with a nod of understanding. Thank you, Amanda answered before Lilith ported from the ruins. Amanda turned to Victoria. Sorry I can't stop to help. It's fine. It sounds like you have urgent issues to deal with, Victoria replied. Call if you need us. I will, Amanda said with a smile before turning away and taking a second to gather her thoughts together. She took a deep breath and let it out slowly, focusing her mind before she pulled on the veil of Essentia and willed herself to port over to the orphanage. With a snap of air, Amanda appeared in front of the main convent building. Amanda glanced over at the school for a moment, memories of her time there flashing through her mind, bringing emotions of all kinds with them. She remembered her childhood years here, chafing against the rules and rebelling against the nuns. Then she remembered Alicia, which led her to think about the fight at her house and seeing Alicia there with Yasmin, helping her. She felt the tears come to her eyes again as she thought of her friend, the innocent girl who'd been dragged kicking and screaming into Amanda's world. She didn't deserve what had happened to her, and one way or another, Amanda would make it up to her and save her from Yasmin. Amanda closed her eyes and shook her head, letting those thoughts fall away. She didn't want to get distracted. People were in danger, and they needed her help. She needed to focus on the task at hand. Amanda took a couple of deep breaths when there was a sudden cracking noise and her aegis flared as it was hit. She'd been fired on. She'd been shot at enough times to recognize a gunshot. Her eyes snapped open and she looked up, scanning the rooftops. She saw it right away. Movement. Someone was up there. Amanda worked her magic as 2 more gunshots sounded and her aegis flared as the person fired on her again. The air about her snapped and she ported up to the roof, appearing right next to a figure in black combat gear wielding a high-powered assault rifle. The figure jumped a beat after she appeared. Amanda swung, her sentia-laced fist hammered into the figure's masked face and dropped them to the floor. Amanda paused as she looked down. It was a woman, judging by her body shape, and she wore the customary crusader's sword strapped to her back. Amanda frowned. Mary wasn't messing about if she was posting sentries around the building. Gunfire popped again from close by, echoing through the Irish countryside that surrounded them. They were on the outskirts of town in a usually peaceful and picturesque area, and it felt all kinds of wrong that the Inquisition should mar that feeling. More Ascentia-fueled bullets slammed into her aegis, ricocheting off her shield and causing it to hiss and spark. Amanda turned and spotted the shooter right away, her etheric sight picking out the glow of Ascentia that infused the gun and sword. Amanda worked her flux magic again and poured it across the roof to the Crusader, delivering a powerful kick to the man's face the moment she appeared, knocking him flat. Looking left, she saw the main courtyard below and the entrance to the chapel at the back of it. She noticed right away that this area of the convent had been surrounded by an aegis that honestly looked a little weak, but then the Inquisitors seemed to struggle to use magic effectively. They were quite adept at infusing things with Ascentia, which Amanda knew they considered to be blessing an item, but anything a little esoteric and free-form they often struggled with. She had encountered a few more challenging Inquisitors through the years, but they often learned magic before joining the disciples and took that view of it with them into the order. Mary didn't seem to have that view of magic, however, and it hamstrung her at every turn. 2 more Crusaders with assault rifles stood guard in front of the chapel's entrance. They'd seen her and were raising their guns. Amanda's magic surged, and a fraction of a second later, she was standing in front of them. She grabbed the gun from the man to her left and swung it wide, hitting the female Crusader to her right across her head. She dropped to the ground with a yelp. The man stepped back and reached for his sword, but Amanda kicked out before he got there and buried her foot in his sternum. His ribs cracked and he fell with a yell of pain. Looking right, the woman beside her pulled her handgun. Amanda kicked again and connected with the Inquisitor's hand, snapping a few bones in her palm. The woman screamed and backed off, holding it against her chest.
"Need a hand,"
said a familiar voice from behind. She turned to see Gentle Water and Liz walking towards her, with Maria and Maya close behind. "You didn't need to come," she said, and then smiled. "But I'm glad you did."
"You think I'd miss this?"
Liz asked. Of course not. Amanda knew well enough how much Liz hated the Inquisition, and Mary especially.
"Damn right,"
Liz agreed. Amanda nodded to Maria and Maya, who smiled and nodded back respectively.
"They in there.
Gentlewater asked. That's my guess. She glanced back at the chapel with its aegis still in place. She looked back at her friends and family. Let's not keep them waiting, hey? Liz grinned with enthusiasm. Amanda gathered the local essentia to her and drew it in. She shaped it, compressed it, and infused it with power until she finally released a spike of essentia at the aegis, while Gentlewater, Liz, and Maria did the same. The aegis wasn't strong, and within a moment, great cracks formed in its shell before it was pushed too far and disintegrated, popping like a bubble. Amanda immediately kicked the chapel door, and it slammed open. A hail of gunfire spilt out through the doorway and tore into their aegises. Amanda stepped forward, her shield popping and sparking from the rapid fire shots. She stepped into the shadowy interior of the building to see 2 whole squads of crusaders. All of them were holding high-powered weaponry, including 2 gun emplacements with huge .50 caliber machine guns that had been placed on the floor in an area that had been cleared of pews and other furniture. Raising her hands, lightning flashed and lanced out from her fingertips into the 2 huge machine guns. The operators of the 2 guns were immediately electrocuted and went into spasms as the guns themselves were jerked around by their operators. Both weapons suddenly exploded as Amanda directed her magic to ignite the ammunition. The Crusaders ducked for cover as shrapnel from the exploding guns ripped through them. Maya ran right, charging at the Crusaders there, her cruel-looking vampire claws extended, while Maria moved left, her own magic flashing and hitting the remaining squad members. Liz suddenly charged past Amanda, a sword in her hand that Amanda could have sworn hadn't been there a moment before. She screamed as she sprinted towards Mary Damask, who stood at the back of the room with Assunta and Augusto in front of her. All 3 of these Inquisitors held their swords at the ready, the blades glowing with essentia. Gentlewater stepped up beside her, his thoughts pressing in on her mind through their link.
She'll get herself killed.
You underestimate her, Amanda protested. You deal with the 2 Inquisitor Knights, and I'll get the nuns out of here, while Liz gets some revenge.
Understood,
Gentlewater replied, their conversation happening much quicker than if they'd spoken the words out loud. Amanda reached out with her magic, hitting the 2 Inquisitor Knights standing beside Mary with kinetic rams, and sending them flying out of the way before Liz reached them. Mary looked shocked for a moment before she focused back on Liz and held her sword ready. 2 seconds later, their weapons clashed. Amanda poured it to the back of the room, where another aegis surrounded a large group of nuns sitting on the chapel's altar. They looked up in terror at Amanda as she appeared out of thin air. In the midst of the group, Emmanuel Page, the Mother Superior, stared at her, at first with fear, and then with confusion, as she finally recognized her.
Amanda Jane,
Emmanuel asked. Amanda smiled. Hi, good to see you, she said with a little wave.
Oh my goodness, what is going on?
Don't worry, I'll deal with it, she said as her magic lashed out and destroyed the aegis, another weak one, around the nuns. After a moment's thought, she concentrated again and ported the entire group of sisters into the dorms, which were a reasonable distance from the fighting, sending a set of senses with them. The woman shrieked with surprise and fear as they appeared. Amanda reached out and sent a wave of magic amongst them that told their brains to send them to sleep. She also reworked the memories of these past few hours with the Inquisitors into a kind of hazy nightmare. Another moment and a bit more magic later, and the whole group of nuns were asleep in their beds in the dorm. She left her second set of senses there to watch them as she turned to take in the room again. Maya was ripping Crusaders apart,
while Maria had already put all of the ones she went for on the floor and was now moving to help Maya. Gentle Water stood fighting the two Inquisitor knights, and as she watched, he delivered a knockout kick to one of them, dropping him to the ground, while, much closer to her, Liz crossed swords with Mary and was not only handling herself well, but already had Mary on her back foot. Liz went for her again, swinging her sword. She fought well, and within moments, she spotted a gap in Mary's defenses and delivered an Essentia-laced kick that hit Mary like a battering ram. Mary flew back onto the altar and rolled awkwardly before coming to rest on her stomach. Amanda stepped up to her with Liz. "You horrific excuse for a human being," Amanda said. "All this just to get to me." Mary pushed herself up to a sitting position and looked up at Amanda with bare-faced hatred.
"What of it? I'll do whatever it takes to stop your evil ways."
Amanda shook her head in exasperation. "One day, I hope that you and the other Inquisitors will finally realize who the true enemy is," Amanda said.
"Oh, we know who the enemy is, heathen whore of Satan."
Amanda smirked. She couldn't help it. Hearing people like Mary talk like that was amusing. She found it incredible that people really thought that way. Mary screwed her face up at Amanda's reaction before she snorted and spat at her. The glob of saliva and mucus missed her, but the sentiment was clear enough. Liz moved to take a step forward, but Amanda held her hand out and waved her back.
"What are you doing?"
Liz asked. "I'm going to send her and her group back to the Vatican," Amanda said.
"What? No, she deserves much worse than that."
"Maybe, but she's no nomad," Amanda answered.
"She still deserves to die,"
Liz said. "Not today, and not by you."
"No,"
Liz protested.
"You're weak,"
Mary cut in. "Am I?" Amanda answered, turning to her.
"I will hunt you down until you're no more,"
Mary answered.
"Even if I have to bring the full force of the Inquisition down on you, I will not stop."
"You're welcome to try," Amanda said defiantly.
"You're putting the lives of more people at risk if you don't end this,"
Liz said. "No innocents died here today, and their mission, as misguided as it is, does at least spring from their desire to protect humanity."
"They're ruthless,"
Liz growled. "Yes, but they don't usually kill innocent people. So until Mary does actually kill an innocent, and my hand is forced, they live," Amanda explained.
"I think you're wrong,"
Liz grumbled. "Maybe I am, and I might live to regret this choice, but Mary does not die today." Liz stared at her for a moment before she threw her sword on the floor and stormed off to where Gentle Water, Maria, and Maya stood surrounded by the bodies of the wounded, unconscious or dead. Amanda looked back at Mary, who watched Liz walk off, and then looked up at her.
"She's stronger than you will ever be,"
Mary said. "She's one of the strongest people I know, and you're lucky I was here to stop her." Mary laughed.
"Is that right?"
"Goodbye, Mary, and I'm warning you, don't come back," she said and pulled her magic in before reaching out and porting Mary and her Inquisitors across Europe to Italy. As her magic faded, she looked over towards her friends and daughter, who stood close by. She sighed and walked over to them. "I have to go," she said.
"Go where?"
Maria asked. "Yasmin is on the move. She's hunting artifacts, and I need to stop her."
"Artifacts?"
Maya asked. "The Lazarus Scroll, the Liber Nox Noctis, and now Lilith's orb. And if she gets the orb, she will be unstoppable."
"And you think we're going to let you do that without us?"
Maria asked. Amanda looked at her friends for a moment before she smiled. Following her surprise meeting with Amanda and that frankly scary Magus Lilith,
Victoria had focused herself back on the job of cleaning up and rebuilding the structure. It hadn't taken long. Aided by the rest of her coven, the main part of the building was soon back up and looked as good as new, with a few minor alterations that they had been meaning to make for a while. Eventually, Victoria returned to her office to clean that up herself and maybe make a few decorative changes while she was at it. Walking into her darkened office, she turned the light back on and was confronted by the horrific form of Laika. Before she had a chance to defend herself, magic rushed out of Laika and ruined her Aegis in a matter of moments. She fought as well as she could, but there was little stopping the Archmagus. She sent off a brief call for help, but Laika was through her Aegis and into her head before anyone had arrived. The pain of her telepathic rape was intense as the Nomad rifled through her mind. It felt like her head was about to explode as her most intimate thoughts were laid bare before her attacker. The attack built to a crescendo as Laika continued to hunt through her mind before blackness took her, and she fell unconscious as a single thought shone bright as Laika plucked it from her mind. The location of Amanda's house in New York. Yasmin's null realm. "Kez," said the voice of her mistress, loud and clear in her head.
"Yes, well, Yasmin. Gather the knights and take them to New York. Attack Amanda's home. Kill everyone."
"As you wish," Kez said.
Chapter 22.
Black Attack, Syndicate Island. As her Sentia faded, Amanda found herself standing on a large tropical island in the Pacific Ocean. They were surrounded by palm trees with a large, squat, modern building made from glass and steel about 150 meters away from them. In front of it, a small war had broken out. A Sentia flashed and flared wildly as a group of Magi and Scions fought. Yasmin, along with Alicia and 4 of her Black Knights, including the blonde Anastasia and the dreadlocked Tacita, attacked Lilith, Echo, and a mountain of a man who Amanda could only surmise was her father. When she'd last seen her father, he'd been a small, frail old man in his 90s who used a walking stick and whose back was stooped. But this huge, deformed beast before her was anything but frail. He stood close to 10 feet tall and seemed to be made from layers and layers of muscle. His arms were the size of tree trunks, but his face was monstrous. His skin looked burnt or melted, and he didn't really have much of a nose anymore. Despite all of that, she could still see her father in him. A tennis ball-sized orb, half embedded in his chest, glowed a bright, sickly green as he fought Yasmin, shrugging off her magic with apparent ease. "Ready?" Amanda asked, glancing back at Gentle Water, Liz, Maria, and Maya. Out of her 4 friends, Liz looked the most scared, and given she was also probably the least powerful, this wasn't surprising.
"I guess,"
Liz said, her voice a little wobbly. "Stay here if you want. You don't have to get involved. This won't be like fighting an Inquisitor," Amanda said. Liz was a competent Magus, wily too. Amanda felt confident she could survive this.
"No, I'm with you all the way,"
Liz said. Amanda nodded and opened a link to Gentle Water. "Watch her," she said.
"I will protect her. Don't worry,"
he answered her. "Thanks."
"Looks like Alicia's here too,"
he added. Amanda looked back towards the fight. "I noticed," she said before she opened the link to include everyone in the group. "Yasmin is mine, as is Alicia, the girl cloaked in black shadow," she said as she began to walk towards the battle. After a few steps, She picked up the pace and started to run, her friends right behind her. They closed the gap in moments, and as they approached, Amanda noticed Alicia burst through the fight towards her. Tentacles of shadows rushed out and whipped into Amanda's aegis, inflicting damage she didn't expect. "Alicia!" Amanda called out. "Alicia, it's me!" She yelled, wondering if she could reach her somehow.
"I know it's you, you idiot,"
Alicia yelled.
"I'm not deaf."
"What the hell, Alicia? Why are you doing this?" Amanda stayed on the defensive, boosting her aegis and slapping away Alicia's attacks or dodging them entirely when she could. She was fast, scarily fast, and those shadow tendrils were lethal.
"I've seen the light, Amanda. I've seen the truth of who I am and of the world around us. Yasmin was kind enough to show it to me."
"Don't talk nonsense. She's a sadistic mass murderer who's only out for herself. You're nothing but a tool to her, an implement, a way to hurt me, nothing more."
"You're wrong. You're so wrong. Yasmin knows the truth of this world. She knows our birthright and isn't afraid to take it, unlike you."
"This isn't you, Alicia. This is madness."
"And yet, I feel more lucid than ever before. For the first time, I'm free from the shackles of my previous life and the beliefs I held. I've seen the truth, Amanda."
"No, you've been lied to, manipulated, used. What happened to the Alicia I once knew? What happened to my friend from school?"
"That idiot is gone."
"You weren't an idiot," Amanda protested. "You were the best person I knew, and you saved me from myself and showed me there was another way, a better way."
"Sounds like you found God."
"That's not what I mean, and you know it. I was on a path to self-destruction. I would have ended up in prison or something if you didn't show me that there were other ways to live my life."
"Just like Yasmin did with me,"
she answered. Amanda ducked another attack, feeling frustrated by Alicia's stubbornness. Yasmin had really did a number on her. Close by, she saw her friends fighting against Yasmin's other Black Knights, and they were holding their own. Ascentia strikes flashed between them as they hammered on each other's shields with their magic. Meanwhile, Yasmin took on Lilith and Mr. Black. Yasmin was more powerful than either of them, but between them, she hoped they might stand a chance against the Nomad. "No," Amanda answered Alicia. "Yasmin has done the opposite and twisted your perceptions." Amanda had no idea if this was a magical effect that had made her loyal to Yasmin, but it sounded like something similar to Stockholm Syndrome, when a hostage starts to feel trust and alliance with their captors. It was something of an unconscious survival strategy usually, as the victim begins to change their outlook to align themselves with their captor. Amanda felt sure she could reverse it, if that's what it was, but not here, not in a fight. As she struggled against her friend, she saw Yasmin's attacks break through Lilith's aegis. She hammered the deformed Magus with a series of attacks and broke her down, sending her flying away before Yasmin turned to Mr. Black himself and focused all her attention and magical fury on him. Amanda cursed silently to herself as she ducked under another of Alicia's shadow tendrils. She was getting nowhere fast, and she needed to end this before Yasmin reached her goal. "Sorry," Amanda said and lashed out at Alicia with a surge of magical attacks. Ascentia strikes lanced in and hit Alicia's aegis, while bolts of powerful lightning snapped out from her hands and slammed into her friend. She winced every time something hit Alicia, but she had no choice. Alicia was handling it well and hung on longer than Amanda had anticipated. She was also holding back, though, and pulling her magical punches. She didn't want to kill her friend. Alicia must have sensed the change in Amanda's strategy as a whole new swath of shadow arms rushed out and knocked Amanda back, catching her off guard. With her attention divided between Alicia and Yasmin, she briefly lost her balance and fell, dropping to her bum on the hard-packed, sandy ground. Glancing over, she saw Yasmin hit Mr. Black with another wave of attacks. This time, they pummeled him into the ground. Mr. Black roared with rage as Yasmin jumped on him. She grasped the orb in her hand, while magical fire flowed up her arm from the orb in protest. A black shadow rushed in and obliterated her view of Yasmin's fight. It hit her like a speeding train. Amanda rolled away. Springing up, she landed on her feet and lashed out at Alicia, and this time she didn't hold back. She did it on instinct and cursed herself for losing control, even for a moment. She watched her childhood friend tumble backwards and roll end over end, coming to a rest face down on the hard-packed sand. Amanda caught her breath for a moment, terrified she'd killed her, but her etheric sight quickly picked up life signs. She was unconscious, her body still covered in shadows like a catsuit. Breathing a sigh of relief, Amanda refocused on Yasmin. The Nomad stood up, one foot on Mr. Black's chest, holding aloft the glowing green orb in her outstretched fist. Her hand and forearm dripped with blood, and Mr. Black was not moving. "No!" Amanda yelled. Yasmin looked at her with a triumphant grin. After a moment of gloating, a sentinel whipped around her, and she was gone. Seconds later, the rest of Yasmin's coven poured it out also. Everyone paused, not quite sure what to do, and looking around in case Yasmin and her allies returned. Then Echo saw Mr. Black, her adoptive father, and wailed in sorrow. Amanda ran over as well and stood over her father. He was alive, and still a huge, hulking monster of a man, even with the orb gone. Liz joined her.
"Are you okay?"
"I'm fine. You?" Amanda asked.
"I'll survive,"
Liz said.
"She got the orb,"
Maria said, walking over with Maya at her side. "She did," Amanda answered, feeling bad that she'd not managed to stop her.
"Now what?"
Maya asked. "If I'm right, Yasmin will be heading into the abyss, to Tartarus." "To the Archons," Maria extrapolated. Amanda nodded.
"You're going to follow her, aren't you?"
Maya said. It wasn't a question. "I have to. And no, you're not coming," she said to everyone.
"But..."
"No, none of you has spent any real time in the abyss. I have, and I'll be quicker on my own. Also, you need to protect Alicia and the rest of the coven. If I know Yasmin, this would be the time she would attack and try to distract me." Maria nodded, a solemn look on her face. Maya and Liz seemed to accept it as well. She looked over and saw Gentle Water crouched down beside Alicia. Amanda turned the other way and looked back at Echo. "Can we do anything?" she asked. Echo looked up from beneath her dark hair, a frown creasing her forehead, before she returned her gaze to their unconscious father. "No, I'll look after him." "As you wish," Amanda said, and looked over at Lilith, who was also laid out on the ground, but still alive. She looked over to Maria. "Can you check her out? Heal her if you can." "Sure," Maria said and walked over. Amanda turned back to Alicia. She crouched down beside her, noticing that the living, inky black shadows that covered her body seemed to be fading from view. They looked like they were being pulled back inside her. Gentle Water had turned her onto her side, into the recovery position, and she still seemed to be breathing.
"She alive,"
he said.
"But I cannot wake her. Whatever inside her is protecting her."
"Really?" Amanda asked. She turned her attention to Alicia again and reached out with her magic, only for it to be repelled by something inside her. "Oh, what is that?"
It is abyssal,
Gentlewater said. "I guess so. All right. Can you get her back to mine?" she asked, casting another working of magic. She conjured a soft, warm blanket that Amanda pulled into place to cover Alicia's now naked body. She stood up and looked over to see Lilith getting to her feet beside Maria. She also watched as Echo and Mr. Black poured it out, disappearing from view with a snap of Essentia. Amanda turned and looked up at Lilith. "Sorry I couldn't stop her."
What's done is done. It only matters what we do next,
she said. Agreed, Amanda said, her expression serious. "I'm taking you back to mine," she said and worked her magic. A split second later, the group were all standing in Amanda's front hallway. They looked like refugees from a war zone, but there was no time to waste. Yasmin had everything she needed and was quite aware that Amanda could pass into the abyss. Thinking it through, Amanda knew Yasmin would be aware that if she waited, Amanda might get to Tartarus first, and that could be problematic for her. If Amanda was right, Yasmin was probably in the abyss already, or at least making the crossing now. She needed to go as well if she were to stand any chance of beating or catching her. She sighed and looked over at the people before her. Gentlewater and Liz were moving Alicia, while everyone else seemed to be taking a moment to catch their breath. Lilith turned to her and offered her a thin smile.
I'm going. I need to find Laika and stop her if I can,
she said. I understand, Amanda replied. Lilith nodded and poured it away. With Lilith gone, Amanda turned back to her friends. Take her to the Arcady, Amanda suggested, looking down at Alicia. She'll be safe there. Gentlewater nodded back to her.
Okay.
I will return as soon as I can, Amanda continued. Good luck, Maya said and stepped over to hug her. Maria did the same.
Come back safe,
she said.
We'll be waiting,
Liz added. Amanda winked and worked her astral magic, shifting herself over into the etheric realm and into the abyss. The Arcady in near-Earth orbit. Liz watched Gentlewater lower Alicia down onto the bed in the medical bay of the Arcady. She still wasn't totally used to the idea that they had a spaceship now, but it was cool nonetheless.
Do you think she'll be okay?
Liz asked.
Amanda is the most capable archmagus I ever know,
Gentlewater answered.
I know. I'm sure she'll be fine. She will.
A siren suddenly sounded in the Arcady, and a flash of Essentia rippled through their minds that carried a simple message. Someone, or something, had just attacked the house's aegis in New York.
Did you feel that?
Liz asked.
Yes,
Gentlewater answered. Without another word, the pair of them ran through the ship and through the portal to the Null Realm lobby. A second later, they were back in the house in New York and charging down the stairs towards the front hallway. Maya, Maria, Mercy, Sabine, and Tabitha were already there.
What's going on?
Liz asked. It's the Black Knights, Maria said as the aegis surrounding the house buckled under the onslaught it was receiving and disintegrated.
Chapter 23.
Condemned, the Vatican, Rome. The car, a large people carrier and one of several in the convoy, pulled in through one of the side gates of the Vatican and dropped down a ramp into the underground car park. Mary sat in the back behind the driver, looking out through the window as they sped past parked cars of all kinds, heading toward the drop-off area. It was the second time she'd been picked up from that damn beach after being teleported there by Amanda, and the whole thing was wearing rather thin. She thought they'd finally got her, finally had her right where they wanted her. But Amanda seemed to be stronger and more powerful than ever before. They seemed to have underestimated her at every turn, and once again, people had died, and the mission was a failure. She'd shouted and raged at the beach, venting her anger, but now, as acceptance crept in, she wondered if there might be another way, a better way. The problem was that few people shared her personal hatred for Amanda, and she'd need to get several of the disciples' best inquisitors, which would mean conclave members, to join her in the hunt for this one witch. She'd brought up the subject of Amanda at the conclave meetings before, and while it was agreed that Amanda was a concern, the opinion of the majority was that she wasn't a big enough concern to warrant such an expenditure of resources. In the conclave's opinion, there were other targets that were a higher priority. So Mary had been walking a tightrope for months since her appointment to Grand High Inquisitor. In theory, she could insist on any and all resources to mobilize and take out Amanda, but in reality, it didn't work that way. She was a figurehead, a powerful one to be sure, but a figurehead all the same, and she needed the Council's support for any operations larger than a couple of squads of crusaders. Something she'd yet to get backing for. Some of the Grand Inquisitors on the Council did support her, such as her friend Nico Orsini, Vito's former mentor, Francesco Arcadi, and Danica Breen, the second ever woman to be appointed to the conclave following Mary's promotion. All three of them had stood by her and supported her, but they were outvoted and shouted down each time. Marcus was one of the most vocal of those who blocked her attempt to take Amanda on. He was also one of the oldest conclave members, and one of the most powerful. Most of the council followed his lead. She'd asked for Nico, Francesco, and Danica to come on missions with her, including this last one, but despite supporting her, they refused. Politics was to blame. Supporting her during the meetings was one thing, but going out there and joining her on one of the missions was something else entirely. Not because it might be dangerous, but because it would show them in a particular light to the other conclave members. Danica, being the newest conclave appointee, was especially careful how she appeared to her peers. She didn't want to lose her seat before she made her mark. Mary hated the situation she was in with Amanda, and she hated the politics that kept her from bringing the necessary forces to bear in order to take Amanda down. But what could she do? The car skidded to a stop in the drop-off area, close to the set of double doors that led into the inquisitorial offices. Mary climbed out, aware that her face was the picture of frustration. "We'll get there next time, ma'am," Ascenta said as she stepped up to her.
"Will we?" Mary asked. "I'm wondering if this is becoming a fool's errand."
"Nothing is a fool's errand where the servants of Satan are concerned, ma'am." Mary looked up at Ascenta and smiled.
"You're a good and loyal servant of God, Ascenta. I have no doubt that you'll go far."
"Thank you, ma'am. I hope so."
"All right. Have we got everything?"
"I think so."
"Let's head inside then," she said.
As they approached, the double doors slid open, allowing them entry into the lobby and its bank of elevators. They boarded the first lift and rode it up to the main operations level where they would drop off their weapons and gear. As the elevator drew to a stop, Mary stepped closer to the doors. With a ping, they slid open and Mary stepped out, only to look up and find she was facing a small group of people, all of whom she recognized. It was the full conclave of Grand Inquisitors, and they did not look happy. Mary stopped, her gaze flicking between their stony faces.
"What is this?"
Mary asked.
"How many was it this time, Mary?"
Marcus asked.
I'm sorry. How many died? He clarified.
Mary frowned. She did not like the look of this at all.
6,
she answered. Whispers rippled through the Grand Inquisitors, and a few heads were shaking. She could see Nico standing amidst the group, his eyes averted. Francesco was there too, his face neutral and unreadable. Danica stood near the back, her expression sad and resigned.
6 more deaths. 6 more lives wasted in this obsession of yours,
Marcus accused her.
Amanda Jane Page is a witch, and a dangerous one. The Inquisition is a cause we have all dedicated our lives to, and I would gladly sacrifice my own to know that one more witch was dead and gone, Amanda or not. Be that as it may, we have spoken about this often in our meetings, and we have made it clear that wasting lives on these missions is not a good use of resources, and yet you insist on doing it. I insist on fighting the servants of Satan,
Mary protested.
As do we all. Are you questioning our loyalty?
Marcus asked.
I question your vision for the future and your grasp on the world of Magi, Inquisitor. Questioning me is questioning the Conclave,
Marcus said.
Now who has delusions of grandeur? Mary, this latest mission of yours was not approved by the Conclave, and yet more lives have been wasted and resources lost on your personal vendetta. You have taken a step too far, Mary. It's never a step too far, not until the world is free from the threat of the witches and warlocks. Mary,
said Nico, off to her left.
This is too much. I wanted to bring Amanda to justice as much as you do. She and her coven were responsible for the Vito's death, but this is too much. The last few missions were too costly for us. You must stop. You have to let Amanda go until such a time that we can deal with her properly. And when will that be?
Mary asked.
She's not getting any weaker. In fact, I was going to report that she has grown even more powerful than we'd thought. I don't even know what happened, but we're dealing with one of the most powerful Magi on Earth now. It would take all of us, and maybe Simon Peter himself, to bring her down.
Marcus laughed.
Have you listened to yourself? You want to send the entire Conclave out on a mission against Amanda. And not only that, but our Primarch as well. Are you insane? Far from it. I'm perfectly lucid. Amanda is the biggest threat we face today. There is no evidence of this. She's strong, yes, but our reports suggested that she isn't a threat to humanity. There are, however, others that are much greater threat. The reports are wrong. Oh, really? Marcus asked. I know Amanda. I know what she's capable of. She killed countless Inquisitors, and you know as well as I do that these Magi can be incredibly subtle. They might not appear to be a threat until they're cutting your head off. This is madness, Mary, Marcus said. Mary, please, listen to him,
Francesco pleaded.
So you're on his side now. This isn't about the sides, Mary. This is about the doing what's right. We're the Conclave. We have to be objective and not to let our personal feelings and desires taint our actions. The whole Inquisition looks to us for guidance and leadership. And what you're doing, this personal crusade, it's damaging to us and to the whole Inquisition. We've been talking about this for months now, and we can't let it stand. You can't let it stand? Mary asked. What are you saying? We're saying, Marcus cut in, that we have come to a decision. We can't let you run the disciples into the ground. We need new leadership. We're sorry,
Nico added.
You've left us no choice. We took a vote, and it was enough to tip the scales. We're sorry, Mary, but you can no longer be the Grand High Inquisitor.
What? This is preposterous. How dare you? You can't do this. I have been elected to the position. This is mutiny, a power grab. How long have you been planning this?
That's not what this is,
Nico said.
So who's taking my place? Who's going to be Grand High Inquisitor instead of me?
I am,
Marcus revealed.
Of course it's you. Like I said, this is a power grab. You can't force me out.
We already have,
Marcus said.
You're also suspended, pending a psychological evaluation,
Nico added.
Excuse me?
You need help, Mary,
Nico said.
You're clearly obsessed. It's not healthy. You can't go on like this.
This is madness, utter madness. I will not stand for this. And if I'm suspended, then fine. I resign my post. I will not serve within a corrupt organization like this, where you are all clearly threatened by me.
She looked over towards Danica.
You should watch your back in this boys' club, Danica. They'll be after you next.
Are you even listening to yourself?
Marcus asked.
This has nothing to do with your gender and everything to do with your leadership. Danica has a long and promising career ahead of her.
You wouldn't do this to one of the others, though, would you?
Go home, Mary. We'll send you your things later.
Oh, don't worry. I'm going.
We'll be in touch in a few days when you've calmed down, and maybe we can talk about your future.
Not interested,
she said as she turned away, pulling off her armor and webbing, before dropping them and her weapons to the floor before she walked back into the lift, leaving a stunned Assunta and Augusto behind her as the doors shut on this chapter of her life. Manhattan, New York. Liz felt the aegis around the house drop and knew they were in trouble.
I'm calling for reinforcements,
Maria said.
Good,
Liz answered. Ascentia flared, blindingly bright in her etheric sight as magic surged and energy flowed. The front wall of the house exploded out into the street, the rubble parting and falling to either side of the group of Magi standing out front, looking in at them. She recognized them right away, having fought some of them in very close quarters before. Kez, in her rugged cloak, stood at the front. Behind and to her left stood Nate, the fit blonde killer with the blasphemous tattoos, holding a huge dagger in his hand. On Kez's right, Anastasia stood with her hands on her hips, her long blonde hair in pigtails, still sporting the stripper or schoolgirl look. Liz wasn't sure which, with the tartan miniskirt and white blouse. Maybe she was just a Britney Spears fan. Behind her, Tacita, the dreadlocked pyromaniac in denim, leered at them. There were 3 others in the group who Liz didn't recognize, but she guessed they'd be just as lethal as the others. There was a swarthy-skinned woman in black, a man in a tailored suit, and a woman dressed in some kind of black, futuristic armor. Kez smiled at them.
Knock, knock.
Chapter 24.
Descent, the Abyss. Amanda stood at the edge of the road, looking into the dark, etheric reflection of New York's Central Park as the Ascentia that had brought her over faded away. She turned and looked up at the hazy, blue-tinged skyline of New York. She could recognize the buildings, but they were twisted and corrupted, falling into ruin, a result of several millennia worth of Archon corruption. She wondered what this near-etheric realm would look like without the corrupting influence of the Archons. Was it more of a paradise, or would it still be as dangerous? A thick, cloying mist covered the ground around her, while roiling clouds that were occasionally shot through with a cascade of bright, blue-green lightning filled the sky. In the distance, one of the huge, manta ray-like creatures glided through the air above the street, trailing tentacles behind it. She'd been here, to the abyss, many times through the centuries, but she'd never ventured very far. It was a dangerous and depressing place, and one that Amanda didn't enjoy visiting, but she had done a little exploring from time to time. She'd also cultivated her friendship with Bramble, the fae she'd met when she had first crossed over. She turned and looked into the park with its dark, dead trees devoid of leaves or life, and sighed. It must have been a beautiful place before the Archons. The Archons' corruption didn't extend too far beyond Earth, though. She knew from her travels to other planets that the etheric realm out in the cosmos was unaffected by the Archons. The abyss, and the barrier that stopped the Magi from entering it, was only located around Earth itself. As she stood, lost in thought, she heard movement in the streets behind her. She glanced back in the direction of the sound, but saw nothing. The abyss was crawling with creatures. Abyssals, spirits, and fae that were usually hostile and corrupted, like the environment itself. There were a few notable exceptions, though, such as Bramble, who had somehow resisted the creeping corruption, but they were few and far between. Amanda walked quickly into the park and out of view of the nearby roads as she headed towards Bramble's hideout. She didn't have to go too far before she found the cluster of huge rocks she was looking for. She moved into them, careful to follow the correct sequence of turns that led to what looked like a dead end with a fairly large rock blocking her way. With a careful and subtle working of magic, she shifted the thing sideways to reveal a cave behind it. Amanda stepped through and shifted the rock back into place, dropping the cave into darkness with only a soft golden glow coming from up ahead to guide her way. Amanda moved carefully over the uneven cave floor, making sure she had sound footing with every step. "Bramble," she called out. "It's Amanda. You in here?" She heard the sound of movement from up ahead, and as she reached the bend in the passageway, she looked up to see Bramble's familiar figure waiting for her.
"Amanda, what brings you to my humble abode?"
the fae asked. She was shorter than Amanda, maybe between 3 or 4 feet tall, and a spindly little thing. She wore dirty rags, and her hair was dark and limp. She looked mostly human in appearance, although her proportions were slightly off. She sported longer limbs and an elfin face with pronounced cheekbones and dark, almond-shaped eyes that glinted in the firelight. She also had long, pointed ears, although one was crooked, and a pair of dragonly-like gossamer wings that hung limply from her back. Amanda noticed that Bramble's burned left arm seemed to be getting better, with fresh skin starting to come through as the blackened skin flaked off. "Are you well?" Amanda asked.
As well as can be expected,"
she answered, glancing at her blackened hand and flexing it, causing the skin to crack again. Bramble waved Amanda forward into a broader area that served as her home. There was a makeshift bed made from scavenged blankets and other soft things, as well as various items scattered about the place. Some looked useful, such as the knives and tools, while others appeared decorative. In the center of the room, a magical fire burned beneath a pot that hung from a handmade spit. Amanda could hear the liquid inside bubbling.
Come,
Bramble said.
"Sit, please. Tell me why you're here."
Amanda sat on the mound of rags that Bramble pointed to as the Fae perched on the edge of her bed, looking at Amanda expectantly. "I've come to ask a favor," Amanda said. The Fae's eyebrows arched, and a small smile crossed her features.
"Oh, really?"
Amanda looked over at her with a more serious expression. "You're not going to like it," Amanda said.
"Depends on what it is,"
Bramble said. The legends of the Fae were well known, even in Riven circles. They loved bargains and deals and favors, and were always trying to turn them to their advantage. One day, this could come back to bite her in the arse, but she needed help. She'd only ever traveled to the near etheric, but Tartarus was located in the deep etheric. "I need a guide. I need to get to Tartarus," she said. The look of glee and interest on Bramble's face turned to revulsion and horror.
"You want to go into the deep abyss?"
Amanda nodded, noting the Fae's use of abyss rather than etheric.
"Are you sure?"
Bramble asked. "A Nomad Magus is on her way there now. If I don't stop her, she could become the most powerful and dangerous nomad on Earth. And who knows what else. She wants the Archon's power for herself, and she has the means to get it."
"Are you sure? That's quite a claim."
"As sure as I can be."
"This will be dangerous, Amanda. The deep abyss is not to be traveled lightly."
"I understand, but I have no choice. I have to get there."
"You will owe me a life debt if I do this. If I put my life at risk for you,"
Bramble warned her. "I understand," Amanda said. She wasn't sure what that meant, but if Bramble helped her, she would be only too happy to return the favor someday. Bramble looked at her for a long, silent moment. She seemed to be weighing up what Amanda was asking her to do, and maybe she wondered if Amanda knew what she was getting herself into, but after a moment, the Fae nodded and stood. She moved around to stand close to Amanda and offered her hand. Amanda glanced at it, and then up to Bramble's face and her deadly serious eyes. She took the Fae's hand in hers. It was like holding the hand of a child. They shook, and suddenly Bramble smiled.
"Good thing I know a way there that avoids most of the really bad areas then,"
she said with a little excitement in her voice. "I knew you could help me." Amanda smiled back.
"When do we go?"
Bramble asked. Amanda smiled. "Now, please," she said.
"Very well then. Let's go,"
Bramble stated and headed back the way Amanda had come. Amanda followed, out past the rock that blocked the entrance, making sure to put it back into place once they were through.
"This way,"
Bramble directed her and moved deeper into the park itself. "So, how do we get into the deep abyss?" Amanda asked.
"The deep abyss is all around us, like the near abyss is all around you when you're in the material realm."
"Oh," Amanda said. She guessed that made sense. She traveled around the near abyss for a while, and although she had wondered where you went to reach the deep abyss, she'd never really had the desire to go there. Etheric lore was difficult to come by on Earth, and abyssal lore even harder. Few people really knew how to navigate it.
"Traveling in the etheric realm, as you call it, is not like traveling in the material world,"
Bramble said. Amanda was aware of this. Space and time work differently here, and things didn't fit logically together. You could walk down an alleyway here in the reflection of New York, and end up in the reflection of Tokyo at the other end. But not always, as someone else doing the same thing might stay in New York. As if you tried to backtrack, you could end up somewhere else entirely. A lot of the way you moved through the etheric was based on intent and where you wanted to go, but if you weren't careful, things didn't always go to plan. The realm and its denizens seemed to relish tracking explorers or offering them the wrong path. I know, I've done a little exploring myself, Amanda said.
Then you know how dangerous it can be for the unwary traveler.
To be sure, Amanda said, thinking back to the various fights she'd ended up in with abyssals. Bramble took a curious route through the park that led off the pathways, over hills, through depressions, and around certain trees, with Bramble making sure that Amanda followed her every step. Moving over the next rise, Bramble stopped at the crest of the hill and looked down to the area below. Amanda recognized it as the Bethesda Fountain, or its abyssal reflection anyway. The statue in the middle was twisted and broken, while the water in the pool at the base was brackish and dirty. "What's up?" Amanda asked.
We have to go past this,
she said. "Is there a problem?" Amanda asked, sensing Bramble's hesitancy.
Hopefully not,
Bramble said and started down the hill. Amanda followed, feeling a little more freaked out by the Fae's nervousness as they walked over the half-dead grass and mud until they reached the paved area. Amanda had taken just a couple of steps onto the stone slabs when the water in the fountain suddenly surged up and out of the pool. It splashed down onto the ground and formed up into a curious shape with 3 legs, a deformed body, and several arms that waved around dangerously. Bramble backed off.
That's the problem I was hoping to avoid.
Amanda boosted her Aegis and split her mind using the multitasking effect. "I see that," she answered as the water spirit swung 2 of its arms at them. The water crashed into Bramble, sending her flying, and then hit Amanda too. She was knocked off her feet, but rolled back up to a standing position and unleashed a bolt of lightning at the creature. The electricity surged along it and plunged into the ground, doing less damage than she'd hoped. But the spirit did stagger for a moment and let out a horrendous wail. The thing leapt at her, rushing through the air like a torrent of water. Amanda rolled sideways out of its way as it splashed to the ground, while a gout of water shot out at her, as if from a high-powered hose. Amanda dodged again and threw a superheated ball of plasma at the thing, hitting it right in the middle of what she guessed might be its body. The water hissed and boiled away as the thing shrank, a good portion of it having now been turned into steam. The creature suddenly retreated, rushing over the ground like a small wave that sloshed over into the base of the fountain and came to rest, now just a pool of water once more, except the level was lower. Relaxing, Amanda took a breath and looked down at herself. She was soaked through and dripping with water. She chuckled. "There's never a wet t-shirt competition when you need one, is there?" She smirked. Working her magic, she evaporated the excess water from her clothes and, to a lesser extent, her hair.
Well done,
Bramble said brightly. She looked over at her and saw the Fae wringing out the water from some of her ragged clothing. "Thanks. I wasn't expecting to be attacked by water today," she said. "Would you like me to dry your clothes?"
They'll dry,
she said and turned to walk on.
Come, it's not far to the mist now.
As they passed by the fountain, Amanda eyed the waters warily, but it didn't move, and they were soon moving away and farther into the park. As they walked, Amanda noticed the ever-present mist that filled the abyss, growing thicker and starting to obscure the surrounding environment further ahead. Bramble walked with purpose, though, and Amanda followed, keeping close. She began to notice what looked like pathways through the mist, leading off into the murky depths. Some of them were dark and shadowy, while others seemed to glisten and shimmer as if in moonlight. She moved a little closer to one of them to get a better look, but it seemed to just wind off into the mist and a glowing light in the distance. Amanda shrugged and turned back to Bramble, but she wasn't there. Amanda froze. She looked around, but saw only the shimmering pathway in the moonless mist. "Bramble!" Amanda called out. "Bramble, I seem to have lost you," she said, turning on the spot, looking for any hint of the Fae, but seeing none. "Shite!" she cursed, wondering what she should do, when a hand thrust through the mist and pulled her off the path.
"Stay close. Don't wander off, even a tiny bit,"
Bramble chastised her. "No problem. I won't do that again," Amanda said, and placed her hand on Bramble's shoulder, walking behind her and just to her left, so as not to step on the Fae's wings where they dragged on the ground. Up ahead, a pathway, one of the darker and more foreboding ones, came into view, and Bramble made right for it. "That looks like a scary path," Amanda said. "Are you sure?"
"Not everything is as it seems in the etheric, but all paths into the deep abyss are going to be scary, Amanda,"
she said. "Excellent," Amanda said sarcastically. As they continued along the path, the dusky tunnel through the mist grew darker until the mist started to fade from view, and Amanda found they were walking through some kind of naturally occurring cave. Light glowed up ahead, orange and flickering. The glow picked out the rocks and dirt on the ground, and as they walked, it felt less subtle underfoot, as if it were covered in debris. As Amanda shifted her weight with each step, the twigs or branches snapped underfoot. She paused, looked down, and saw they weren't branches at all, but bones. Hundreds and hundreds of bones strewn over the cave floor. She took a step back in surprise, and more of them snapped under her feet. Amanda looked up at Bramble, who was standing a little way ahead. The Fae shrugged.
"I told you it would be worse,"
she said. "Feckin' I," she cursed. She looked back to see the cave disappear into darkness, with no hint of the mist they had walked through. Standing up straight, Amanda walked forward, doing her best to keep her balance on the uneven floor as they went. They found sticks rammed through the eye sockets of skulls and other things as they pressed on. Some sticks had rags tied to the tops of them, or iron sconces attached, and were alight with flame. Up ahead, the cave walls started to grow thick with roots and vines until they stepped out of the cave entrance onto a rocky plateau, looking out over the blasted landscape beyond. It wasn't like anything she'd ever seen before, and honestly, it might as well have been hell as far as she was concerned. The rocky ground jutted out at all angles, creating a terrain that would be a nightmare to navigate. Twisted trees and plants that looked long dead choked the landscape, reaching out from pools of dark, poisonous-looking water. Fires burning throughout the vista were the only real light. Above them, the sky was a mass of dark clouds shot through with the occasional fork of lightning that rippled across the sky. In the midst of this hellscape, creatures of all sizes writhed and moved in the distance. She could see the occasional ruins of buildings here and there, little more than bits of wall lit up by nearby fires.
"Amanda,"
Bramble whispered from close by. Amanda turned to see her friend moving off to her right into the rocky landscape. She waved at her to follow and held her finger up to her lips, urging her to be quiet. Amanda followed, away from the edge of the ridge she'd been standing on, picking her way over the bones and down the rocks to a gully. They continued on through the small cut in the landscape, its walls covered with vines, while something wet and dark flowed over the rocks under their feet. The smell was horrific, and as if the entire realm was in a state of perpetual decomposition. The wind howled all around them, rustling the branches of the dead trees nearby. In the distance, Amanda could hear the screams and wails as if thousands were being tortured. A little way along, Bramble suddenly stopped and pressed herself into the wall, holding out her hand to urge Amanda to do the same. Bramble knew this world better than she did, and hadn't steered her wrong yet, so she did as the Fae wanted. The sound of footsteps and a throat rattle, which sounded thoroughly inhuman, came from up ahead. Further along, the gully deepened into a cut in the rocks, with high, cliff-like walls that were never more than a meter apart. At the top, a massive creature appeared and looked down into the gully. It was somewhat humanoid in appearance, although oddly disproportionate, and if the thing had eyes, Amanda couldn't see them. The horns that protruded upward from its forehead were long, thick, and came to a dangerous-looking point. As it peered down into the ravine, its long clawed fingers worked as if in anticipation of the kill, but it didn't seem to sense them, and its movements suggested it was disappointed by this. The thing sprang over the gap on its powerful animal-like legs, its long fleshy tail whipping about behind it as it disappeared from view. Bramble watched it go and waited for a moment before she stepped out and beckoned Amanda to follow her. They moved up the gully and saw more torches stuck in the ground, their tops aflame. What was that thing? Amanda asked as they approached a tunnel.
An abyssal. A corrupted spirit, like everything else down here. They're nasty and intelligent, and can usually use magic. Also, where there's one, there are usually others.
Amanda shivered at the memory of it. They walked through the tunnel and out into a more open landscape, moving slowly and carefully most of the time, unless Bramble urged her to move quicker. They dodged around pools of water that looked anything but inviting, and hid from a few more abyssals as they went. Looking out into the landscape, beyond the carefully hidden route that Bramble was using, she saw what looked like humans out there in the deep abyss. Most of them were naked, although a few had found rags or skins to cover themselves. She saw some of them hiding or sneaking through the rocks. Some were strung up or bound to trees, and in one case, a small group of them were kneeling before one of the abyssal creatures, apparently worshipping it. "What is this?" Amanda asked as she stared in horror at these poor, tortured souls.
Not everyone who dies goes to Sheol,
Bramble explained. They don't.
No, some, for reasons beyond me, end up here and elsewhere in the deep abyss. Maybe it's their personal beliefs or the circumstances of their death, or maybe it's pure chance. They might even have escaped or been cast out of Sheol. I don't know.
Amanda looked out at them again. "This is horrific," she said, both fascinated and repulsed by what she was learning.
There's nothing you can do for them,
Bramble said.
Come on.
Bramble led her into another cave system lit by torches, revealing more bones lying scattered on the floor. Amanda followed, keeping close behind her guide, until Bramble stopped at a fork in the cave system. Bramble looked left, and then right, and then back left again. "What's up?" Amanda asked. It was the first time Bramble had hesitated during their walk.
I'm not sure. I think it's this way,
she said, pointing to her right. "You're not sure?"
"We'll find out,"
Bramble said with more levity than Amanda expected.
"Things sometimes change or shift in the etheric."
"Yeah, I've noticed," Amanda replied, having encountered this during her trips to the spirit world. Amanda followed Bramble's lead as they went right and moved through the winding tunnel. The floor was very uneven, making the going slow, and not for the first time, Amanda felt sure something was following them, and yet nothing appeared. A little further on, the ground grew mercifully free of the bones they had been walking through until the tunnel stopped at a dead end. Bramble stopped, paused, and then walked up to the dead end and started to feel around the wall before she slammed the base of her fist into it and uttered a word in anger that Amanda didn't recognize.
Wrong way,
Bramble said, turning back to Amanda.
It's the other tunnel back the way we came. We're nearly there,
she said. Okay, no bother. We'll just backtrack, Amanda said and turned to walk back the way they came, only to find the tunnel ahead blocked by a demonic-looking abyssal that stood staring at them. Well, shite, Amanda said. Manhattan, New York. Liz's blade smashed into Nate's dagger, and for a moment they struggled against each other, Liz's aegis sparking as they crossed swords. Nate smiled at her, but there was nothing friendly about it. Miss your mother? He taunted her. Liz felt rage build up inside her. This horrific man had killed her and Fran's mother, as well as her friend's parents, and Ben, back when they'd found the Golden Book. She hated him and had picked him out of the assembled Black Knights early on as someone she wanted revenge on. She wasn't the defenseless little girl she had been when she'd first met him, and she was determined to show him the capable woman she had become.
Piss off,
she said before he shoved her, knocking her back. She stumbled through the rubble of the house, fell, rolled sideways back to her feet, and brought her sword up. She learned to use the sword because she was keen to face off against Mary Damask, but she was also more than happy to use it against this murdering bastard. Essentia flared around them, and suddenly Balor, Israel, and one man she was less familiar with poured it in and joined the fray. They were, no doubt, the reinforcements that Maria had requested. There was no aegis around them to stop them pouring in, only an illusion that the Nomads had put in place that made the street look like it was closed to the public, which Liz had noticed earlier. Even the Nomads needed to hide from the masses. Liz and the others could have poured it away, but there seemed to be an unspoken agreement between everyone that this is where it ended. They would defend the line here and would not be driven from their home.
Chapter 25.
Sentinels. The Deep Abyss. Amanda shunted more Essentia into her aegis as she watched the abyssal, waiting to see what it would do. The abyssal looked somewhat female, but not human.
Its naked body sported a long, powerful-looking tail.
Its legs were animal-like, with hooves rather than feet, while its arms were long and wiry, ending in hands with razor-sharp claws. The thing's face seemed feminine, too, with plump full lips and sultry eyes, but the look was marred by the long horns that sprouted from the demonette's head. From between its long, needle-like teeth, an 8-inch-long tongue protruded and waved back and forth in the air before its face. For the moment, it just stood there looking at them. Amanda did the same, letting small arcs of lightning flash and spark between her fingers as a warning. The demonette took a step forward. "Have you considered a bra?" Amanda asked. "I can recommend a good shop. They do wonders for your posture." Sarcasm dripped from her words. "What have we got here?" the demonette asked, his voice scratchy, like a 40-a-day smoker. "Oh, you know, just passing through. A little sightseeing taking in the views of fire and brimstone. Nothing for you to concern yourself with." "I'll be the judge of what I concern myself with," the demonette said. "To be sure, master of your own destiny and all that, right? Feminism in the underworld. You go, girl." "You mock me, mortal." "Well, I wouldn't say mock," Amanda objected. "Just a little light humor, you know." Essentia flared from the demonette, and a gout of fire
rushed towards Amanda and splashed over her aegis. Amanda unleashed her own version of hell and threw as much magical energy at the abyssal as she could. Lightning flashed, fire roared, and Essentia surged, lancing in at the creature. Amanda's magic crashed into it, apparently taking the thing by surprise. Her attacks threw it back into the wall as she continued to hammer at it. The thing wailed and screamed in pain and fury, a sound that was utterly inhuman and scarily loud. Amanda put all her weight behind her attacks, and within moments tore the creature apart, ending its unearthly screeches. As the energy from her attacks faded to reveal the blackened corpse of the demonette, Bramble ran up beside her and looked at it, and then up at Amanda.
"We have to go. Something might have hurt it. Come on,"
she said, and ran down the corridor. Amanda didn't hesitate and followed on behind her, doing her best to keep up as they sprinted to the fork and turned right, down what Amanda hoped would be the correct tunnel this time. It twisted back and forth until they ran out of the exit and into an entirely different part of the deep abyss. Before them, the landscape had changed. The dead trees had thinned out to nothing. It was lacking human remains, like the previous area they'd traversed, and there weren't any abyssals either. It was just rock. Cold, bare rock, surrounded by endless darkness. Bramble kept going, moving quickly, and throwing nervous glances behind them as they went, until they passed the final tree. Slowing, Bramble heaved a sigh of relief, but maintained a watchful demeanor, casting occasional glances back the way they'd come. "Where are we?" Amanda asked, looking around at the dark, empty landscape, her enhanced vision piercing the darkness as they went.
"This is it,"
she said.
"Tartarus lies ahead, just over there."
She pointed off into the distance. "Come on then, let's keep going," Amanda said, picking up the pace. Bramble followed on behind her, somewhat reluctantly from the looks of things. A mountain range rose into view as they crested a hill. Eager to get to her destination, she kept going, checking behind her to make sure Bramble was following. The landscape leveled out, and after a while, Amanda reached the edge of a ridge. Below them, the ground sloped down into a vast depression, easily several miles across. At the back of the depression, the walls were much steeper, even vertical in places. But what caught Amanda's attention was tucked into the base of those cliffs. A sprawling, foreboding black structure with huge towers and massive, decorative architecture dominated the scene. The whole intimidating structure seemed to be made from obsidian and gleamed like a black diamond even in the darkness. Bramble stepped up beside her and looked out over the landscape.
"Tartarus,"
she said, her voice flat. "Okay, but what's that?" Amanda asked, pointing to the other huge fortress that stood beside Tartarus. This second structure was a mix of gray and tan and looked less ornate and not as foreboding as Tartarus did. Looking at it through her etheric sight, she could see the remains of some seriously powerful aegises that had enveloped both Tartarus and the fortress, but they'd been severely damaged. She could also see blooms of essentia and flashes of light towards the far side of the fortress.
"That is the fortress of the Ebonmark, and that's why we don't come here."
"We?" Amanda asked her.
"Me, the Fae, the Abyssals, anyone who calls the etheric home. You don't go near the fortress, not if you value your life."
Amanda frowned at her, and then at the fortress, as more essentia flared from within its walls. "Who lives there?"
"We call them the Marked Ones. There are other names for them too, but they are powerful, and they protect Tartarus, allowing no one near it."
"Well, I have no choice," Amanda said, looking back at the fortress. As she watched, the flashes of essentia stopped, but she got the feeling that there was a lot of activity still. After a moment, Essentia bloomed again, and an aegis snapped back into place over just the fortress, but not Tartarus. Come on, let's get closer. Can I port us there?
I don't want to get too close,
Bramble said. Amanda turned to her friend and offered her a smile. I won't let them hurt you, but if you need to go, I won't stop you. I'm sure I can find my way out, she said. Bramble looked back towards the glow of fires burning in the demonic hellscape they had left behind, and then at the foreboding fortress ahead, weighing up her options before she looked up with a sigh.
Okay, I'll come with you,
she said.
Work your magic.
Amanda nodded and focused her magic on standing just outside the gates of Tartarus. The air snapped. There was a rush of Essentia and a worse-than-usual feeling of dislocation as they teleported. They appeared closer to Tartarus, but not where Amanda had intended. Amanda knew right away that someone had intercepted them and diverted them here, to the edge of the Aegis, on the far side of the fortress from Tartarus. Making sure her Aegis was ready and encircling them both, Amanda looked around. Essentia flared all around them, as 20 people snapped into existence, surrounding them. Bramble grabbed Amanda and clung to her, trembling like the last leaf to fall on a late autumn day. The newcomers moved closer, their postures threatening, their Essentia stirring. They looked human and were dressed in an array of black robes. In her etheric sight, they all glowed brightly. They were Magi, and clearly powerful. Hi guys, just passing through. Don't want to cause any trouble, Amanda said as she flushed more energy into her Aegis. A likely story, one of the men said. Wait, said a voice from nearby. Everyone surrounding Amanda and Bramble turned towards the voice. Amanda looked over and saw one of their numbers pull back her hood as she approached. She had short, cropped, peroxide blonde hair and an impish face. She regarded Amanda with a neutral expression and cocked her head to one side. Amanda, the figure asked. It took her a moment, but then it suddenly hit her. She'd only met this woman twice, and only one of those times had they really spoken. Crystal, Amanda asked, her voice cautious.
What are you?
Crystal started to say before she looked back towards the fortress and Tartarus, and then back to Amanda.
Are you?
I'm here for Yasmin. She's heading for Tartarus, and the Archons, Amanda explained. Crystal nodded.
I understand. Stand down,
she said to the people around her.
Amanda is not our enemy this day. Port to the entrance of Tartarus. Make sure it's secure,
she ordered, and within seconds, all but 2 of the others ported away. So, this is the Sentinels' hideout, the fortress at the Ebon Mark, Amanda asked. Welcome, Crystal said, her voice a little flat, and looked down at the Fae.
Friend of yours.
This is Bramble. She's with me. Amanda introduced her. The Fae looked up, clearly nervous.
Very well,
Crystal said. Yasmin attacked the fortress, didn't she? Amanda said, her comment more a statement than anything else.
She did, and she just poured it out.
Did she? Amanda said, her voice suspicious. Look, I need to get into Tartarus.
Why?
Crystal asked, her tone genuinely curious. Yasmin, she wants their power. She plans on killing 1 or more of them, Amanda said. As she spoke, Essentia flared briefly around Crystal's head as she received a link message. Her eyes focused on the middle distance. Crystal frowned. As she waited, Amanda sensed a series of Essentia flares from the direction of Tartarus.
It seems you may be right,
Crystal said before she turned to the 2 Magi standing with her.
Go inside, gather as many people as you can, and follow us into Tartarus,
she said. The two Sentinels ported away as Crystal turned to Amanda.
Okay, you want to find Yasmin? Let's go.
Trouble? Amanda asked. Crystal gave her a meaningful look before her magic flared and reached out for Amanda. She let Crystal do it, not sensing any duplicity from her, but was ready with magic of her own in any case. They appeared on the other side of the fortress, right at the main entrance of Tartarus, its enormous arching portal looming over them, but the doors themselves had been blasted to bits. Around them, bodies lay burnt or ripped apart on the ground, dressed in the same robes as the Sentinels she had just seen. In fact, it was probably the same group. Crystal looked down at them and then up at Tartarus, a frown creasing her forehead. Amanda looked up at the prison. It was a blight on the landscape. The imposing obsidian building looked like something out of a dark fantasy novel. It had an aura about it, a feeling of deep corruption and decay that seemed to seep into everything around it. The bodies strewn around them only reinforced the idea that Yasmin needed to be stopped, and quickly.
She's inside, Crystal said.
God damn it, this is taking too long. Amanda cursed and worked her magic to port to the other side of the door, only for her Essentia to fizzle out, repelled by whatever magic enveloped the Archon's prison. Amanda looked over at Crystal. No porting.
No,
Crystal confirmed.
Not in the prison itself. The Demiurge made sure of that.
There was that name again. The Demiurge. But that was a problem for another time. We need to get in. Come on, Amanda said and strode off towards the door. Bramble and Crystal followed. The Demiurge. That's the second time I've heard that name today, Amanda said as she went.
He created the Sentinels to guard the Archons.
And protect humanity, Amanda asked.
That too,
Crystal said.
But we might fail in that task today.
How long until your reinforcements get here? Amanda asked.
Yasmin's attack caused much chaos, and she's killed too many, Crystal sighed. Short answer, I don't know, but I hope soon.
Entering the colossal building, Amanda found that they were standing in a large room with corridors leading off in all directions, but only one of those directions had a broken door. It didn't take a genius to work out which way Yasmin had gone, so Amanda didn't hesitate. So you've lived here in the Abyss this whole time? Amanda asked.
These structures were once in the material realm, thousands of years ago. The Demiurge brought them here, into the etheric. He's imprisoned the Archons in Tartarus, and brought us here as Sentinels. We've been here ever since.
So your main job is watching the prison? Amanda asked. Crystal nodded.
That and protecting humanity from the Magi and their magic, and allowing humankind to develop on its own without outside influence.
Amanda nodded. She'd heard tales of this many times already, but it was good to have it confirmed.
You said that Yasmin wants the Archon's power for herself,
Crystal asked after a few moments.
How does she think she's going to accomplish that?
She's gathered 3 powerful artifacts, the Libre Nox Noctis, which gave her the method to cross into the Abyss.
Ah, Shaitan strikes again. It's been an age since he was here,
Crystal commented. You know him?
Of course. He was problematic for us.
Crystal answered vaguely. Well, he's dead now. Yasmin killed him. But his work lives on in the Libra. Yasmin also has the Lazarus Scroll and Lilith's Orb.
We saw the orb when Yasmin attacked the fortress, but I did not know she had the scroll as well.
You know of these artifacts, then? Amanda asked.
We know of many such items, and confiscate them when we can. Some of the more powerful ones can be troublesome to keep hold of. They seem to have a life of their own.
Amanda nodded as they reached another room at the end of a hallway with more doors leading off from it. All the stone inside the prison was a glossy black, kind of like glass, and the corridors were dimly lit. Do you know your way around?
We do, but we don't come inside often. The Archons sleep most of the time, but sometimes when one of them wakes up and wanders the building, they cannot leave. But
Sentinels have died by their hand, Amanda asked.
More than I care to think about,
Crystal said.
The Archons might be walking these corridors?
Bramble asked. Looks that way, Amanda said.
That is not unlikely,
Crystal said.
I'm not sure I want to be here anymore,
Bramble said. We won't be much longer, Amanda reassured her. Which way?
Up there,
Crystal said, pointing up a flight of stairs.
It looks out over the central courtyard.
Amanda followed her up and out onto a balcony that looked out over an octagonal area below, paved in black and gray slabs, arranged in a geometric pattern. As she looked down, Amanda froze, and so did Crystal. Standing in the center of the courtyard was Yasmin, dressed in only the black, skin-tight outfit she favored. She stood motionless, apart from her head, which moved slightly as 7 figures closed in on her. Each wore a ragged robe and arrayed themselves around her in a horseshoe-shaped formation. Intense power radiated from each of them, glowing brighter than any Magi had ever done in her etheric sight. Their attention was fixed intently on Yasmin. What the? Amanda whispered. They were a good distance away from them, but on pure instinct, she kept her voice low.
They're awake!
Crystal exclaimed in shock.
All of the Archons are awake. This never happens. Did she do this?
Crystal asked in a hushed whisper. I would assume the two are related, Amanda muttered. It was difficult to make out which of the Archons was which, but as she watched, she started to narrow it down. She thought she spotted one that seemed more feminine than the others and was about Yasmin's size, which Amanda thought was probably Lilitu, the mother of vampires, but her hood was up, so it was difficult to be sure. The bigger of them all stood easily about twice Yasmin's height and had huge, bat-like wings and massive horns, leading her to believe that was probably the one known as Oni, the fallen angel. 2 of the more human-sized ones had their hoods down, and both had deformed, hairless faces. She wasn't sure which ones they were. Of the other 3, 2 were huge and bulky. One of them was covered in horns and spikes, which made Amanda think he was Enkidu, the beast and father of weir creatures. The other had 2 massive prehensile tentacles sprouting from his back. She guessed that one might be Leviathan. The last one was bigger than Lilitu, at around 7 feet tall, or maybe a little bigger, and Amanda could make out a skull-like face beneath his rotten hood. She guessed that might be Samael, the Reaper. If she was right, then the 2 hairless ones were Tiamat and Naga. Samael moved closer to Yasmin.
Why do you rouse us from our slumber, child?
The Archon asked, the jaw of the skull-like face moving as he did so. His huge cloak extended to the floor, where it faded into a mist that rolled out from the Archon, making it look like it was gliding rather than walking.
I admit,
Yasmin answered, I'm less than impressed.
Allow me to check.
Samael began before Sentia, massive amounts of it, more than Amanda had ever seen used by a single Magus, rushed out of Yasmin and tore at the Archon. It was then that Amanda realized that the Archons, all of them, didn't have any aegises in place. Their defenses were down. Did the Demiurge's enhancements here stop them from using such magic? Amanda sensed something, like the atmosphere was suddenly filled with tension, like a rubber band stretched to its limit, or a balloon that was being squeezed to the point of bursting. Samael worked his own magic, but it wasn't enough. Yasmin's washed his defenses away and gripped the Archon's body in her magic. Green mist flowed from Yasmin, rushing out of her and enveloping the Archon where it glowed briefly, before retreating back into Yasmin, leaving a blackened husk where Samael had been. The tension in the air snapped, and an intense, destructive pulse of magic rushed out from Samael's corpse. Yasmin and the Archons were sent sprawling. The building rocked and stone cracked as the wave of Essentia blasted through the room. It hit Amanda like a battering ram and threw her against the wall with a crunch as the wave rushed out into the etheric realm beyond, rocking the landscape. Amanda dropped to the floor, sliding down the wall as Essentia crackled all over her, sparking and firing wildly. What the hell was that? BBC News Report. Apologies for that brief break in our broadcast, but this just in. As our systems are rebooting, we're getting reports that there have been a global power outage. Lights, electronics, computers, everything seems to have been briefly shut down. CNN News Report. So you're saying you think this could have been caused by a solar flare? For something to cause a simultaneous power outage like this, literally everywhere, it would need to be something like a solar flare, yes? Nothing else could generate an EMP burst of that magnitude. EMP, an electromagnetic pulse. But wouldn't that fry electronics everywhere? In a suburban basement somewhere. Yes. The man known only as Sphinx in the users of the dark web VR space said, as the lights in the basement came back on. He stabbed the button on his custom-made computer and waited for it to load up. At first, he couldn't get online. It was as if the internet had ceased to exist. But sure enough, a few minutes later, it was back, and he was back online. He immediately went to log back into the dark web, but something was wrong. Something was different. He couldn't even find the D-Web. What was going on? His phone buzzed, and a message popped up on the bottom right of his screen from one of his friends. Dude, the D-Web's crashed, and it looks like it's been deleted. Ultima Thule, Enceladus, Saturn. Trevelyan opened the link. It was Louisa Hunt from the Ordo Obscura Coven in the French Alps. Louisa, what can I do for you? He asked. Something's happened. Something big, I think. Look, try something for me. Can you try crossing over into the etheric realm? What? Why would I do something like that? Please, just try it, she pleaded. Not until you tell me why. Trevelyan, the barrier. It's gone.
Chapter 26.
Released. Tartarus, the Deep Abyss. Amanda looked over at Crystal. Like her, the Sentinel was crumpled on the floor, shaking her head, and looking just as confused as Amanda felt. For a moment, Amanda just sat there, trying to make sense of what had just happened. But the sounds of lightning snaps and explosions brought her right back to reality as she remembered where she was and what was just over the edge of the balcony. Amanda jumped to her feet and ran to the wall. Looking down into the courtyard, she saw Yasmin getting up and magic flowing out of her. Only half of the Archons were there, and as she watched, over the next couple of seconds, the three who remained also ported out under Yasmin's magical assault, leaving the Nomads standing alone. Yasmin's magical attack ceased, and she paused for a moment, looking around. She walked over to the blackened corpse of Samael, that lay on the ground. She kicked the body with her foot and let out a snort of laughter. Slowly, she raised her hand and held it over the corpse, palm down. With another quick surge of Essentia, the remains flew apart, disintegrating and floating away on the breeze. Yasmin let the ash-like particles swirl around her, seemingly enjoying it. Amanda heard movement behind her and turned to see Crystal and Bramble getting to their feet. For the first time in a long, long time, Amanda felt afraid of Yasmin and stared hard at Crystal, letting out a hushed shh at her, urging her to be quiet. Crystal looked up and froze in place on seeing her reaction. She looked around her and mouthed the word, "What?" Amanda looked back down to the courtyard to see Yasmin staring right back up at her. The Nomads smiled in a way that did nothing to comfort her. Magic flared, and a battering ram of force smashed into Amanda, knocking her back into the wall and shattering the edge of the balcony. Yasmin snapped into existence on the balcony and looked down at her. Amanda stayed where she was for a moment, sitting on the floor, looking up at Yasmin's black-clad form. Lilith's green orb glowed brightly from the center of her chest, held in place by her outfit. She could also make out runes flowing over her catsuit, like petals floating on water.
I'm so pleased you could be here to witness my ascendancy, Amanda. You were there at the beginning when you found me in that farmhouse and set me on this journey. It's only fitting that you're here at the end as well.
"What have you done?" Amanda asked.
Nothing less than claim my birthright. I was destined for this, Amanda. It was always meant to be mine, and now it is.
"You killed an Archon," Amanda said, not quite believing what she'd witnessed.
Amanda, I have done so much more than just kill one. I have consumed one. I have taken its essence and joined it with my own. I am so much more now. I am ascended.
"What of the others?" Crystal asked.
What of them? I'll find them eventually. They can't hide from me for long.
Yasmin's tone was almost flippant. "You freed them. You broke the Demiurge's magic," Crystal accused her. But Yasmin wasn't listening. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath and looked back down at Amanda.
Alas, Amanda, your time has come, and I must end this chapter now,
she said, as Essentia rushed in towards her. Amanda quickly shunted whatever Essentia she could into her aegis, as Yasmin suddenly threw her magic at her. "No," Amanda said, her voice strained from the effort. Yasmin's Essentia strikes tore into her aegis, hammering into the shield with a power she had seldom felt before. The green orb in Yasmin's chest flared brightly as her magic flowed, casting a sickly green glow up onto her face as she grinned maniacally. Amanda shunted as much energy into her aegis as she could, and just barely kept Yasmin at bay as she ripped at her with a fury Amanda had never experienced before. Essentia lashed in at Yasmin from the side as Crystal attacked, and suddenly 2 more Sentinels appeared and joined in, throwing their weight into the fray. Then 2 more appeared, and 3 more. Magical energy blasted Yasmin and tore at her aegis. Yasmin stepped back, pulling her magic in and bolstering her shield to fend off the attacks.
Damn you, Amanda. You can't hide here forever. I'll see you in New York.
Yasmin threatened. Before her sentia flowed and she disappeared. Silence fell over them as Amanda sucked in a lungful of air before releasing it and dropping back to the floor. Well, feck, this is all kinds of messed up.
The Demiurge's magic is broken, and the Archons are free,
Crystal whispered as if she didn't quite believe it.
This is madness. This shouldn't have happened.
Amanda sat up and got to her feet. And yet it did. And now I need to get home.
New York.
That's right, Amanda said.
We can get you there.
And Bramble? Amanda asked, looking at the Fae who was keeping quiet and trying not to be noticed. Crystal looked over at the fairy and then back to Amanda.
We'll get her back as well, she said with a sigh. Come, we have much to do.
In turns, Crystal looked both confused and unsure, and then determined and resolute. This was definitely new territory for all of them.
Custodian, what do we do now?
One of the men nearby asked. He seemed scared as he looked around at the Archon's former prison, and then back to Crystal.
Go back to the fortress and gather everyone. We have much to discuss. This changes everything. Go now. I'll be with you shortly.
She ordered and watched the group of men and women run off through the door or poured away with a flare of magic. Amanda guessed the prohibition on teleportation magic had ended when the Demiurge's enchantment was broken. With them gone, Crystal turned back to Amanda.
If you'll allow me, I'll port us all into the fortress, she said.
Amanda nodded. Crystal worked her magic, drawing a sentia in and enforcing her will upon it. Energy surged, and the three of them were teleported from Tartarus into the Sentinels' fortress. They appeared in a large room full of Sentinels, who looked over in curiosity at the new arrivals standing beside their custodian. Arrayed along the center of the wide room were a series of rectangular stone frames that pulsed with energy and magic of a power that Amanda had rarely seen, not counting today. Crystal looked at Amanda and offered her hand.
Thanks for coming and trying to help. We appreciate it, she said.
Pity it didn't work, Amanda answered.
Honestly, I'm not sure anything could have worked. Yasmin might very well be unstoppable now.
No one's unstoppable. There's always something bigger out there, waiting to ruin your day. Crystal smiled.
I hope so, for your sake.
Amanda nodded. She knew what she meant. Yasmin would be coming for her. In fact, maybe she already had. No. She just needed to get back home and warn her friends. If she got back quick enough, perhaps she could muster some kind of defense or something. Crystal walked up to the nearest stone frame and looked back at them.
Bramble, is it?
The Fae nodded.
Where do you need to go, Bramble? Crystal asked.
To the near etheric in Central Park,
she said.
As you wish,
Crystal said, and pressed her hand to the dark stone. A sentia rushed into the center of the frame, filling it with magical energy. She could feel the flux in astral magic flooding the device and linking it to somewhere far off. I'll go with her, Amanda said. I can make my own way back from Central Park, she said.
Very well, Crystal said. Safe travels, my friends. I hope we meet again under better circumstances.
Amanda nodded and smiled. So do I, she said, and followed Bramble through the portal. They appeared in the familiar environs of Central Park in the near etheric. They were close to Bramble's hideout, and she seemed to visibly relax as she recognized where she was. "Thank you," Amanda said. "You went above and beyond what I asked you to do today, and I can't thank you enough for it," she said. Bramble smiled.
That's okay, but it sounds to me like your troubles have only just begun.
Amanda looked at her feet, and then back up at Bramble with a smile that didn't really touch her eyes. "I'm afraid you might be right."
Then I wish you well, and good luck, and I hope you live to repay the debt you owe me,"
the Fae said with a smirk. Amanda chuckled. "I hope so too." Finished with her goodbyes, Bramble looked around to see if anyone was watching before darting off toward home. Amanda watched her go and then turned to the ruined reflection of the city. With a thought, she concentrated and willed herself to be standing in her home. With a snap of air, she ported to the reflection of her brownstone. She immediately noticed there was something in the air, some kind of energy, like a feeling of electricity all around her. Amanda drew a sentia into herself and bolstered her aegis, hoping she was worrying about nothing, before she worked her magic once more and shifted back into the material realm. Manhattan, New York.
Matt, come on, we have to go,
Sean said from behind him. Matt looked up to see Mercy standing at the door, ushering Howie and Vanessa out of the room. I know, hold on," he said, scrolling the wheel on his mouse and reading the latest messages. This was incredible, he thought. A short time ago, the power had gone out, booting him from the D-Web and briefly knocking out power around the globe. Everything was back online now, and the internet had been on for a good 10 minutes, but already changes had been noticed. Big changes. The D-Web had crashed, suffering a critical failure and whiteout, booting him and thousands of other users from the web. He'd been using Amanda's new VR rig at the time and felt a little strange afterwards, but he was fine now. It took a little while for Sean's servers to restart, but already the messages were coming in. They were saying the D-Web was gone, wiped entirely from the system, but something else, something new was there in its place. It was virgin territory, informed and new, and the experience was already so much better. People were reporting that the immersion was unlike anything they'd experienced before. They said it was as if you were really there. The pioneers of this new digital frontier already had a new name for it. They were calling it the Hypernet. Sean grabbed his arm and pulled him forcefully from the workstation. Matt still had hold of his new rig and brought it with him. "We're going," Sean grunted with frustration. Matt wasn't really listening. His mind was already thinking about the new possibilities that awaited him in the Hypernet. He was desperate to try it out, but it would have to wait. The house was under attack, and they had to leave.
Chapter 27.
Endgame, Manhattan, New York. For a moment, Amanda thought she'd stepped into a war zone. She found herself standing amidst the ruins of her house. The entire front of it had exploded, creating a giant crater in the street. Rubble was everywhere. Water spouted up out of the cracks in the road. A nearby car was crumpled and on fire, while a sentia rushed, flared, and burned as the Magi stood in the street, throwing it at each other. For a moment, all she could do was watch in horror. Valor and Horlak were locked in a titanic struggle against Yasmin herself, who was holding her own, porting from place to place and throwing magic at the two scions, while others fought for their lives. Gentle Water struggled against Kez, while Nate crossed swords with Liz and Stella. She could also see Maria, Sabine, her daughter Maya, Tabitha, Israel, and Aaron as well. She was about to move, to join in, when movement behind her caught her attention. She looked back into the house to see Mercy guiding Sean, Vanessa, Matt, and Howie up the stairs towards the Null Realm entrance. Mercy looked her way and nodded.
I'll watch these.
She yelled at her over the noise of the fight. Thank you, Amanda said, feeling a little better knowing they would be safe. Amanda turned back to the fight and gathered a sentia to her. Porting over the short distance, she appeared close to Gentle Water. She lashed out with a barrage of Essentia strikes at Kez, who looked to have been getting the better of him. We meet again, Amanda taunted her. Kez grunted and went to throw more strikes of her own at Gentle Water. Oh, no you don't. Throwing her own energy at Kez's magic, she swept them away, giving Gentle Water precious seconds. She could already feel her friend and former mentor feeding Essentia into his aegis and fortifying his defenses behind her.
Thank you,
Amanda heard Gentle Water say through their link. Anytime, Amanda replied as she brought a kinetic blast down on Kez, knocking her to the ground with a grunt. Amanda lashed out with another Essentia strike, ripping at the Nomad's aegis. Things are a little different when you don't get the drop on me, Amanda smirked.
Laugh all you like. Today, we end you,
Kez taunted as she jumped up and leapt at Amanda. Gentle Water charged in from Amanda's right with an Essentia-laced kick that struck the Nomad in her face and sparked as it hammered her aegis. Magic flared to Amanda's right as Yasmin delivered a horrendously powerful attack on Horlak, throwing him back into the rubble where he writhed in pain, his body smoking. With a cruel laugh, Yasmin lunged for Balor, grabbed him by the throat, and threw him to the ground at her feet. Reaching out with her mind, Amanda used her psi magic to take telekinetic hold of a huge chunk of building nearby and slammed it into Yasmin. She smashed into the far building, creating a huge dent in the wall. Amanda poured it over next to Balor, who was pulling himself up. You all right? Amanda asked.
I'll survive,
Balor reassured her.
You're a sight for sore eyes.
Amanda raised an eyebrow. Thank you, you old charmer, you, she said with a wry smile. Go help Gentle Water. I'll deal with her. Balor nodded once and backed off. Looking back, Amanda watched as Yasmin floated down towards her.
You'll deal with me, will you?
Yasmin asked. A shadow fell over Amanda as a great chunk of building hurtled down and smashed into her from above. It crunched against her aegis and broke into smaller pieces. Amanda propelled herself through the air with a thought and hit Yasmin like a battering ram. She slammed her into the building opposite, where she grabbed the Nomad by the throat with her left hand and punched her in the face, over and over, with her Essentia-infused fist. Damn right, I'll deal with you, Amanda agreed, using each word to punctuate a hit. Lightning lanced down from the sky and hit Amanda, ripping her away from Yasmin and slamming her into the ground. Oh! Amanda grunted. Her aegis had protected her, but it still hurt like crazy. Looking up, Yasmin laughed. The Nomad suddenly streaked down at her like a bullet. Amanda flipped backwards, throwing herself out of the way and landing on her feet in time to see Yasmin standing in the dust cloud, the orb glowing in her chest.
It ends here, Amanda. You know that, right?
Yasmin asked. Fine by me. I've been meaning to put an end to you for a while now.
Such confidence in the face of such overwhelming odds, little one.
You must know you can't win this.
Says you. Forgive me if I don't take you at your word, Amanda said.
You saw what I did. You saw me take the life of an Archon and consume it. I'm more powerful now than ever before. You can't stop me this time,
the Nomad said as she rose up into the air. I think I'll give it the old college try, if it's all the same to you, she answered with a shrug.
Poor girl. It's sad to see such delusions,
Yasmin replied. Essentia surged and rushed at Amanda as lightning flew out at her. Simultaneously, she was hit by bolts from 20 other directions all around her that pummeled her aegis. Amanda leapt into the air, surging up and out of the center of Yasmin's attacks before she infused herself with kinetic energy that sent her rocketing down at Yasmin, where she hit her with a series of kinetic strikes and an Essentia-infused punch for good measure. Yasmin slammed back into the concrete, a spider web of cracks radiating out from behind her.
That almost tickled.
Yasmin laughed, her words overflowing with mirth. Yasmin suddenly gripped Amanda's throat and surged upwards, rising into the air, taking Amanda with her. With incredible amounts of strength, Yasmin threw Amanda across the battlefield. She flew between the other fighters, seeing Gentlewater and Ballard dealing with Kez, while Maria and Sabine traded blows with Anastasia. Amanda pulled the kinetic energy from Yasmin's throw and came to a stop in mid-air, only for a huge chunk from the top of her house to smash down on top of her and knock her into a crouch. She looked up to see Yasmin float down amidst the fighting, ignoring the struggles going on around her and focusing only on her.
I told you this was my destiny, Amanda. I wasn't lying. Destiny comes to all of us eventually, and yours is to die this day by my hand.
I think you've got that backwards, Amanda said. Have you read The Prophecy of Helene? Yasmin laughed.
The words of a 2,000-year-old mystic mean nothing. We make our own destiny, and I have worked for centuries to make mine a reality. Destiny and success are earned rather than handed to us on a platter, my dear. Have you earned your destiny? Have you worked towards it like I have? Or were you merely told about it one day?
You will not win, Amanda said.
Is that right?
Yasmin asked, her eyebrows rising up as she waited for an answer. Amanda stared at the Nomad and for the second time today felt her confidence waver. She had a sinking feeling in her gut, fueled by the slowly growing pain from 100 different knocks and bruises as she pumped Essentia into her shield to refortify it. Yasmin's attacks were powerful, incredibly so, and the fight was starting to wear her down. Adjusting her position, she felt her leg wobble and shifted her weight to her other leg to keep it from buckling beneath her.
You look weak, Amanda. Beaten. You can't stand against me. Not now,
Yasmin taunted her. Allow me to try, Amanda answered.
Very well.
Essentia surged once more, ripping out of the Nomad and hitting Amanda like a battering ram, making her aegis flare in protest. Bolts of lightning and balls of superheated plasma, laced with more Essentia, hammered into Amanda's shield, tearing great rents in her defenses as she forced more power into her defenses. It felt like she was fighting against a raging torrent of water rushing at her, forcing its way through a door that she was trying to shut against the unrelenting flow. But it was a losing battle, and she could feel her defenses crumbling despite her best efforts. The sheer force of Yasmin's seemingly endless attacks and apparently unlimited reserves of power were too much until, despite everything, her aegis failed and was blown away by the raging torrent of Essentia. With her shield gone, Amanda pulled on her magic and tried to push back until another of Yasmin's bolts of lightning snapped in and slammed into her chest. She felt herself being thrown backwards, and then the sickening crunch as she landed on the unrelenting cold concrete. Pain screamed for her attention from 100 different wounds on her body, and she noticed the coppery taste of blood in her mouth. She got her hands beneath her, pushed herself up, and turned her head to look at her attacker, only for an invisible sledgehammer to smash against the side of her head and knock her back down. Her head rang, and she could feel something warm and wet running down her face. As she laid there, memories of Horlock's attack in the alley, just a few blocks away, rose to the surface of her mind. She remembered being thrown into the darkness, and the feeling of hitting that concrete. That had been the start of her journey, the beginning of her adventure as a Magus, and it had started with pain, like any birth. She remembered how scared she felt, how terrified she'd been upon seeing that colossal monster, right out of a nightmare, bearing down on her. But strangely, she wasn't scared anymore. She didn't feel terrified. She knew she had done everything she could. She'd fought against the darkness to the best of her ability, so perhaps, maybe it was time for the reins to pass to someone else. She pushed herself up into a kneeling position, feeling like she'd done her best. She had tried, and that was all anyone could do. Everything hurt. Everything was pain, and she knew that the end had come. Searing agony lanced through her back as a gleaming metal blade punched through her ribcage and out of her chest. Blood pumped out of the wound, covering the dagger, and soaking into her dirty white top. For a moment, the unbelievable pain that filled her body was all she could feel. But then, slowly, it faded away as her vision narrowed. The shadows crept in, closing her view down even further until the sweet release of blackness and nothing overwhelmed her, and she knew nothing else. Chapter 28. Endings and Beginnings, Manhattan, New York. Liz stared at the unbelievable sight before her as she backed off from Nate, letting Stella deal with him for a moment. A short distance away, Yasmin stood behind Amanda, laughing as her blade punched right through her mentor's chest, no doubt slicing her heart in two. For a moment, all she could do was stare in disbelief, not quite fully registering what her eyes were telling her. As she watched, Yasmin withdrew the blade away with an over-the-top flourish and a wide grin of satisfaction on her face. At her feet, Amanda remained on her knees for a moment, until she pitched forward and collapsed onto the debris-strewn street.
No!
Liz screamed at the top of her lungs. From close by, Maria wailed and called out Amanda's name. Liz backed up to Maria and watched as tears beaded in her eyes.
Dead. She's dead. Amanda's dead,
Maria said, her voice quivering as she spoke. Liz looked at her mentor's motionless body and then back at Maria.
No, she's not. We can bring her back. She can't die here today. We can save her. She's not dead. I refuse to believe it,
she said, her own tears now falling like rain down her face. Liz! Stella called out to Liz's right. Liz turned and looked back at Stella as she was being forced back by Nate. A little help! Liz looked back at her mentor, seeing Yasmin standing above her, looking very pleased with herself. She wanted to get to Amanda. She wanted to get her out of here and bring her back to life. She wanted to heal her and save her. She knew it could be done. Liz looked back at Stella and saw Nate spin, his blade whipping out and slicing right through her neck. Stella's head fell from her shoulders as her body collapsed beneath it. Nate looked down at the corpse with triumph in his eyes. As her horror grew, a scream from nearby grabbed Liz's attention. She looked over to see a new figure join the fray, standing on top of the nearby pile of rubble. It was Mary Damask, wielding her gleaming crusader sword and looking down at Amanda, her mouth wide with shock.
No, this can't be.
She started to say before her eyes tracked over to Liz, and Liz could see a new focus and a new hatred rise up within her.
Fine, Mary said. I'll settle for you.
She strode down the rubble pile towards Liz. Rising from the darkness, her vision was filled with a bright, white glow. Everything was white, and she had no idea which way was up or down. She felt relief wash over her. Her last fleeting impression had been one of pain, sudden, intense, burning pain in her chest. She tried to grip onto that memory. She tried to remember what it was and where she'd been, but other than a mess of confusing images, destruction, fighting, death, there was precious little to remember. In the distance, she could hear what sounded like a voice. Someone was calling out in this white void. What were they saying? What was that word? She tried to focus on it, to understand what they were saying. Was it a name? Were they calling to her?
Amanda.
There was something familiar about that name, something that felt connected to her.
Amanda.
It was fading again. Where was that coming from? She couldn't be sure, and didn't feel like chasing it down. She didn't want to do much of anything. She felt tired. She felt like she needed to rest. As she relaxed and closed her eyes, whoever it had been seemed to get further away and becoming less important to her. For now, all she wanted was rest and peace, nothing more.
This has been MAGI DESCENT, Book 6 of the MAGI Saga series.
Performed by Vicky Ring. Copyright 2018 by Andrew Dobell. Audio copyright 2018 by Andrew Dobell. You can find more books by Andrew Dobell by visiting andrewdobellauthor.com.